Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Speedrun World Record Circuit Season 2 here at the Global Speedrun Association. And, I can, yep, I got volume now. I can, they're here, Callie, there we go. Welcome on in to the introductory 120-star qualifiers for Super Mario 64. My name is Wes Dog, and joining me here in the broadcaster's booth is Hey Pando. Pando, we've got a very interesting format to kick off the SRWC this year. Why don't you let the people at home know what's going on?
Holy bones, can you believe it? This is going to be exciting. The way this is shaken down is we are basically in qualifiers here. So everybody's going to be trying to throw the best 120 run, the best 120 time down as they can to basically advance to the live event at pace, which is going to be absolutely nuts. It's going to be bonkers. So we've got a lot to watch today and tomorrow, and it's gonna be dang exciting if you ask me.
And looks like we're already off to the start here. Smow and Marlene just not afraid to just kick things off. Oh no, it looks like Smow is doing some upstairs RTA. Maybe? Although, why are they going for the BLJ?
You know, maybe they're just blasting.
Smow is indeed blasting. I do know Smow is one of the fastest improving 120 runners, but you know what, Pando honestly couldn't ask for a quicker start with Marlene in the top left corner here. Guys, that time on the timer is not incorrect. Marlene quietly chilling atop the top 5 on the leaderboard with a 137.58. They were as high as 3rd place on the leaderboard until Ouija came in and destroyed the world record earlier last year.
It's been cool, and something that I'm really excited for in this competition is to see some of these runners who we've seen just like hardcore grinding RTA to really come out and get some runs started. I'm pumped up to see Kano, dude. Like we all know that he has been like deep grinding just basically all the 120 RTA, and it's going to be really cool to see how his runs pan out here. I hear he's looking for a sub 143, which would be pretty freaking high.
Yeah, this is something I'm very proud to see this go around. In my personal opinion, I feel like we get a lot of European and North American runners on display, and we don't really see a whole lot of the Japanese speedrunners engage in major tournaments. So it's a big refresher to be able to see some of the big names from the other side of the world, like Kano and Marlene, join in today. And something that I also wasn't expecting here, Pando, you take a look at the bottom right feed there. We have a face cam from Gravy?
Pretty hype. I'm not gonna lie, dude. That's sometimes you just gotta bust out the deluxe action for the tourney, you know.
Gravy did do a face reveal during last year's pace, but I still never thought they'd show themselves on webcam. But look at that. He's willing to pull out the big guns for the big show.
And you can tell he means business, man. Check him out. He's here to go fast. I will say I'm very excited to see some runs from Marlene. I know they've been doing some RTA as well. I don't know. It's like it's crazy. The 120 scene is like just like pretty hype right now. I feel like a lot of people and kind of all levels of the game have been picking up the category, and it's pretty exciting.
Most definitely. And guys, just a reminder out there, as usual, Speedrun World Record Circuit is brought to you in part by our sponsors at the Urban Arts Foundation. Urban Arts continuously makes an effort to bring equality to the underprivileged or equality for education to the underprivileged, serving every child they can in all the communities so that perhaps the the gamers of today can be the future game developers of tomorrow. If you would like to make a donation to help out the cause, you can donate at !donate in the chat, or if you'd like to learn more about Urban Arts, !UA or Urban Arts in the chat as well. Donation goal is $1,000 for the day today. We just need $1,000 more to reach that goal, and if we do, runners will have a chance to do runs for up to another 1 hour, giving them an extra hour of opportunity. And you know, in a category like 120 star, if they get an extra hour to just start runs, that means we can get a bonus, basically up to 2.5 hours of Mario 64 content.
Holy, that's a lot of time. That's sick. And are we doing like a giveaway too? Like if you donate $20, you enter yourself for the large giveaway. I think we're giving away like a Switch or something, dude.
That's right. You know, Nintendo 64s are finding it very difficult to come by. So we want to give everybody a chance to play Mario 64. And now with it being available on Switch Online, why not give away a Switch? So that way we can get more people to play Mario 64. Folks, if you donate $20 or more, you will receive an entry to win a Nintendo Switch, and it will be given out at the end of Season 2. So you could donate up to $20 today, but we won't know who wins the giveaway until PACE later in July. But hey, that means you just got all this opportunity to get as many entries in as possible.
It's pretty hype. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of hype, we got Marlene coming out of Womp's Fortress, and you know, we're looking pretty good so far. I wonder who's the first runner today that's gonna get a run deep. Who's going the distance?
Let's see here. Thank you, Solarson, for typing standings in the chat. Guys, if you'd like to follow along as well for all of the runners participating in this qualifier format, it's not just a set list of 7 different competitors as it was last season. This is an open invitation for anybody in the community to participate. Pando and I could even theoretically be participating if we wanted to right now. But since we can't squeeze up to 20 feeds on the screen at once, we just keep everybody, we just track everybody through the Run GG extension, which you can find on the run.gg/GSA to keep track of all of the runners, and we'll highlight those that are running deep or those that are just currently running while in progress. Major shout outs to the Run GG for this amazing extension that was used for the Lego Star Wars LTA not too long ago on this channel, and now being used for Mario 64. Truly making some major strides in the community behind the scenes.
That's what's up, man. You love to see it. We are getting a bit of a first peek here into Kano's early Vanish Cap route. You know what I'm saying? I think this is I mean, I don't know. I think it's cool. You think everything's like figured out the way everyone does anything. So I think anyone mixing it up like this is pretty cool at least. But I wonder what the reason is. Has he said it? Is it a stage preference thing? Which wants to get certain things out of the way first, or I wonder.
I will take a look on social media. I believe he did mention something on Twitter. My best guess is because Dark World and Vanish Caps are the most difficult stages for him. He just decides to get them out of the way.
I like it. Yeah, I don't know. And like just Kano's a very legendary Mario runner, so I'm just very excited to see him sink his teeth into 120. And I think these are really like his first runs that we'll be seeing. I think he did one before, just like kind of like I don't think it was like I don't think he like spent a lot of time grinding before or like whatever, but I know he's done a 120 run. But since he's been grinding, I think these are his first.
Hmm. Yeah, Kano, a notorious grinder, best known for doing the Stream Unlimited for many months until he got the 16-star world record, then at a 1458, and then did another Stream Unlimited until I believe their sum of best in 120, or there's sum of best or their best segment times was either at or just below a 1 hour 40-minute time. So I'm very excited to see this all come out together. This is what the grind is. This is what it's all coming down to now for Kano.
Yeah, it's pretty hype. That'd be pretty. I mean, that'd be pretty dope to see Kano at pace. You know, that'd be hype as hell.
They are.
Have we seen Kano at like a live event before?
To my knowledge, no. Unless there's anybody in the chat who can correct me otherwise, because I do know that Kano has competed in GSA events before, but they've all been virtual. I don't know if he's been made into a live appearance yet.
That'd be hype as hell.
Oh, it looks like we've now got Markinator joining us in the live feed. Looks like Markinator, also well-known commentator in the GSA rounds, could potentially be trying to shake it up as well.
You love to see it. Shout out Markinator. Shout out Mario Sundays. You know what I'm saying?
Now, Pando, I want to also talk a little bit more in depth about the format we've got here. The way the qualifiers is going to work is there are 3 different rounds for the qualifiers. We got the qualifiers this month, today and tomorrow. I believe in one in April and one in May. And there are points that go out to the people who finish in the top 15. 15th getting 1 point and first place getting up to 20 points. Whoever gets the most points, or the top 7 people who get the most points across these 3 qualifiers, will be competing in pace. Now, the thing I'm wondering here, Pando, is are we going to be seeing the top 7 people participate in all 3 qualifiers, or do you think we might be seeing somebody like a Cheese or a Ouija who is already legendary at the game and know they can miss out on 1 or 2 qualifiers and just come in and sneak into a spot at the end?
I wonder, and it's like you look at this like 3 month span, right? And like part of me thinks, well, like with some solid grinding, like you can improve, you can do some you can like I don't know, you can improve your time over that span. And like I think of someone like Dowski, you know what I mean,
Mhm.
who's been like rocking Minecraft for a bit, and now he's maybe doing a little 120D rust. I would assume, the if he's down to blast the Dowski that we're seeing now in a couple months could be a little bit sharper. Then maybe we see like a solid qualifying time. Well, so you never know. I think anything's possible at the end of these 3 months.
Sure excited to see, that's for sure.
Hell yeah, man.
Dude, oh my god.
Very cool. So we got Cali starting runs now as well. Handful of the runners are kind of just warming up, and this is not like a sprint. This is a marathon of sorts. We got a long day ahead of us, plenty of time for these runners to get a solid run on the board. So I'm not surprised to see that some of them are in no rush right off the bat.
Cliff in the chat. To my understanding, anybody can participate in any number of qualifiers. You're not required to participate in all three should you want to participate. But whether or not if you do well, say theoretically, Ouija or one of the other top 120 runners comes in and just destroys the qualifier today and gets a first place with 20 points. That may put him in good for position today, but because there are two other qualifiers with multiple other runners in the running to get major points, that first place finish today, or this weekend rather, does not necessarily guarantee you a position for pace. So we'll have to see how the points play out. We'll probably get a better understanding of who can or who can't qualify once we get through the second qualifiers. Today it's just the warm up. We're getting a chance to see all the friendly faces of the Mario 64 community.
It's cool, and I don't know. You look at some of these times compared to their times last year, like Cali, for example. It's been really cool to watch him improve. He's I don't know. Cali's always doing some cool. There's cool shit. There's always a cool clip to see of him doing this strat, that strat. So I don't know. He's very fast, and I think in the coming years he is really just going to be solidified as one of the top runners.
Most definitely, especially Pando. I don't know if you saw, but Cali was just half of a Bowser in the Sky Reds away from securing that 138, and unfortunately, they lost 15 seconds to the pole.
It's brutal, man. Like, I don't know. It's sometimes in those moments, it's the thing you least expect that you're gonna have trouble with. Absolutely heartbreaking, though.
Still did end up with a PB of a 139.06, but it's actually amazing at this point in for pace last year. Cali was still on the grind for the 139, and now less than a year later. In fact, let me think. Pace was in November, October, November. So yeah, only 4 months later, Cali is now suddenly grinding for the 138 and well beyond 139. He's still continuing to improve at an amazing rapid rate. I honestly don't know how much longer the progression can continue, but I'm all here for it.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I don't know. 120 being such a long category, right? There's always potential for like a crazy PB. Like Ouija's world record, that was like it was a crazy PB. Usually at the top level, you'll see a PB like 15, 20 seconds, you know what I mean? Like 5 seconds, or like it's crazy how just to see how people have been popping off. Like Marlene's huge PB. Like people have been talking a lot about Parsi, like just like putting together some sick runs. So I don't know. 120 is just so hype for so many reasons.
With all the runners that we are currently seeing to compete here, unfortunately, Kano did die in Womp's Fortress, so they're taking a break. We got to remember it's after midnight already in Japan, so the fact that Japanese runners are already out, maybe they're not going to give themselves a whole lot of opportunity. What I want to ask, Pandos, who do you think of all the runners that we see on the screen right now would be most likely to complete a run? It honestly looks like Marlene is probably just going to go for a no reset. I don't even know if they're going to... I think they might continue even if they get into the red on this run.
I mean the way it looks, I would agree. Marlene seems to be getting down to business here. I'm also expecting Kano to finish a run. I think this is like these are some runs that the community has been anticipating for a long time, and I'm pretty sure he's eager to get one on the board. It does look like these are some fresh splits he's running against, so it's this is pretty exciting, man.
Very exciting. And guys, just remember, you could follow along with the runners. This is an open qualifier. Anybody, including you, and that's right, I'm pointing directly at you, Pando. Even you can participate in the pace qualifiers today. I surely know there's a fire lighting underneath you, and you're gonna go immediately play Mario right after our commentary session, right?
Dude, all I need to do is shave, like, 25 minutes off my time, and I'll be right there. Just a smooth 25.
Well, Callie's got their input display on their screen right now. So if you want to learn how to quickly shave off 25 minutes, just take a quick little photographic memory lesson from Callie.
I'm taking notes from Callie's input display for sure. Oh no. What about you? Who do you think is likely to get a rundown? Who are you pumped to see right now?
I mean, we've got at least, I want to say, 8 to 9 hours of runs to work with. A lot of people will get it going, but I think wait a minute, hold on, am I looking at this correctly? Marlene is actually 8.5 seconds ahead of their personal best in BOB right now. This is a little crazy.
Yeah, Marlene's flying.
Yeah, I'm honestly hoping that Marlene, since they were so quick to start, pretty much before we even had a chance to end introductions, Marlene was already off and running. So I'm anticipating this to be a no reset run and get things started. At the rate they're going, honestly, maybe put some pressure on some people to know what the top positions are going to look like.
Yeah, I think I always think it's smart in an LTA format to get a rundown early, especially in 120. You know what I mean? Like, the longer the time goes on, the less time you're able to like get that run that you really want going. So even if it doesn't end up being the run you're most proud of, I think there's a lot to be said about getting a rundown early in a format like this.
Oh my goodness. Something I just found out here. Speaking of Marlene, by the way, folks, if you also take a peek at the bottom right feed on the screen there, we're now seeing Taki VT joining live for the first time, who's also got some runs going. It is still the month of March. Happy Women's Month to all the women gamers out there, including Taki, who is representing women today with, to my knowledge, the woman with the best time in 120, who just recently got a 141.34 with Marlene as their coach, apparently. Marlene coaching Taki to perhaps maybe sneak their way onto the leaderboards and make an appearance at Pace. They are a VTuber, so maybe the VTuber might make an appearance live. We'll have to see.
There we go. Taki is super badass, I'll say. I'm very excited to see their runs today, and I think she's gonna throw down. I think it's gonna be sick.
And Pando, I know you recently commentated for Amanda NBD's women's tournament, the 16-star no LBLJ tournament. You got any special shout-outs to any particular women or just the women in general?
Dude, yeah, I mean, for sure. I think we're like I don't know. I think there's a lot of really cool women in our community. I think we're very lucky to have them, you know what I mean? And yeah, I mean, obviously, shout out Amanda for putting the tourney together. I think that's pretty legendary. Shout out the dude, I don't know, like, so many people have started running recently. Like a bunch of my homies, and it's just like, I don't know, it's super cool.
Oh my goodness. Marlene is now 15.5 seconds ahead of their personal best with this run right out of the gate. It does look like we are seeing some advertisements at home for the viewers. I don't know how much they can hear us or not. Panda, do you know how ads work? Can we still be heard by some people, or do the volume of the ads take over for the general broadcast?
I'm not sure. That's a great question, and I'm wondering that myself in this moment. But you know what? I think we can be heard in this moment, at least by some humans out there. So
Okay.
I think we're ripping.
Oh, it puts us in a small pip window, and apparently people can hear us. All right, good to know.
There we go. Dude, gotta love that 15 seconds in the green coming out of Bob for Marlene here.
And commentator getting so caught up in the odds, wasn't sure if Marlene had been able to execute a pillarless, but it looks like here we go, getting Tama on the other side of the pyramid, but they are in the hole.
There you go. Little bit of time lost, but we're not gonna be too worried about that there.
Oh, and also noticing on the screen now, there is Turgi. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be pronouncing this wrong here. I've known the name for years, and I've still never known how to pronounce it correctly. Turgi, please someone in the chat correct me if I'm wrong here. But
I think it's Turya. I think Turya.
Turya. Or Terry, according to Shicely. They've got the moderator sword, so I really hope they're not messing with us. Terry. Okay, well, okay, apparently nobody knows. There's Terry, there's Terria, there's Tershi. I mean, apparently they're an enigma.
But, I think Terria is the one.
Okay, well, it turns out we can't even trust the moderators because Wilco coming in here with a sword saying it's teriyaki. As much as I'd love to call them teriyaki, I'm pretty sure that is not accurate whatsoever, but I do appreciate the little chuckle from Wilco. Maybe, hopefully, we'll see Wilco participate in some 120 in the qualifiers. Not sure about that, but Terry Tershi on the right side of our screen here does have a personal best of a 139.57 that they got a few months ago. I don't know how much they've been practicing 120. Be excited to see if they're able to keep up with the top competitors here as well. Marlene, as Marlene is struggling to get on top of the platform here for iRock, doing the slide kick strat. Commentator realizing they were watching the Twitch feed and not the Discord, but I've never seen the slide kick for the ledge grab. That's actually really smart.
Yeah, that's cool. Chat asking how the qualifiers work. Basically, there are going to be 3 separate qualifiers, and basically anyone can participate and throw down a time, but it's basically like the fastest times after the 3. Is that how it works, Wes?
The fastest, the most points accumulated over the 3 qualifying rounds. So I could just even do, it might be too much, but point breakdown is, guys, we're gonna speed run through the points here. So 1st through 15th, you get 20, 17, 15, 13, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 in 1st through 15th place respectively. So your points awarded will determine based on how you finish over the course of the 2-day qualifiers, both this weekend, next month, and I believe in May. And the most points of the top 7 most points accumulated by let me try to find a way to phrase this. Points are accumulated over the 3 qualifiers, and the 7 runners who finish with the most points accumulated will be awarded a chance to compete in pace. And to my understanding, all expenses paid. Well, hotel expenses paid. I don't know about flights.
Oh yeah. Marlene seems to be cooking here, finishing up SSL 100. This is I mean, this is cool to see we got a run going this early. Very, very exciting.
Yeah, this is honestly, we're kind of a little spoiled here. It's very rare you see a 120 run get off to a really hot start right out of the gate. We see some people usually, or most people, if they are running this format, possibly going for a no reset. But Marlene is not only in no reset mode, but kicking butt, though it looks like they're going to be losing a solid chunk of time here. I'm guessing with failed pillarless attempts and a couple of other mishaps, they might just still ever so barely be in the green. No, they're going to just be in the red coming out of SSL, but still basically on par with an extremely low 138 pace.
Yeah, this is not bad, not bad. I mean, you know, it's never great to go to red from green, but that's such a small number there. I don't think Marlene's really going to be worried about it. I am excited to see this HMC 100 though. This is going to be pretty tight.
All right, so we do have confirmation from Milo, the main man at GSA, that flights would also be paid. So the top 7 finishers of these 3 qualifiers will get all expenses paid, flight and hotel. And I've got the qualifier dates in front of me right now. It is today and tomorrow, March 18th and March 19th. Next month, it will be April 15th through April 16th. And then in May, we have May 13th through May 14th. And then PACE, of course, will be taking place July 2nd through July 8th. With the Mario event time, I'm not sure when that'll be taking place during the event there. Oh, and apparently, according to Milo, there's also a $500 bounty if anyone gets world record during qualifiers. Maybe Marlene will get it right now. Who knows?
Dude, imagine. Let's go. What a way to start out that would be. First run of qualies, just quick world record. See ya.
Now, Milo, do want to get some clarification. Is that during the only during the actual qualifiers themselves? So, if say on March 31st, Simply were to bust out a world record, does that mean Simply gets the $500 bounty, or does the world record have to occur during the actual qualifying event? Nice salt jump there from Marlene.
Dude, Marlene looking to finish out this 100 coin in style. Been looking great so far. Let's see how this this blue coin ends up. Let's hope for something nice here. Yeah, well, all right. It's not looking great up there in the back corner up top, but you know, sometimes that's just how it is. Ooh, rough coin, rough coin.
Yeah, blue coin really not being a homie there, trying to just hide as much as possible. This run is cooking too much. They're afraid of getting boiled.
Even with that RNG though, gonna be making up some time there. So that's pretty sick. You love to see it. Let's go, Marlene.
Get this up to full screen here. Looks like we've got another competitor being featured on the bottom right section. Rizzy Runs. I don't know if I've ever heard of Rizzy Runs before. Welcome on in, Rizzy. According to the run, their personal best is a 1:43.27.
Not bad at all. That's pretty cool. I don't know. I want to see, like, so I'm not familiar with Rizzy Runs up until this point. You know, I am now, but I'd love to see like someone just like absolutely throw down. Maybe someone we haven't heard of that much. Someone maybe a little more unknown, just to like come out and throw down like a huge PB to qualify. I think that would be pretty legendary.
Huge Toxic Maze BLJ from Marlene there. And Pando, I think you hit the nail right on the head there, directly on the head. I think that's the point. Even as commentators, I hope there isn't some unrealistic expectation that we're expected to know everything about everybody in here. But that's one of the beauties of having this kind of an open qualifier tournament. We may be, last year, Callie and even, well, maybe besides people who haven't been in the community too long, but for the newer people such as myself, Callie and Blue Bob, we had not really seen much of an opportunity to see them on the big stage. So this open qualifier gives every runner a chance to have their moment in the spotlight here. Perhaps we can maybe see the next up-and-coming Callie. Who knows? So, very, yeah, I very much agree with you, Pando.
Yeah, it's pretty hype. Marlene going blinkless on that metal cap there. Good stuff. And we see Kano and you know, got a bit of a run going here with I don't know. I just think it's like with Vanish Cap out of the way, this is just hype to me. Like I guess technically the run chat said earlier loses about 2 seconds overall. Not the biggest deal, but a game like SM64 has been run for so long that everything is like so optimized, and a lot of the routes are just the same. It's the optimized routes. That's what you do. That because everyone else does it, you do the same thing. So even just like seeing the route mixed up, like different strats and stuff, like I just think it's hype. I'm excited.
Let's see. I'm trying to see if I can find information on Kano doing a 120 run. I think you're right, Pando, but it does not look like they've submitted a 120 run onto speedrun.com, but I could have sworn they did one continuous run before.
I think so. I don't think it was like preceded by any like intense grinding like Kano's been up to recently. Yeah, like a fun one, maybe a 238 or something like that. So it's been done, but we are lucky enough to see Kano's real kind of first runs in 120. This is straight up history right now.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Marlene coming out of HMC, barely in the red here. You know, a wee bit of time save for Marlene here in LLL, but nothing major. They're gonna have to play tight to come out of this in the green.
Now, it's going to be interesting to see where how this run plays out for Marlene once we get to the upstairs. Marlene, PB, realistically speaking, is a very low probability for any runner, especially in a category this long. The big thing about Marlene's personal best, as I'm looking at their splits from their PB right now, they had the community best upstairs time, completing from door touch to the final big star grab in 34 minutes and 49 seconds. So, exactly. If Marlene is going to PB, they need to make up as much time as they possibly can over these final few stages here on the lobby and the basement. Otherwise, they are going to be going up against Mount Everest in an attempt to try to get a PB.
Yeah, Marlene with the like insane clutch out in their PB, and I think like just before making it upstairs, I think they like missed cycle and fire C. Like there were some glaring mistakes that you wouldn't necessarily expect them to make, just being the caliber of player that they are. We got a handful of runs underway now. This is cool. You got Callie and SSL gonna hit topless there. Love to see it.
Yeah, Callie unfortunately did not succeed in their first attempt at Tama Pillarless, so naturally getting IROC as the backup. Still moving along here. Kano seems to be getting much farther in this run now. They're still, even though they're comparing against no splits, Kano still holds himself to a very high standard, and we've seen him reach that already a handful of times. We got Markinator also on the slide, basically right on par with Kano. And then Turya and Rizzy in JRB, and Taki still moving along too.
Yeah, this is very cool.
Now, completely random question outside of Mario. Pando, have you ever had the snacks known as Takis?
Yes, yes, I have.
Are they
Yes.
good? Are they worth it?
Yeah, man. I mean, like, I like spicy, tangy snacks. You know what I mean? That's a flavor situation I enjoy. So I'm a fan. I'm for them.
I've seen them be sponsored by the greatest gamer of our generation, Ninja. And they've been making some rounds in the Twitch advertisements as of lately, and I've been wanting to try them because I'm a fan of some spicy snacks. I got the impression that Takis are kind of like Flaming Hot Cheetos. What would you compare them like?
Yeah, I mean there's more of like they're more tangy than that. I think there's like but like they're also in the like in the caliber of Cheeto snack where they're like gonna get all over your hands. So maybe like if you're playing Mario while eating Takis, you get like some chopsticks or something to like avoid that. But they're delish, dude. I won't lie.
Did forget that is an option. That is honestly not too uncommon to eat. Yeah, those powdery, cheesy snacks with some chopsticks here.
Dude, it is the play. And Marlene looks like they're roughly 10 seconds, 9 seconds in the red there coming out of LLL. You know what? That's all right. We're not. We'll take that. And it does look like Marlene has a bunch of time save coming up in FireST. And according to chat, we've got some time save in BBH as well, which is very exciting.
But Panda, we did learn we can't necessarily trust chat all too much. We still don't even know the proper pronunciation for Turiateri Tershi over there.
That is fair. I think, oh my God, I think for sure 98% it's Turya.
Okay.
But I don't know. Maybe we just blindly trust chat no matter what. I think they'd be pumped.
Do we? Should we blindly trust chat? That is a major question there. It looks like, unfortunately, Marlene's stream is off to a commercial break. So we'll be shifting audio focus onto Callie right now. Still comparing against a 140 flat. Callie did unfortunately fail pillarless, I believe, 2 or 3 times in SSL. So it would not surprise me if they come out of here a little in the red, even compared to a 140. But Callie still, I mean, his improvement just since pace 4 months ago has been staggering. So it would not surprise me if he was able to churn out a high quality run after all these mistakes.
Yeah, man, Callie's the real deal. I'm really excited to see. I'm excited to see what Callie's PB is by the end of this year. I'm excited to see what the 120 scene looks at the end of this year. I think it's gonna be really cool. I'll say.
All right, Marlene's stream is back on, and it looks like they got out of Vanish Cap, losing about 0.3 of a second, but still on a wicked pacer.
Not bad at all. Yeah, man, I don't know, like who do you, West Dog, who do you think will have the 120 world record at the end of 2023?
That is...
Isn't that such a deep question, bro?
It is so deep, my mind cannot possibly comprehend it. I can already feel my soul shifting into the 4th dimension, way into the galaxy. Man, that is really hard to tell. I almost thought I could confidently. If you asked me this question last year, I would have confidently been able to have told you Liam or Cheese, just basically taking the safe bet here. But then Ouija basically came out of nowhere and destroyed the world record. Honestly, who isn't to say that somebody else is capable of pulling a Ouija and just getting a massive fat PB, or if it is possible to just to take a safe bet. It's honestly, Pando, I don't have an answer for you. We might need to check in on this in the later qualifiers.
Yeah,
Oh.
I think this is we definitely need to revisit this for sure. You know, I'm not sure I know the answer myself. You know what I mean? I think it's there's like, you know, a lot that could change. Ouija's world record is absolutely insane. I think, judging by things we saw in that run, I know that we're sure that he could beat it. You know what I mean? If he got the run, I think Liam, as of late, has been absolutely grinding his face off. He has been putting in the hours. He has been like getting the runs. And we just saw him PB recently, really running into some trouble there in the end of his run. So I think those two dudes specifically, we really have to keep our eye on. And I'm just gonna throw it out there, man. Just like with the tear he's been on, just generally speaking, I think that if Suiji decided one day that he really wanted to grind it out, so to say, and make a play for 120, I would really have to put my my dollars on that dude to make some magic happen, I suppose.
Yeah, both Suiji and Ouija have the ability to basically dominate any category they've touched. Suiji hasn't put any time considerably into 120 star, but we've seen that when they practice, they can just get on a mad tear. Last year alone, they went from having no completed 70 star run to getting all the way up to 5th place on the leaderboard. At least I believe at a peak at 5th place with a 47-13. I wish Suiji would take 120 seriously, but it seems like for now they are completely content with being the short category master. Of course, recently achieving the first ever sub-7 1-star time. So GG's to Green Suiji. Hopefully one of these days. You know, they're still also, I believe, 16, maybe now 17 years old. So we still got a lot of Green Suiji, hopefully, to look forward to as the time goes on. Oh my gosh, my mind is exhausted from answering such a deep question. Pando, I think I might need to ask we might need to ask something a little bit more basic to get back down here. Pando, what is the relationship between the mind and the body?
What the heck? I think the answer is Mario.
Good answer. Good answer.
I get that one.
I think it's number
right.
I think it's number 1 on the board, Pando. Show us Mario.
Hell yeah, man. We did it. That's good stuff. Good stuff. And you know, if you look at both main runs on the screen here, Marlene crushing it, Callie crushing it. Both of them running into a bit of trouble there in SSL, but nothing they really had to worry about in the end. And here we go. Look at this. We have got 19 seconds of time saved for Marlene in BBH right now. Wouldn't that be cool to see them coming out in the green? Let's see how this goes.
You know, I don't think that'd be cool. I think that'd quite be the opposite of cool. I think it would be blazingly hot.
Yeah! Oh my gosh.
But you know what else is blazingly hot, Pando?
Tell me, West Dog.
Your mustache, of course.
Whoa!
But more importantly, guys, donating to the Urban Arts Foundation. Reminder out there that the Speedrun World Record Circuit is brought to you in part by the folks at the Urban Arts Foundation. A lot of this wouldn't be possible without guys like Jason and the crew at Urban Arts. The Urban Arts is a educational program that looks to serve the underprivileged and the underprivileged students of the community get their chance to learn computer science and video game development. Who knows? Maybe one of these kids learning games today can be the future game developers of the next big major game tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe even Super Mario 256 might be developed by one of the kids at Urban Arts. If you'd like to help out the cause, please make a donation in the chat. !donate. And throughout these qualifiers, if you make a donation of $20 or more, you are in the running to win a brand new Nintendo Switch. Can it get any better than that, folks? I know I want a Nintendo Switch.
Dude, I have a Nintendo Switch, and I also want a Nintendo Switch. Like, this is an incredible opportunity.
Now, Pando, my sincerest apologies. I was trying to make a good segue there. Did I possibly make you feel uncomfortable here in the booth, calling your mustache blazingly hot?
Oh no, I got fired up in like a reasonable, respectful way, you know?
Yeah. This commentator does toy the line between what is acceptable and what is unacceptable here. One of these days, I know I'm going to get banned from the booth here. I just hope it wouldn't be over possibly making my good friend Hey Pando here uncomfortable.
Hell no. We're good to go. And like speaking of mustaches, my man, you're capable of growing quite the legendary stash yourself, my friend.
I would not call it legendary. I'm capable of growing a mustache, yes, but I would not put it on anywhere near the level of legendary.
I don't know, dude. It's a solid Mario level mustache that you're able to accomplish there. It's kind of sick.
You know, I'm kind of debating this right now, Pando, honestly. I still am not 100% sure whether or not I'd be able to make it out to PACE this year. The more people I see attending PACE or with intentions to attend PACE, the more FOMO I'm experiencing. But if I do actually end up attending PACE, should I just start growing my mustache right now, just for precaution's sake? Do you think anybody would want to see Mario make a reappearance in the commentary booth?
I think the answer is a bona fide yes. I think I'll be attending myself, so I think that maybe if we had the opportunity to, team up in a mustache commentary sort of way, I think that could be huge, man.
Oh my god, no, you're making the FOMO worse, Pando.
I'm just saying, man, it could be a legendary scenario.
Okay, well then you know what? If you do go to PACE, then I'll grow up my mustache. Since I know you've got a Luigi costume, I'll be Mario, and we can be the Mario Brothers.
Yes, dude. Okay, huge, absolutely huge. Oh my gosh. And there's a lot going on. I haven't been absolutely glued here, but I am seeing some solid action from Marlene here in BBH. Haven't seen anything too devastating here, and man, I'm just saying, this is we are very lucky to see a run of this quality this early on in the day in the competition. Like, this is some primetime business right now.
Heck yeah. Marlene, I did notice Kano got the door skip in their BBH ghost hunt. Very nicely done.
So cool.
Marlene did lose a couple of seconds during their 100 when they went outside for the scuttlebug and the box. They did end up missing 1 or 2 coins, so I believe they had to take a quick little divergence away from the route to pick up an extra red coin. But overall, I don't know if they're going to be in the green. They've got Carousel left, and I don't know what a good time for that star looks like. I don't think they'll be in the green, but they should be coming out of this stage with a good chunk of time save.
I think they might be okay. I think you are allowed to miss 2 coins out there. That's the maximum amount of coins you can miss without having to get any backup stuff.
All right, I guess we will find out, as Callie is in LLL right now during their 100 plus top of the volcano. A lot of runs still going. We also still see Markinator kicking butt. Wait, he's comparing against his PB, and he's 15 seconds ahead right now.
Yeah, Markinator kind of flying on the HMC 100 journey here. We'd love to see him pull this together. Meanwhile, we've got Marlene coming out in the green, baby.
Whoa!
This is nuts, dudes. Like, Marlene is running against a 137 right now, coming out of BBH in the green this deep into the run. Like, this is nuts, y'all. Absolutely nuts.
All right, and it looks like we've got the last chunk of time save here. Marlene does up 74, so I'm not too familiar with the run itself, but guessing on these splits, I'm gonna guess, well, up 74. I'm guessing if they don't have a split individually for DDD1, no, they are going for DDD 100. Interesting, they don't decide to split off DDD 100 from the rest of the splits there. So yeah, this is the last solid chunk of time save for Marlene. 20 seconds here for DDD and FireC. Let's see how this all comes into play.
Yeah, this is, you know, the runners are wasting absolutely no time today. They are ready to deliver. They've had, you know, in the off season, they've had some moments to grind it out, to collect themselves, and we're starting right out of the gate with some solid runs.
And folks, just a reminder at home, anybody, including you yourself, I almost half debated on wanting to do a 120 run myself, but ultimately went against it because I don't even have a sub 2. But anybody, even commentators or yourself, are free to participate in this 120-star qualifier, as long as they have the Run GG extension. But more importantly, we can't focus on every single runner who is participating in this qualifier at once. So if you'd like to keep track of everybody who is participating, please make sure to check out the link at the command !! standings here in the chat. It'll take you to the Run GG website where you see everybody who is currently running live and where they are in regards to their personal best. It looks like also Taki is on a personal best pace. I can't see on their splits on the screen, but it looks like compared to on the Run GG, or even actually, wait, I think I can see it now. They're 20 seconds ahead of their PB out of HMC 100.
Dude, Taki making moves right now.
Dude.
And Markinator 2 is at 16 16 seconds or 10 seconds? I can't
Yeah,
can't tell.
it looks like 16.1 seconds.
Out of HMC 100. That's a big deal.
Yeah, what is this, honestly, though? NASCAR? We've got Team Marlene making strides everywhere. In NASCAR, just because one person's the captain doesn't mean they don't support the team. And Taki is being coached by Marlene in 120, and so Team Marlene is already making humongous strides in the opening runs of day one of the first qualifier. We're so spoiled.
No, you know, like I don't know. And like in an event so long, I was ready for everybody to warm up for a bit, you know. I figured everyone would be like drinking their coffee, just like getting ready, but it looks like everyone's chomping at the bit, ready for this to go. This is kind of nuts. Everybody's on a run, dude.
There's too many runs.
It's everybody. Like, what the heck? This is so hype right now.
Even Rizzy's also on PB pace. It looks like 3 seconds in HMC 100 right now. I don't know. Looks like their PB was a 240. So, and the blue coin's a homie. Did you see that, Pando?
Holy, you love to see that. Rizzy's got to be pumped up after that.
Wonderfully done. Rizzy's still on PB pace. You know what, guys? Even if we don't necessarily see a lot of world record pacer runs or a whole lot of epic 139 or less, the most important thing is we've got so many members of the Mario 64 community coming together to get their moment in the spotlight, and we can root for each other just to finally get their share of the spotlight and also get some PBs. That's what I'm hoping we can see here, Pando, is at least a handful of PBs from some of these guys.
Yeah, man, and like at at the very least, like I think this competition is so hype, and I think that it's something the community like really enjoys and kind of like rallies around to celebrate in a way. And I really think that events like this directly push the game and the category even farther. And I think it's really cool. I think it's really special there. We got Marlene going to hit early Ellie's here in Fire C. Um, and like we mentioned before, they got about 20 seconds of time saving here. So I would love to see them finish this up nice and clean.
Ooh, not only do we click on the run GG and check out the standings, it's also important to refresh because I'm just now seeing a handful of new names coming in here, Pando. We've got, well, I'll just shout outs to the names that are currently running that we haven't had a chance to see here yet. Shout outs to Wolf Ovis, Space Miner 321, Low Appeal, who was formerly Mosaic Shrapnel, formerly known as Low Appeal, deciding to go back to their roots. Love to see it, Low. Shout outs, buddy.
Ooh, cool.
Super Viper T302, Genix 7, Jaquarium, Cryptic 80, who is also going to be doing the Kano route, so hopefully we'll get to see some Cryptic runs taking place. And finally, we've got the big dogs, Simply and Puncation, starting runs.
This is hype. Just looking at all these names, man, it's kind of wild. I do think it's worth noting we've got some runners here who have like maybe historically mained other categories like Jaquarium. I think for the past couple years has really been like a 70-star runner, and ever since hitting some solid 47 benchmarks, it looks like he is he is really kind of like putting his money into the 120 bank here. I'm really excited to see how JQ is able to get his time down over the course of this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen JQ do a 120-star grind before. He got a 146.53, I want to say, before making the return to 70, where I believe he was on the grind for the 47 to 3x, but unfortunately did not meet the mark. He did shave his head hilariously. Shoutouts to the Mayor Mix. But now he's here in 120 star, and it looks like he might be here to stay because he's since lowered his PB to a 143.51 or 52, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, kind of nuts. TBH. We've got Marlene here, who's still on a deep run, gonna be slapping down that chip clip on the way to their final star before they head upstairs here. Really eager to see what kind of time we are looking at.
Commentators stepped away from the mic for a brief second to get a water bottle, and I heard there was an announcement. Pando, did we miss anything?
Oh, it looks like we are going to be taking a short break here in a moment. It looks like Marlene going to get a door touch of 103.08. Pretty hype, going upstairs in the green, and we will be back in just a moment.
All right, don't go away.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We have returned, and these runs are a scorching here. We got Marlene looking to wrap up THI 100 coin here, and they have been holding it down upstairs so far, coming out of Wet Dry World. About 6.7 in the green. No sicko kick, unfortunately, but we are still blasting. I'm joined here by the legendary West Dog. Wes, how you feeling after break?
Feeling relaxed and refreshed, Pando. Got a moment to walk around and get the blood flowing. I am trying to stand more in commentary so that way we can exert more power naturally in our voices. But it does feel good to at least move around and get the blood pumping as Callie is attempting the waterless 7th red coin, and he gets it. Can he cap it off with a triple jump dive? And he does. And Kano taking a death in SSL for the 2nd time, and this is where the biggest question mark in his route comes into play. Most people elect to go for basement very early in the run due to incidents like this. Taking the death in the basement is basically a run killer, and now we've seen Kano die twice. I wonder, honestly, how much longer he may continue to run his specific route.
We will see. Only time will tell. But SSL is really just a brutal level at every level of the game. So to say, very unforgiving stage. So we'll see if it ends up being worth it for Kano to get the other things out of the way first. But you never know. I do have to say that waterless strat by Callie was really cool.
And I was definitely not expecting to see this coming back from Break, Pando. We see Marlene saved 6.2 seconds in Wet Dry World. They are already comparing against the community best upstairs time of a 34:49, and they're saving time.
No, Marlene's kind of popping off right now. I was starting to get butterflies in my tummy for this Marlene run, man. He's doing work. Well, we do see like many runs across the board, kind of holding it down. Markinator, Ataki, looks like Rizzy as well, and Callie kind of styling in DDD.
It's just a reminder to all of the folks at home. This is an open qualifier event. Anybody and everybody is welcome to participate, regardless of skill level or personal best time. This is open to everybody. This isn't just a set list of competitors like last season. Anybody has their chance to shine big in the GSA spotlights.
And that is the that's just as hype as it gets.
Marlene, oh my goodness, pole violence, something I don't think I've ever seen before in this game.
Dude, look at this time. Marlene still flying, coming out of THI in the green. Let's see how TTM is gonna be shaping up here.
Looks like they did lose 11 seconds to their gold, so PB is going to be very tight to work against here. But I've got some faith. I highly doubt this will be a 137, but imagine just first run out of the gates, hopefully no long-term commentator's curse. Imagine Marlene just shocks the world by delivering a 138 on the very first run of the event.
Yeah, this is yeah, I mean this is really a best case scenario for anyone trying to enjoy some hype 120 action right now. right off the bat, we've got an absolute scorcher of a run, and it's gone pretty deep so far. There we go. Kano, even with the troubles in SSL, is going to keep the run going. And I wonder, kind of like we talked about earlier, if this could be a run that Kano is just trying to get down, like even with a mistake here and there, to see what kind of time he's capable of, I suppose.
Yeah, it is. It is going to be hard to gauge just how far along the run Kano is, just because he's taken a radically different route compared to the norm, with different star counts. So, 55 minutes in LLL. He said, "All right, yeah, his goal was a sub 145, as you did mention earlier, Pando. He does got it listed there on the screen. So, I think this might still have sub 145 potential, all things considered."
Very, very nice.
As Cali is still in the blue, I guess, on their splits, comparing to that 140 flat. So this is still a potential 139 from Cali. Isn't it just amazing how someone can struggle to hit a minute barrier for so long, and the moment they finally break through, it just unleashes a floodgate of so many runs at said minute barrier?
It's pretty hype. I don't know. Sometimes like a specific barrier like that can be really tough. And even though there's plenty of times where a runner will be capable of breaking that minute barrier for a while, and it gets in their head, and it's tough. But as soon as you take it down, you take it even further, and you start popping off. It's like, in the end, it's just an arbitrary number, but it really means a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Solid stuff so far from Marlene and GTM. They're really kind of just flying here. Going to be finishing it up with the 100 coin here. I don't know. This is nuts, dude. We're like we're not even 2 hours into the event, and we've already got a run on like 137 pace, like so deep, bro.
Yeah, this is literally the very first run of the event. Marlene was the first person to start running, and this is that very run they begun the day with. No resets, no game crashes. This is the very first run, and it is undoubtedly one of the most wicked pacers I have seen in one of these events so far.
Yeah, it's I don't know. There are not many people who have ever gotten a 137. So to be kind of, in that realm, in a competition scenario like this is just kind of nuts to begin with.
All right, 98 coins coming out of the slide here for Marlene. They're going to need to go for the double Bob destruction. Wonder if they're going to just take them out individually or pair them together. They are going to pair them together. Coin RNG not being so kind as they're taking them away from the red coin star, but it looks like they should be... Yeah, they're going to lose some time, but they might just still very much be in the green. But when they get out... Oh, this is close. Oh!
Not yeah, not too bad. Not too bad.
Still a great pacer, and oh my god. Pando. Okay, hear me out. Marlene is on a 137 pace. This is undoubtedly epic and probably worthy of the spotlight here. But Taki, Team Marlene Taki, who had a 141.34 coming into today, is in DDD 100, and they are 54 seconds ahead of their PB right now.
Holy bones.
Their best possible time is a mid 138. Realistically, this could be a 139, 140 pacer for Taki.
Taki's making moves right now, dude. And I like that that coin route there for the beginning of DDD 100. That was really cool.
Whew. There's just so much excitement brewing over these first couple of hours. I don't know how I can contain myself right now.
Yeah, man. I don't know. This is crazy. I mean, we've got some deep runs here. People are really trying to get a run down early, but what's even cooler is that like these are good runs, man. Like it's not just like getting a rundown for the sake of getting a rundown. Like everyone's kind of flying today.
And we're also seeing a first appearance here from Genix7 on the bottom right section of the screen there. Welcome on in, Genix. They're now about halfway through their run as they go through BBH, and it looks like comparing to their balanced splits, they are almost 30 seconds ahead of their personal best of a 145.35. What is with all the pacers?
That's what I'm saying, man. This is very very hype right off the bat. I don't know if if this is how it's going today. I think if this is how it's going today and tomorrow, I think we're gonna be all in for a treat here. All right, here it is, SL100 for Marlene here. Pretty good RNG on that that first coin bag there. What the heck?
Besides that one coin trying to get away from the bunch, those other three were very cooperative. So yeah, very good start. Ah, Igloo.
My gosh. This is one of the more RNG heavy 100 coin routes in the game. It's you know, you can be either blessed or cursed by these coins here. So we're all going to be hoping for the best for Marlene, cuz this is a great run so far.
Unfortunately, commentator may have thrown a curse towards the direction of Taki. Unfortunately, they lost a minute of time in the DDD 100. A commentator's curse apparently is a very real thing. I will try to keep the hype talks to a minimum.
It's not real. We hold no responsibility.
Coin? Oh, okay. Not so friendly on this coin bag. Oh my, they are all over the place.
Gonna be scooping them up all right in the end, but that was not ideal by any means.
Yeah, so it's pretty much looking like the 137 is going to be dead after this Snowman's Land split, but this is still a very, very epic low to mid 138 pace right now for Marlene to kick off Season 2 of the Speedrun World Record Circuit.
Yeah, we're really going for it right off the bat. Like that, I don't know. Marlene has got to feel pretty good as they hit that Wilco clip, man. Like I don't know. It's to be a great run to get down early for Marlene. I'd love to see him keep holding it down.
They have 11 seconds of time save here. They may not have gotten Wilco clip in their personal best, so they might actually have a very slight chance of coming out in the green, or at the very minimum with some solid time save.
That's kind of sick.
You meaning to tell me they got a 34-49 upstairs without Wilco clip? What the heck, man?
Yeah, this is I don't know, I'd say this is kind of nuts here.
Oh, they grabbed onto the vine there. So wait, yeah,
No!
they needed the box to triple jump off of it in order to go grab that 8th and final red coin. So yeah, unfortunately, that's a major time loss. This should be enough height to grab it. Okay. Stupid vine. There's a reason why it got shut down.
Oh no, that's absolutely brutal. Marlene, still going the distance here, but that is rough. That is not a backup you want to have to do there.
Ooh. I am now seeing Panda. We've got more names joining in here. We've got Fleeting Gene Azure joining us in here. Not on screen, but participating according to the run. And we've got 2 more big dogs in Liam and Cheese now also participating.
Let's go, Gene! You love to see it though. One by one, everyone's showing up. This is kind of a big deal, man. It's a big day for Mario. This is a huge event. Oof. Tough backup though for Marlene there, and the rest of the cloud stage was just looking great, especially after hitting that Wilco clip. It's a bit of a rough go, but they seem to be ready to close it out in style.
You know, Panda, let me ask you this. Assuming this run is going to finish out regardless for Marlene here, do you think they're going to continue to run after this, or do you think they will call it a day and assume that they are going to be holding a near top position?
I don't know. I think someone in chat mentioned that right around the beginning of the event that it was already midnight in Japan. So I wonder if they've adjusted the sleep schedule for this, if they're just looking to maybe throw down early or what. But it'll be interesting to see, because it's not just today. We've got tomorrow as well, a full day of Mario. So I really wonder.
Right, it looks like we're getting our first donation here of the day. $50 coming in from Anonymous. Anonymous,
Woo!
thank you for the $50 to contribute towards the goal. What a backup wall kick from Marlene.
That looks scary to me, heading towards that star, but they clearly know what they're doing, and they're going to be moving forward after a successful backup there.
Now, just a reminder, folks, this is, of course, brought to you by the Urban Arts Foundation. Urban Arts is, again, one of our sponsors for Speedrun World Record Circuit Season 2. And any donations coming in today that are $20 or greater puts you in the running to win a brand new Nintendo Switch. I believe even if you want to donate anonymously, if you provide your email address, you'll still be in the running for a Nintendo Switch. So best of luck to anybody who may choose to participate in the giveaway. At the very minimum, thank you for helping out the kids and the crew at Urban Arts Foundation. We love them all tremendously.
Indeed. Pretty legendary, if you ask me. Looks like Marlene is going to be finishing up TTC here with a stationary reds. We've got Callie finishing up the race plus 100 coin in THI. This is I don't know. This is cool. Look at all the runs that are over an hour deep right now, man. Like, what the heck?
Right?
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, so it looks like Genix is in the red right now, unfortunately, after that DD 100. Marketeer is a little in the red, so no PB Pacers, unfortunately, going on. It looks like perhaps, even though the curse may not be real to Pando, it is very real to me. I feel I can feel the pain of losing a PB right now from all of these runners. Oh, is Marlene's going for... Okay, I thought with their camera setup, they were about to try the triple jump dive for a second there, but no, just a typical long jump.
That'd be nutty, Does, I know I've seen him do it before. Does Callie do that? Is that, like, regs o'clock for Callie, or...
Yeah, that is regs o'clock and regs 30 for Callie. It seems whenever he gets a run fairly deep, that is something that he is willing to go for.
Very cool. That was a dude. I don't know. I just keep seeing like the coolest slide kicks from Marlene. Maybe missing the coin, their final red coin with that one. But I don't know. I think slide kick might be my favorite like move, like one of Mario's moves, I guess.
You know, it's a move I've mostly seen utilized for the beginner to intermediate players in Tall Mountain when they're going for the waterfall star, but Marlene apparently put it on display just how useful slide kicks really can be for positioning yourself for a well-timed, well-executed ledge grab.
Indeed, indeed.
And now we take a journey along the magic carpet ride here in Rainbow Ride as Callie does his thing with the triple jump wall kick off the mountain, off the cage, and grabs Yukiki.
I'm interested to see what kind of carpet tricks Marlene will be doing here. They haven't done any yet. I'm a bit confused by that. Ooh, yeah, there you go. This is a cool wall kick from Marlene. Love to see it. Ooh, some punch tricks. This is sick. Marlene is popping off right now in this moment.
This is where I wish we had a jam band somewhere in the commentator's booth or just in general to help kill the time as we take a ride along the carpet.
Dude, I know chat's probably feeling a little bit thirsty in this moment right now, and I can agree. I can relate myself. There we go, dude. Marlene's got the moves. All right, we've got some deep runs here, folks. Callie looks to be making work of TTM 100 coin right now. We've got Kano finishing up THI. This is pretty sick, man.
It looks like Kano's now on track for the rest of the run regularly, I think, in terms of star count now that they are upstairs. And yeah, still lots of runs taking place. We got all the runs that are deep currently featured on the screen. But guys, reminder, make sure to check out the link at ! standings in the chat so you can follow along with all runners who are participating in the event today. There may be even some of your favorite runners who are playing right now and you may not know it.
Indeed. This is I mean, it's just one of the coolest parts is that literally anyone can participate in this event.
Oh my god. Pando.
Uh-huh.
We've got the legends, Widit and D whatever, who have now started running.
Let's go, dude. Heck yeah. That's what I'm talking about, man. We got two titans of the game rolling through right now. Do you know D's 120 PB?
140.45, I believe. No, 140.25, excuse me.
140.25. Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah. They set that PB 3 years ago, and maybe, just maybe, we can see him join the 139 club if we're lucky.
Yeah, I believe it. I don't know. D's one of those dudes that like I just really enjoy watching play Mario. Like that he moves Mario really cool. You know, like he's so fast and a pleasure to watch.
It's D. Whatever.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, 1 star left to go here for Marlene. Just a casual swinging in the breeze. And we're going to see the conclusion of the very first run of the day here. All right, yeah, so they got 3 seconds of time save. So they realistically looks like they will be looking at a mid 138 best possible time, making their way into Bowser in the Sky.
I'm gonna be entirely honest, dude. Like this early in the day, this early in qualifiers, to get a run this deep of such quality is absolute madness. And here we go. Marlene heading up the final staircase into Bowser in the Sky. 8 more red coins, 1 more star, and 3 throws for Marlene to complete the first run of this year's 120 competition. I cannot believe it. This is what I'm talking about, West Dog.
This is absolutely fire, Pandos. I'm trying to spam this emote in the chat as my copy and paste won't work. This is fire. This is an absolute fire start to this event. Oh my gosh, Marlene taking a spill.
Marlene going to be losing a bit of time here, still on pace for something gnarly, though. You got to imagine throwing down a 138 this early in the competition has got to be just that's a sign to everyone that Marlene is here to game.
Nice quick pole grab. I'm taking a peek at Callie's feed. He got some really good coin RNG from the money bag there. Spin drift, not so kind, but we'll have to come back to Callie here in a little bit. Right now, all focus is on Marlene as they now collect the 120th star, and now 3 throws separates them from the first completed run of the day and a undoubted first place positioning.
Dude, I swear to gosh, if the first run of the day, literal first run of the day started, finishes, and is a 138, dude, come on, man. That's 1 for Marlene. That's 2 for Marlene. Can they connect with the 3rd?
Boom, baby!
Woo! Love to see it. The first run of the day is a 138, folks. Talk about setting the bar high. The rest of these runners are gonna have to go absolutely nuts if they want to compete with this 138.38 from Marlene.
Absolutely insane. I honestly couldn't. I don't have anything else. Pando described it perfectly. We've seen plenty of 138s here in the Speedrun World Record circuit, but never to start out an event like this. Marlene really coming in as the dark horse, letting them know they may be on the other side of the world, but they are ready to make an impact on us all here in the Speedrun World Record circuit. And of course, guys, not only are they all just competing, they're streaming live on their Twitch channel. So please, if you enjoyed the run and want to see more potential goatness, whoops, I accidentally hit the wrong command there. See more potential goatness, please go give all of these users a follow on their channels. Marlene at Marlene_3521 here on Twitch.
So hype, man. So hype. And like, it wasn't that long ago that Ouija broke the 120 world record with an absolutely insane run. And I feel like, you know, in that moment, I was like, all right, well, you know, 120's done for a while. Looks like old Ouija did it again, you know. But from what we've seen recently, even just today, I feel like there's so much buzz around so many runners in 120. Like watching Marlene today, everyone talking about the runs that Parsy's been on, seeing the runs that Liam's been putting together, just being on absolute nutty pace, like night after night. I really think that we are going to see the 120 world record be broken, maybe sooner than we initially expected. Callie going to have to pull off a little backup here in the cloud stage, does it successfully, and it's it's just a hype day in Mario, West Dog.
Yeah, I just popped into Marlene's chat here for a second, and their reaction inside of the chat right after the run was completed was, and I quote, "Okay, not bad."
You love to see it. A run that I myself would kill for is not bad out of the legend Marlene themselves.
All right, I'm so glad we are doing this broadcasting gig virtually here. I am very afraid to be around Pando. I do not want to be the victim of a potential manslaughter in the name of a 138.
I'm just telling you, Wes, if I get the opportunity to kill for a run like Marlene just got, you're the first guy I'm coming for, man, so look out! Woo! No, I couldn't do it. You're too much of a international Mario treasure yourself, Wes. I could never.
Apparently, Pando, the co-commentator, might be experiencing some bipolar disorder in the booth here, going from wanting to kill me to absolutely loving me. I don't know how to feel right now.
Just don't cross me, Wes, and we'll be fine, all right?
Okay.
You think we're going to see another 138 today?
Oh, man. What is up with these really deep philosophical questions, Pando? You're putting me on the spot so much. First it was, oh, who's gonna have world record? And now, are we gonna see another 138? My God, why don't you just ask me, what is the role of free will in human decision-making while you're at it?
I mean, hey, man, we got the most brilliant minds in 120-star Mario. Seem to all be throwing down today. Like, we could see what if we saw 137 today, man? Like, I don't know. I'm just saying.
Okay, I think you're a little too high on the hype there, my friend.
It may be. You never know. It's once the paces start going, once the hype begins, it's tough to shake it, man. And just looking at all these runs we've seen so far today, I'm absolutely fired up. Kano, gonna take some devastating RNG there with 2 out of 3 coins gonna be scooting around. Wait, what?
He's doing the Callie approach where he saves the 8th red coin for last.
Oh, okay. Still needed to get an extra, but I was definitely confused in that moment.
I guess to actually take the question seriously now for a moment. I don't know if we're gonna see a 138. It's I honestly don't know if we are capable of seeing a 138. We've got a whole lot of runners capable of pulling one off. So the likelihood is definitely higher than it would have been at this time last year for SRWC. But at the very minimum, Pando, I will say that we're gonna see at least 1, if not 2, 139s.
I like that. That is pretty cool. That is pretty hype. We I think it's worth noting that we've got the homie Liam here now in the corner.
What the
coming out with a run. He's 13 seconds in the green heading
How?
into Bob, dude.
How? Why is Liam so good?
Dude, he's nuts, man. And like I don't know, it is notable like how much he has been on the grind recently, man. And it's not like he's doing like short stream here and there. Like he has been putting in long hours, like doing a lot of runs. It's been really hype, and he got a PB recently that, I mean, especially at the end of the run, just has a lot of opportunity to really get a solid time.
All right. Well, we will. Unfortunately, we're going to be out of the booth by the time Liam gets a run going. Unfortunately, but that's definitely something to very much be hyped for in the background. It looks like we'll at least be getting one more completed run with Callie, maybe even two with Kano if he gets this. I don't know if this is going to 140 for Kano, so we'll at least get a Callie completed run before we're out of the booth here. As he just now makes his way into Rainbow Ride.
Very, very nice. And this is like, I don't know. I said it before earlier, and I'll say it now. This has been a long time coming for Kano. These are his first 120 runs since starting that like absolute madness of a grind. I believe last year, and I think that this is, I don't know. This has been a big deal. I think that Kano has historically been a part of like multiple categories at the absolute highest level. He's held multiple world records. So to see him kind of throw his hat into the ring for this 120 journey is really exciting. He's got a cool entry to the igloo here too. Like I don't know. I'm enjoying some of these Kano strats that we're seeing.
Wonder why Callie decided to pick up the extra red coin there in the maze. Well, it seems like we are getting some audio, so all audio from the stream is played. So hopefully Callie is not one to start dropping massive swear word bombs.
You might say like the F word. You might say fart on stream. Oh my god! Actually, I'm so sorry. Oh
Pando, how could you?
I'm so sorry, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm embarrassed.
Oh my god.
Dude, look at that down there. A mighty 138.38 from Marlene, dude. The only finished run, bro, is a 138.
Yeah. I mean, you guys might have heard us talking about how that was literally the first run of the day. Yes, there are a lot of people who are all in their first runs of the day, but to reiterate, literally from the word go, the very moment that this event was ready to start, Marlene was off and running. While others were warming up or getting their streams fired up, Marlene literally started their run the moment that we were told to begin. So Marlene completed the very first run of the day today with a 138.38 Callie. What are you doing?
Let's go, Callie!
Oh my god, man. Come on.
Bro, I'm gonna use that one. That was pretty sick, dude. Callie's straight up playing with our emotions today, man. You love to see it.
Goodness gracious. Kano with the instant BLJ Wilco clip. Very nice.
Oh my god, dude. I don't know, man. Just the caliber of Mario that we're seeing, like all these players are just a pleasure to watch, dude. Like Marlene, Callie, Kano. I don't know, man. Like days like this are just really inspiring and motivational, I would say, in the community of Mario here.
You know, honestly, we could have picked a better time to start qualifiers, Pando, because it is March, and because we've got March Madness going on in the sports world, people also like to take this to call it Mario Madness for all the grinds in speedrunning. So glad we could start the qualifiers in the middle of the Mario Madness 2023.
It's nice, man. It's very, very nice. I'm pumped up.
Mm-hmm.
We got Liam doing doing his Bob 100 coin star here. I don't know, man. Liam's an absolute madman. He's been on some crazy pace recently.
That's true.
Ooh.
I did forget that.
Did he just miss
correct
that
me if
red coin?
I'm not sure. I hope he didn't.
No. Okay. Cool. Oh yeah.
Oh, he did. Very rare error there from Liam.
Yeah. Not ideal.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, Panda. Wasn't his he just got a brand new personal best of 1 hour, 37 minutes, and 48 seconds within the last week. And wasn't it on world record pace up until Bowser in the Sky?
It was on world record pace up until Bits. Yes, it was an incredible run. He ran into some trouble, ended up having a couple missed throws, but I think into throws it was like even still looking pretty nutty. But you know, I can only imagine what it's like to be there in that position with a controller in your hand. You know.
You are telling me he missed not one, but 2 throws, and he
Yeah, man.
still got a 137 4x?
Yeah, man.
Liam is just not fair, man.
Yeah, Liam's nuts. Yeah, 137 OX in bits. It was wild.
Wow. Okay, so not only just the missed throws, but it looks like a couple mishaps. Yeah, I can only imagine, even for somebody like Liam, the nerves must have just gotten to him. But hey, speaking of nerves, we've now got Callie on his way to Bowser in the Sky to close out his first run and get that second place. Let's see how Bits Reds treats him. I'm praying for a good pull.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this ends up. And it's like I don't know. Like Callie's fast as heck. We know Callie could pull up a legendary time here. I'm sure he believes he could do a bit better than this, but like this is such a good run this early in the competition. Like, but he on pace for a very very low 140 here. It's like I don't know what more can you ask for, really? Like day one, first run, like like that's.
Well, apparently you can ask for a 138.
I guess you can if you're Marlene, right? Oh my god, man.
All right. Well, I would also like to, while I've got a moment in the booth, I'd like to express my apologies quickly to Callie. I gave them shit for losing 15 seconds on the poll, and last night when I was at a bingo match, I literally lost 20 seconds on the poll and lost my game too. So, frankly, karma is a B. My sincerest apologies. Looks like the poll was great to Callie here. Let's hope Throws can do the same as he's looking to close out with a solid 140. That's one.
Yeah, man. Here we are. Callie going for throw number 2. It's going to connect. This is going to be the second completed run here in the competition.
Oh.
Throw number 3 going to miss, unfortunately.
What if he connects here? That looking like it will be a 140-19, maybe a 140-20 once it's all said and done.
And there we go. We've got multiple runs on the screen going deep right now. Callie going to be finishing up with a 140-19, a very, very solid second place performance there. And I really think on any other day, a run that fast would have stayed first place for a while, but the competitors today are showing that they are they're ready to compete and they are ready to throw down. I think at this point we are going to be, you know, taking a little break here. After which you will be joined by Mr. Wah and Warning Track. But West Dog, my man, I had such a great time rocking comms with you today. I always do. Very excited for the rest of the tournament, my man. How you feeling?
Honestly, could not have asked for a much better start here, Pando. We got to see sprinkles of everybody in the community come together for this qualifier. We got 2 epic runs to begin this tournament out with, starting pretty much setting the bar extremely high. And there's only 6+ hours more of Mario left to go, potentially 7+ hours of Mario left to go. If we can reach that donation goal of $1,500, we're only $950 away. But guys, thank you for joining us here in the opening segment here. This is West Dog and Pando signing out. You're going to be joined here by Shicely and the Mr. Wah coming up. Pando, any final words as we head out?
No, you know, I really just had a great time. I hope, you know, hope everyone enjoys the rest of the competition. It's gonna be wild. So buckle up.
Yeah, don't go away. We'll be right back after these messages.
Now he goes for the triple. Jump dive!
Three! Unbelievable! Yes! Unbelievable! So clutch. So clutch. Held on to that first place time for over 2 days and able to clutch this time. First place time back from Liam.
Welcome back, Mario fans, to this fantastic 120-star tournament. We've got some races underway. I say races, just runs underway. I'm the Mr. War, and joining me now in the booth is Warning Track. How you doing?
I'm excited. Early on, they were trying to figure out, who's going to commentate what block of time, and I thought about taking the first block, and I don't know about you, but I kind of wish I had now because that was sick.
Yeah, I was watching. So we've had 2 runs already. We've got 2 times on the board. We've got Marlene and we've got Callie. Marlene from the beginning was just popping off.
Yeah, they
And
came to play.
I have never seen so much hype for it. And then we've had Callie, who came in with a 1 hour 40, which is a really respectable time. As they said, should have been a first place time if this was last year or any time earlier. But the competition has been heating up. It has been outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Like, comparing it to the previous years is kind of all you can do, because that's the only way you're going to get context for how good these runs are getting. Like, this is a ridiculously competitive category. 3 years ago, the record was I think it was like a 138.51, and today, that exact same time barely gets you in the top 10.
Yeah, and right now, sorry to change the subject, we do have Kano finishing up a run, currently with a 143. We should be heading into the fight on a 143.12. Sorry, 143.20. I'm in 70-star brain at the moment.
I've been doing the exact same thing, but I've been in 16-star brain the whole time. So, I literally look up and I go, HMC exit at 48. That's terrible. It's supposed to be like 10. But yeah, Kano, so a lot of you know Kano's name, even though you don't seem to do 120-star a lot. This may not look like a ridiculous time up front, but this is Kano getting into 120-star, because we'll get into this later, but he has an inverse relationship with star runs, where the lower the star count mode, the better his ranking.
Yep, those sort of things. But it's very important as well, because you see we've got 143.42 at the moment in the middle of throws. That's not really going to matter so much, because it puts a time on the board. It sets a benchmark for what you need to beat. I'm seeing a lot of runners comparing against their PB splits. Wow. I'm surprised we don't see people with just event splits. Did a practice run, got a split to compare to from there, and then work to fix it. So you can tell the dedication here that these guys are gunning, not just for a top spot, but for PB as well. And GG to Kano for finishing that on a 144.05.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a de facto PB. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think he's even submitted a 120 run to speedrun.com yet. He's ranked in every right. It's automatically a PB no matter. It could be 4 hours. It wouldn't matter. It'd still be a PB. So he's dipping his toe into these waters. I mentioned an inverse relationship with star runs. Just very briefly, he's 15th in 70 star. He's 6th in 16 star. He's 2nd in 1 star, and he's 1st in 0 star. So as the stars get lower, his ranking gets higher. So this is easily as far out of his comfort zone as he can kind of be without playing a different game entirely.
Yeah, and now we've got Taki. I probably butchered that name, but we've got Taki now in Sky as well. We'll be finishing up their run.
Yeah, Taki is very much up and coming in this category. Absolutely someone to watch over the next year in particular, and hey, maybe even over the next weekend.
I got it right. Let's go.
Oh, got it in 1. Not bad. By the way, I do want to warn chat, you and we can get pretty excited. I don't know if we're going to be able to match Wes and Pando for hype, though. Let's be realistic here. I don't have, a Monster Energy drink IV setup or anything, so I don't know if I can do that.
Hey, look, all I can tell you is that this is going to be a British level of excitement.
Ooh, I don't even know what that means.
I'm guessing... applause.
Okay, I was going to say polite applause. golf clap. Golf clap. So if you raise your voice, it's a freak out.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, got it.
Where's Pando comms are hard to fight against. We don't fight against. We work with.
Oh yeah, no, we're gonna go the other way. We're gonna try to be really deep and analytical. All those philosophical questions Pando was asking, we're gonna try to answer those, right?
Oh, just saw Genix having a bit of an issue there with the lack to bounce. Gonna be backing that up with red coins. Standard back up there.
I'm not even sure. Have we really even seen any notable resets yet? I know some of these runs in other events, they'll say no reset run off the top. They don't usually do that with 120 for obvious reasons, right? But I feel like everyone's kind of forcing themselves to do a full one anyway.
Yeah, I mean, even if we look at Markinator even stopped for a moment and kind of just stopped. We're there with 1 minute behind. You'd think that, especially when you hit the 1 minute, 2 minute behind, if you're running regularly, you'd go for a reset. But we are still early on in the day, so it makes sense that they're not resetting.
No, I agree. I think it's kind of cool. I like it as like an opening kind of salvo. And also, like, I've said this at basically every Mario event I've ever cast, but like, if you have a really good run going, especially at 120 star, 70 star, one of the longer runs, you don't want like the first time you do certain things to be on that high pressure pacer run, right? You want it to be in muscle memory before that at lower stakes so that you don't have to do this thing you haven't done all day when it matters the most. Like, that's not a good situation to be in mentally.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Also, another thing to think about, where people are asking, how do you get points? Only the top seller can qualify. Questions like this. Well, allow me to answer those questions for you if you have just joined us for whatever reason. Over the next 3 qualifiers, that is one this month, one next month, and another one, the date of which eludes me. The top 7 in the overall standings after all 3 qualifiers are the winners. If you're playing on the Nintendo 64, that is what gives you the chance to win. And the point distribution is based on the top 15 runners of the weekends. So if you have the top time at the weekend, you'll get the most points. Second top time, you get the second most points, and then they will add on over the course of those 3 events. And then the overall top 7 runners will get their prize.
Yeah, an expenses-paid trip, I think flights included, to compete in the grand finals at Pace in July. And if you want more information about that, it's start.gg/pace.
Fantastic. Yep, exactly. And I'm very excited for Pace.
You could meet Mr. Wah, everybody. Maybe me too, but definitely Mr. Wah.
Yeah, exactly. You can meet some random British guy you've never heard of before.
I was going to say, the real attraction, certainly.
But now we have Super Viper T, Markinator, and Rizzy all in Sky, finishing up their runs. We're going to get 3 more times on the board.
Very, very hype. Yeah, we're right around that point, just a little over the 2-hour mark, where even people start a little later, finishing up those first runs, kind of setting their initial benchmarks, the marks they're going to try to beat the rest of the weekend. Of course, Marlene has already set the mark that maybe, some people are already saying, the very first run for anyone today might be the run they're chasing the rest of the weekend. Like, that's not out of the question.
We definitely saw it in last year's events where we tried to have the runners doing no reset run, and this was the seven participants over the Pace weekend. They do a no reset run, and that really set the benchmark. You know, you saw what the top time is. You saw someone go, "Hey, there we go. We're going to try and bop this time," and then you see people that had finished with like the 7th place time. They'd be like, "Okay, right, we're going to try and go for 6th." So they try and inch their way up the board. Here, it's a free-for-all. There's so many runners. GG's to Super Viper as well, and Rizzy, who have now finished it, and Markinator finishing up on throws. Go on. What are you gonna say?
Well, I mean, first of all, Rizzy, that might not look like a ridiculous time, but that's like 90 seconds within their PB. And I want to let everyone know here, like, if you don't really understand like the mechanics underneath this is all about grind. Most of speedrunning happens in the background. So when you see a world record run, you're not seeing months and months of work. So coming within a minute or 2 of your personal best live is actually like really deeply impressive, because getting an actual personal best on stream is very difficult. But as you said, wide open, anyone can compete in this. I mean, I can't, I'm busy right now, but you, yes you, I'm talking to you, chat, the dude in the shirt out front, you can join right now. You can look at the run.gg for more information.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you ever need any help of setting up for any of the runs, even if you're there going, hey, I can only take part tomorrow, or I can take part next time and see if I can get in. Yes, even you can join the Discord. There are people that are willing to help out. There's a big community. We've seen so many more people joining in the Discord as well, which has been fantastic.
It's a very welcoming community. It's a very positive community. The thing that really gets me is that, obviously there's a lot of competitive people in this community, and nobody likes to lose a world record. But kind of when they do, they're pretty congratulatory to each other. They use it to drive each other. They help each other out. And it's the nature of speedrunning that when you come up with a new technique or something, you just put it out there, right? You just give it away pretty much immediately. You don't try to keep it a secret. You couldn't keep it a secret anyway. But it really is like a group of people whose primary interest is just driving that time lower as a group, not just as like personal glory.
Super Mario 64, and the plumber guy would control light measure. Yeah, how is that weird?
Yes, only
honestly?
plumber guy I can hear about.
Oh, you can still weird.
But also as well, part of the reason that obviously we're here, the entire reason that we're doing this as well is not only just for pace, but also as well for the Urban Arts. Urban Arts is a great educational institution, non-profit organization, helps deliver students multi-year programs teaching arts and technology of game design, and we are trying to make a total of $1,500. We started at $500. There's $950 to go. If we can hit that before the end of scheduled play, all of our runners today will get 1 hour extra time to reset. That is an extra hour you could give your favorite runner to try and hit that top 7 on that leaderboard.
Yeah, and I would say you, in a way, you actually get 4 things when you donate. Like, first of all, you're just doing a good deed, right? You're giving to charity. I've never regretted anything I've ever given away. I've always felt good afterwards, and you will too, whoever's listening. That's number 1. Number 2 is what you said. You can get an extra hour on this stream for your favorite runner, which could really mean like an extra hour and 40 minutes or 2 hours past the time there. The third thing you get is that if you donate at least $20, you might win a Nintendo Switch. And
Exactly.
the fourth thing you get, too, is that it's going towards the next generation of game developers. So it's very plausible that at some point in the future, you're going to play and enjoy a game made by one of these kids. So it is win-win, win-win. That is 4 wins for $20. It's a no-brainer.
Or else you end up with terrible stick figure games made by, I don't know, Warning Track or someone like that.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm a pretty subpar dev, I'll tell you right now. You don't want me making your games. You want these kids making your games. Trust me.
That is a very interesting thing. We currently have 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. We have 24 runners currently signed into the run, taking part on this tournament. We've got some fantastic people. We've got our top 7 board now. So these are the times to beat. These are the times that the rest of our runners are going to need to be doing to try and take a win.
That is, those are some really good starting times. So I mentioned earlier that if you're within, like Rizzy was, about 90 seconds of your personal best, I guess it's closer to 2 minutes. The final time ends up being, but you got Markinator there too, who I think is, let me see here, just about 3 minutes behind his best time. Markinator is like 71st in the world, and by the way, a fellow commentator too. Great commentator, great guy, and as you can see, a great runner. And you got to admire someone kind of coming out of the commentary booth and putting themselves out there like this is a competitor. I am going to be pulling for him all weekend. Very, very cool. I think he was at pace 2022 as well. Unfortunately, I missed him there, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see him there again. Let's see.
Sorry, I was just trying to convince other runners in chat to start running.
Recruiting during the event. My God. Fantastic. They're simply cruising. We don't really have a big screen exactly. The top 3 you can see a little bit bigger. If one of these guys gets on a real pacer, we'll put him on the big screen like we had earlier before. Liam, though, reset, I think, not too long ago, a little over half the way through their run. And Liam, I would say, not like a super hard resetter, not like a Ouija type, who is very aggressive about the reset.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you there. What do you mean Liam is not a super heavy resetter?
Well, I've
seen him be 5 seconds behind and going,
yeah.
Nah, I don't want this run. And he'll reset, and then do it again 25 minutes later. Don't say he's not heavy on the reset.
Maybe I'm just comparing him to like the worst of the worst. Fair enough. It's all relative or whatever. But he made it pretty far into that run, farther than I thought he was going to make at least. And I didn't really see what tripped him up. I don't know if anyone in chat or maybe you happened to see what broke it down there at the end. But he was on a pretty good pace, so I was surprised to see the reset happen.
I'm just seeing GG's to Junix.
It's me, Mario.
What looks of things. Oh yeah, there we go. 147.42.
Oh, not bad. Not bad. These are way better times than I was expecting to see at the beginning of the run. By the way, quick shout out to the donation from Anonymous, $20. That's 2 donations from Anonymous. Let's say probably not the same person, but you can't know for sure. Thank you so much for that. That gets us up to 570 total. And remember, if we get up to 1,500 by the end of the day, we extend the stream by an hour.
Whole hour.
A whole hour. And remember, that's an hour to start another run. They can start a run with 1 second left, and they get to see the entire run out. So it can be closer to 2 extra hours, depending on when it actually happens.
All right, chat. I didn't want to have to pull out the big guns already this early on in the day, but I want to see if anyone is going to jump on a little bit and start a little bit of a donation train going on. I'm going to put $3 in, and I'd like as many people in chat, if you can, to match that $3 donation. We did it last year. You guys came and played on that donation train. Let's see if you guys can do it as well. $3 is all I'm asking at this moment in time. If you've got it spare, use that donate. And let's see how many $3 we can get.
Dono train conductor, Mr. Wah over here. There's a reset right up there in your top left. We're actually not seeing that many. Oh, there's another one from Liam. Yeah, just 3 minutes into that one. Okay, well, I look stupid pretty quick. That's another reset from Liam within minutes of me talking about how he just made his first reset 45 minutes in.
What was that about Liam not...
Yeah, I admitted it. Look, I called myself stupid so that you wouldn't feel tempted to. But
oh, don't worry. I always feel an obligation. I'm British.
You're just going to West Dog pile on me. I get it. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
Well, who do you
I
think
brought it on myself.
Who do you think I learned from?
Markinator, about 6.5 minutes into his. Again, I'm going to be paying a disproportionate amount of attention to Markinator relative to the rest of you because he's one of my absolute favorites. But, I mean, honestly, the main problem I have with this format, it's a great format, but I don't know where to look. There's too much going on. There's too many good runs at any given moment.
Apologies to interrupt you, but I'm going to interrupt you because we've got a few donations in. We've got a $3 donation from Judo Garudo Train. We've got Anonymous with a $15 donation. I love Super Mario Sunshine. I feel dirty just saying those words.
Ooh, old.
And then you've got myself with my $3 for that dono train. Let's see how many more we can get.
Yeah, I called you the conductor of that dono train, but someone beat you to it with the $3. You announced it, and they donated before you got it in. So they're the conductor now.
Yeah, they're the conductor now.
That's fine. We don't care. As long as the train exists, we don't care who's driving it.
You drive on the tracks.
I guess you don't drive a train, do you? Not really.
Incorrect. The job title is a train driver.
Is it really?
Depending on where you are in the world, but yes.
All right, fair enough. I'm learning things. Cheese, of course, running. I'm a little surprised. I kind of just assumed Cheese was going to show up tomorrow night and bang out a 138 out of nowhere because, you know, that's what Cheese does. But no, Cheese up bright and early in this one.
We've got Blake is best one with a $3 donation. Go Liam, chatting.
All right. That's three $3 donations now. We're getting there.
Yeah.
We're getting there. We're up to $5.94. Hey, one more decent donation. 2 small $3 ones like that. We're gonna get 600 even. I love those big round like threshold numbers. That's how you know you're making progress. I wonder about Cheese here. So like Cheese, obviously everyone says it, the GOAT, right? GOAT Cheese is always the joke. But because of like recent events, he's third at 120. And that has got to be a weird feeling for Cheese. Someone who spent more time in first place than I guess everyone else and maybe almost everyone else combined over the last 10 or 15 years. But third now, I wonder if that's why we're seeing him up bright and early. You might have lit a fire under him here.
You know, I think as well, you know, Cheese very much represents, comes along and he represents this channel when there's an event going on. So the fact that he's here both days doesn't surprise me. I wouldn't be surprised to see him tomorrow as well.
I agree. Look, everybody knows about Ouija popping off out of nowhere 4 months ago. Cool. But little less talked about Liam sneaking to second there just 10 days ago.
Well, it's like, because he hides in darkness.
I know, right? Like, there was one guy earlier popped up and he kind of looked like Liam, and I thought, is that Liam? And I thought, no way. There's way too much light in that room. That can't be him. You can barely see him. Liam is just like some eyes basically next to a microphone. That's how you know you're looking at Liam. But that's kind of the thing, Ro, right? Like, I love that these personality types are so different. Liam is so straightforward and unassuming. Cheese is very evocative, very emotional. You know, many destroyed shirts can attest to that. That's become his meme, is the shirt tear. When he breaks a record, he's probably gone through, you know, half a wardrobe at this point with all the records he's broken. But, like, they all come together in this one category, and they push each other, you know, further and farther. I absolutely love it. I love this ridiculous pileup we have in the top 4 here now. And, by the way, that top 4 includes Marlene. Marlene, kind of the newbie here, right? But one of only 4 people with a sub 138.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And something else I'm very excited for. Oh my goodness, hang on a minute. Something I'm even more excited for. Hi, I'm Scott. No, that's the name of the person that donated. $75.69. This guy knew what he was doing. Our total's now at 669.69.
Can't imagine why. Seems totally random and arbitrary to me, but who am I to question the generosity? I know somebody hit start run calc and figured out exactly what they needed to do. I see you.
Nice.
Very nice. Very nice indeed. I don't care how it gets there. I don't care how many memes it takes. The money's going up is for a good cause, and that, my friends, is genuinely nice.
Yeah, something I'm very excited for in this event as well is I'm looking forward, and obviously we had the runners last year at Pace when we did this last year. I kind of, as much as I want to see those runners again, I want to see new blood. I want to see new blood at these events.
No, you make a great point. Like, I'm always torn every year. You want to see the existing storylines. You want to see those continue. You want to see the best of the best. But it's also very hype when someone makes, I call it the leap, right? They make the leap from like a mid-tier runner to that top tier where suddenly you would not be surprised if they challenged for the world record. And that's what we're seeing with players like Marlene. We're seeing, like, at this point, if you told me Marlene was going to be the world record holder in 6 months, I'd be like, yeah, totally plausible. Totally plausible. Of course, you say that a year ago, I'm like, who is that? But that's the point, right? Is there's this constant evolving, like, generation of new players coming in to challenge the old, and that's one of the reasons people freak out about Cheese's, history too, is that it's so rare for a player to stay at or near the top for that long because there's always a young group of hustlers coming up behind you.
Crazy to think, this is a game that came out decades ago.
Yeah, 30 years. It's 30 freaking years.
Was it 93 it came out?
Not exactly, but like we're basically knocking on the door of 30, which is hilarious. It's freaking hilarious. It was 96, so 27 years. My God.
Here we are. We're still going crazy. We're still seeing new strats. We're still seeing records being broken. We've seen games coming out more recently where the speedruns are already optimal and completely optimized. And yet here we are with Mario 64. We're still finding new stuff and still enjoying watching records being broken.
Yeah, and there's a fair chance that this is going to stay that way because you get a certain point in time beyond a certain year. I want to say it's like mid-2000s or maybe around 2010, where games from that point were made with like extensive dev knowledge of the speedrunning community. It wasn't a weird niche thing. You get to the point where people started making games with speedrunning in mind a little bit or in the back of their mind, sometimes even tailored for speedrunning. We've seen that with a few newer games. But this is, so you need a game beyond a certain age to be a game that was developed with speedrunning not really in mind at all. And that kind of creates different opportunities and different types of glitches that you're not going to see on newer games unless they're deliberate. Little commercial break for Punkay. We've had a few of those here and there. Not too bad. Liam has not reset since the last time I made a fool of myself. I was going to say, we're going to be talking about this all weekend now, right? Yeah.
I mean...
Not going to live it down.
Yeah, no, you're not.
Although, again, you got to keep in mind, I got 16 star brain over here. It's a totally different vibe. I do want to talk a little bit more about Kano. They're not on stream right now. I mentioned earlier, like, the inverse relationship between stars and rankings. And if I were like the other 120 runners, I'd be a little nervous. Because if he brings the same kind of skill and focus to 120 that he's brought to literally every other mode, you got to look out. I say this a lot, but, like, I'm sure you agree, speedrunning is largely a mental skill. And the attributes that make you good at a particular game or a particular mode, they transfer pretty well onto other games and modes. So, while talent and skill matter, a huge part of this for the best runners is just which thing they turn their attention towards. Which thing they decide to get good at. So sometimes the guy who takes the record or holds the record is just a reflection of, like, where they invest their time more than anything else. So it really can be the old cliche of, like, who wants it more. And if Kano decides he wants to be good at 120 star, the only mode where he's not already really good, I have every reason to believe he's gonna be. We are still at 669.69 here. Hi, I'm Scott. Oh, yep, that's still the biggest donation since we joined, 75.69.
Yeah, that is the donation to beat now, chat. Someone's gonna need to come in clutch to beat that one.
I think we'll get there. It might be our old friend Anonymous again, but I think we'll get there.
Anonymous, funding the Twitch community since...
Always the top dono, Anonymous. Who is this guy? What a weird name. The most generous person in history, Anonymous. Jeez, rocking the CLG jersey. You love to see it.
A Dark World Death at the beginning. That's another reset. But is that just SMAU or is it small?
I think it's... I always say SMAU, but, like, hey, I could be wrong. Usernames are tough, man. Because I always think smog, you know? I kind of like SMAU, small. Chat will lie to us, I'm sure. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Happening that late into the run. Like, I would say, I mean, tell me if you agree with this. There's a lot more strategy to 120 than there is to 16, right? Because you can deliberately choose to go for those riskier, like, run-killing events earlier to avoid the reset time loss.
Or should we point out the fact that, you know, it's a run that's nearly 10 times in length, so of course there's a lot more strategy to it.
Sure. But, like, I don't always... but I feel like the runners are not always taking that to heart. Like, some of them have their routine, and they don't always go for necessarily... Like, okay, game theory-wise, you'd say the first thing you would do would be the riskiest thing you can do quickly, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you'd ramp that down. There's definitely a general correlation here, but I feel like they don't all do that. For some of them, it seems like it's a comfort or a habit thing, where they get used to doing it one way, and even if it's not the quote-unquote most optimal way, they don't necessarily always do it that way. I think we missed a cheese death followed by a commercial. I guess that's an appropriate time for it.
Oh, as in it froze.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
That is unfortunate. Simply with the coin gathering,
Just
coming around.
As a shout out for another person that finished, not with a top 7 time, but well done to Space Miner 321 that finished with a 225. So congratulations on that one. I hope that you managed to get better runs going forward on the weekend, but do not be disheartened. That's still a pretty decent time.
No, it really is. It's better than I can do, certainly. And that's how it starts. You know, every one of these guys was doing sub 230 at some point and celebrating and pumping their fist, and you should do the same. By the way, another donation, Little Mario 64, $21. We are up to $690.69 now. So one more little $10 donation is going to get us over the 700 mark, and we are making very rapid progress all of a sudden towards that 1,500 total goal.
Yeah, it's absolutely great. We did last year where we said we let people buy a star name for I think it was $1 or $2, and then we made a bit of artwork. It exists somewhere on the internet. I can't remember where I put it, but it's somewhere out there.
Like those star registries you can buy in real life, kind of like that.
Yeah, exactly.
20 star. That's fantastic. Oh, that's such a good idea. That's such a good idea.
It exists somewhere on the internet. I can't remember where I put it. I spent ages making it.
Well, everything exists somewhere on the internet, I guess. Simply looking pretty smooth. Early days. You know, I would have expected that it would take a few runs for everyone to kind of get into it, but that doesn't really seem to be the case. I mean, I feel like we're seeing a shocking number of good runs early here.
Well, I think what we've got to realize as well is, you know, these are 120-star runners. Well, the majority of them are. Some of them are, you know, not as experienced, but they're experienced in other categories. You know, and I think, you know, as knowing that this event is coming up, you know, we've got 3 qualifiers. We've got this one in March. We've got one in April. We've got one in May. You know, people have had time to prepare for it. And I think with the time that we started at a nice time zone for the majority of the world. Majority of the Western world, should I say. So, you know, people have been able to go live a bit beforehand. They've been able to practice off stream. So the fact that people are coming in hot just shows how dedicated this community is.
No, absolutely right. Actually, it is, yeah, you're right, a little late for the eastern part of the world, but actually late enough that they might be able to have a night's sleep and join in by the end, especially if we get to that extra hour. So if you're a Kano fan, you have every reason to donate.
Oh, Puncation having some issues with getting that punch outside. Maybe a couple of coins short, wanting to make sure they can still make it through the room. Shouldn't be too much of an issue because there are other coins you can grab. Just have to be a lot more careful not to miss any more.
Yep, simply swimming, by the way. And I can see him talking. We can't hear him here, but I always find it interesting, too. That's another split between different types of runners. I mentioned some being a little more reserved, some a little more emotional. There's also a split between people who talk during their entire run and those who don't. Like, that's a skill unto itself. Obviously, the streamers are the ones who get in the habit of it, the people who stream a lot or who kind of came up while streaming as opposed to just grinding privately. Because you'll get Simply and Cheese just talking their way through the entire run. And then you'll get Liam or someone who, like, does 16-star, like Slippery Nip, who will basically say nothing for an hour straight sometimes.
It's the same with me. So I started as a 70-star runner. I then moved to 16, and then I moved to randomizer. And I found that anytime I was practicing offline, I'd have to talk to myself because as someone that had done hundreds of hours of this game on stream with people watching and talking to them, the moment I started doing it offline in silence, I just lost focus. See, it's good if you've got that because you can then use your chat interaction as a buffer. As a way to go, hey, I can talk to these guys. It's going to put my mind at ease. It's going to take some of the pressure off.
Yeah, well, it kind of makes you feel like you're there with someone else, right? Like you've got this kind of support, it's conversational. And honestly, like when you're doing anything this often, the role muscle memory plays is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, these guys, I'm sure they're all a little different, but I would bet every single one of them tries to minimize the number of differences over runs. They want to get in the same chair, they want the lighting to be the same, they want the monitor at the same angle, right? They want the controller they're used to. It's one of the reasons that like things like live events can be a big deal, especially if they're not able to bring their own equipment sometimes.
Yep, apologies. Gonna interrupt you in the middle of this. Anonymous with a $6.21 donation. Our total is now $696.90.
Very nice. Again,
Carry
I'm not
on.
gonna complain. I'm not gonna complain. No. Please interrupt me for all meme and/or donations, let alone both combined. But yeah, look, you are grinding these things so much. It is all about muscle memory. It's all about turning the difficult into the routine. So they want to like minimize as many variables as possible. And obviously that makes sense when it's like the chair you're sitting in, or how you're sitting, or your controller, or whatever, like from your house, right, wherever you're most comfortable. But it absolutely applies to what you're saying too. It applies to just if you're in the habit of talking during your runs, then talk during your runs, whether there's someone there or not. Just make it as familiar as possible. I'd say that's good advice too for the people you mentioned, like who are in the kind of 220 range and they're trying to get better. I would say whatever your routine is, like stick to it.
Absolutely. Like if you don't stick to it, or you let yourself drop for whatever reason, you're gonna find yourself struggling. And we can see great runners do great things, but you can see the moment they change something, it becomes a little bit different. I'll use last year with the live event at Pace. The runners still managed to perform amazingly, given they're in a completely different environment. They're sat next to other top runners. They've got a live audience watching them in person as well as online, and they were still able to pull out some fantastic times. So, that's where we see the difference between a person that streams and runs the game and someone that puts their heart and soul into the game.
Yeah, and sometimes it can get even crazier than that. When we were doing some Super Mario Maker 2 work at TwitchCon last October, not only were they sitting next to their competitors, and not only was there a live audience, they could hear us, the commentators, over the loudspeakers describing their failures when they made a mistake, which was pretty awkward, I'm sure. So there's another thing too, knowing that if you screw up, immediately some voice over a loudspeaker is going to call it out.
Yeah. Oh, Simply having some issues with red coins on this stage. Didn't manage to get the lava boost. Had issues grabbing coin number 7, but seems to be clearing it back up for the rest of it.
Yeah, he took a little fall earlier. It was only like 4 or 5 seconds, but there's been several other mistakes that were like 4 or 5 seconds each, kind of strung together here in lava, and it's not too bad, right? In a run of this length, it's not too bad yet, but those things add up for sure. Like we're going to remember this based on that final time. I always do this. If I see a couple mistakes like that in a row, I kind of mentally add them up. What are we talking, 15 or 20? And then you look at the final time, and you can't help but do that little math problem, right? If we took 20 more seconds off, where would they be? It's maddening because there's always something you can point to, but, well, you could say that's our job.
I'm interested here. I saw Turgy do this movement on the slide. This is for CCM hundreds, where before grabbing the last set, will hit against the wall to put themselves going backwards. I'm assuming that's just some optimization there, so you don't have to turn coming out of the slide to jump for the star. If someone could confirm that's the reason as to why, that'd be great.
We have Cheese and Simply both just a little over an hour into their runs, and basically the first runs ended around the time you and I came in. So they're probably the second runs are going to be ending around the time when we leave. So we are not quite we're not quite at the height point yet, but we are getting there, right? We're getting to the point where a lot of these runs are going to end, or if they're still going, it's going to be because they're good enough to finish near one of those top slots.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Of course, some of those exceptions, Cheese is going to finish a lot sooner than that if he continues here because they kind of staggered, right? Not a lot of people started immediately. Some of them came in just a little bit late. We mentioned Cheese early. When we say Cheese is early, we mean for Cheese. He didn't. I'm not sure if he started right on the dot, but he's here early compared to normal.
You saw there was also a bit of an issue there trying to get the rings in DDD. You saw the audible shout from him as he gave up and decided to go for the caps instead.
Yeah, I mean, look, backups, they're big in any of these modes, but they're really big in 120. You need them more than ever. In 16, it's almost like if you're going for more than one backup, you're resetting anyway. 70, a few. But 120, you have to have backups upon backups because there are going to be mistakes. That's the part that honestly freaks my brain out the most, is that, again, I'm mostly used to 16-star. I'm used to, you actually don't see that many mistakes because if you see one or two, the run is over already.
We have hit $700. Thank you, Anonymous, for the $3.10 donation. We're nearly halfway to that goal. The goal is 1,500. We've nearly hit 750.
We're getting there. We're getting there. And by the way, two types of people, right? There's the people who want to make the total a meme, and there's people who want it to be a nice round number like 700. And I'm fine to watch them duke it out all day. Yeah, they're asking a little bit in chat how many hours. Well, I believe it ends at 7, unless we hit $1,500 total. It's $800 more, in which case it gets extended by an hour. And that hour, the extension there, is just for resets. If they reset with 1 second left on the clock, they get to see that run through, win or lose. So we could be here pretty late. I hope we are.
Some people could be here pretty late. I don't think we're here pretty late. But...
No, we're not. No, I was smart enough not to sign up. I have made the mistake, rookie mistake in previous events of like, yeah, I'll take the last hour and kind of forgetting what that means and staying much later than I expected to. But it was, when it does happen though, it is pretty hype and it is worth it.
$6.69. Even numbers are dumb. Thank you very much. Hi, I'm Scott.
Wow. I think that's another one from Hi, I'm Scott. And yes, I have triggered the fight that I hope to trigger. Yes, let's get that rivalry going. Simply is not reset.
She's trying to go for that lovely little triple jump here in Wet Dry World, not connecting. Yep, going for a safer strat.
He's still grinning though. He doesn't look too upset. But oh, dude. No, we good? We good? I don't know. Normally you can tell how well Cheese is going just by how often he's talking to.
That is
or how
true.
often he's grinning.
And we had a reset from Taki as well. Very unfortunate to see.
That is. I want to point out, by the way, that if I'm reading it right, Taki's personal best was yesterday. Or within a day or so. Like I mentioned up-and-comers. Marlene, but Taki absolutely on that list of players like rocketing up the scoreboard. And I have a soft spot for VTubers, I admit.
Yeah, we've got another runner who has entered the battlefield, as I would like to call it. On screen now, we have Widit. Widit is playing against splits of a 152.37 for final splits. Is finishing Lethal Lava Land around 2 minutes 50 ahead of that time, with a best possible time of a 143 being 50 stars in. So this could be another runner to look out for if they can pop off. They might be able to get themselves a nice leaderboard time in the second half of that top 7 leaderboard.
So this is a fun little thing. Widit's personal best is identical down to the second to our very own Markinator. They are tied for 71st in the world.
What are their PBs?
143.52.
Oh, so their PBs are a 143.
Yes, PBs
Ah,
are
so,
143.
so they're comparing against an average. Okay.
I think so. I think so. But I just love that. Down to the second, because I've been talking about Markinator way too much already, but I'll jump on a chance to mention them one more time. That is a fun little coincidence. Yeah, I mean, for me, we all know about the usual names, but I think you touched on it earlier. This is one of the best things about this kind of format is that somebody's going to emerge, right? Someone is going to do something crazy today. Someone always does. You don't know who it's going to be, but there's going to be someone who kind of announces themselves as like a force to be reckoned with, someone to look out for. And like maybe in a year, you're going to look back and say, oh, that was when everyone got wise to how good Marlene was, right?
I'm really sorry to interrupt you once again, but I do need to because it's very, very exciting.
Ooh.
We have 2 donations. We've got Anonymous with a 1231, yep, a 1231, with the comment, I like prime numbers. But not only that, Cryptic80 with the $100 donation. I just want to say, I love my friend Punkay. Smiley face. Thank you so much. $100.
Wow. You hear that, Anonymous? You've been unseated. An actual named person is now the top donator. And by the way, like, obviously my timing is impeccable. I always go off on some little rant just when the donos come in. It's possible they're donating to get me to shut up, in which case I will keep doing it.
Please, guys, donate. Please,
Yeah, please,
help me.
please donate. Please donate, or I'm going to keep talking. I can't help it.
Help
I can't
me.
help.
He's holding me hostage.
Look, if they keep donating every time I talk and you have to interrupt me, fine. That is good. It's for a great cause. That does bring us up, by the way, to $819. The money is absolutely flying in all of a sudden. You guys are amazing. The event is amazing, and it's going to be an even longer amazing event if you keep going at this rate. Thank you so much. Again, it's for Urban Arts, benefits underprivileged game designers. One of the things I really like from their literature, they say that they don't believe that the quality of someone's education should depend on their zip code. But really speaks to me. I grew up in a poor neighborhood, and there are a lot of talented people there who just kind of need just a chance, right? And a lot of them, I'm sure, would love to make video games. And I see it as an investment in the future of games because I want new, interesting games from different types of people, and this is how you get that done. So thank you so much. Please keep giving. It's a genuinely great cause.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As someone, and as you mentioned, to give a bit of history for myself, before I even came onto the online community, I didn't even have a place to live. So as someone who's been in that situation before, to hear that there are people in low-income areas that can have the support to make something of themselves, it warms your heart, especially when you've been in that bad situation yourself. Even if it's not even exactly the same, knowing that there's support for people is fantastic. I wish there was something around in my area that had something like this.
They do something really cool too. So like for their kind of final project, they make a game as a group. Like one of them is the lead designer, one of them is the art designer. Like they don't just like teach them some theory stuff. Like they teach them like real world practical things, and at the end they have to make basically a game together, which is just, I love that pragmatic approach to charity too. I think that's the best way to do it, to not just kind of go, we'll teach you some things and then go figure it out and then we all get to feel good about ourselves. Like no, this is like very functional. It's about actually making games in the real world.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And whilst this has been going on, there have been no other completed runs as of yet. Wait, hang on. I am talking out of my backside. Low Appeal has finished a run with a 1 hour 58:04. Well done to Low Appeal for finishing that run. I look forward to seeing the rest of your runs throughout the weekend. Give yourself a pat on the back. A 1:58, still a sub at 2 hour time. Well done to you.
Yeah, sub 2 hours is fantastic. Don't let the fact that the leaderboard is so ridiculously competitive fool you. Like, sub 2 hour, used to get you in the top 100. Now I think it's like top 200 or something, because that's how hard this is. But that's the point. Like, if you are running this game, you are running, some would say, the most competitive mode in the most competitive speedrunning game right now. Like, maybe you'd say 16 star, I don't know. But the point is, it's one of the absolute toughest in the world. So that is absolutely no joke. You should feel very proud. And every one of those steps is the first step towards becoming the next Cheese, the next Liam, the next whoever.
Or more importantly, being the next you by being the best you can be.
You called it. Absolutely. I mean, I would still take being the next Cheese. I don't need to be the next me. Don't worry about it. I'll take the next Cheese. Thank you very much. I'd be very happy with that. Very happy with that indeed. I mean, I don't think I own enough shirts to make it happen, but And Cheese is still going, too. Still going. Maybe going to see this run through no matter what. Not sure yet. Plenty of time, though.
I'm excited to see Turgy finishing off this 100 coin. Oh! A 10 out of 10 dive. Just, unfortunately, we weren't looking for a dive. We were looking for a landing.
Plunk. Right in the water. Back up on the sub.
See, this is something I can't do. I still can't do front sub. So if I mess this up in my 120 star,
oh yeah, you're in trouble.
I'm going to the rear sub and then coming back up.
I was gonna say it's become standard in 16 star. Like you have to do it now in 16 star. But I guess in 120 you can still make do without. That is crazy though. Like that's the thing, right? The things that are standard in lower star runs, it's always just a matter of time until they become standard in high star runs. Like it seems crazy at first, right? Like to do some kind of like Wilco clip or whatever. But eventually, as the category gets more and more competitive, those things become standard even in 120 star runs, which is horrifying. That's the natural progression of all speedrunning, basically, is that things that they start off as tasks, then they become something that you only see in the top few times, and then they become standard, and if you don't get them, you reset. Like all in the space of a year.
We've got 30 runners at the moment.
Wow.
Yeah.
You hear that, people? You can still join. I mean, look, we can put as many as like 7 up here at a time. So like that's 1 out of 4 runners basically that is running this game right now is up on the big screen. Like you could find yourself there.
One Kitty 617 with a $20 donation. Good karma for Liam's world record.
I love it when the fans get involved, right? And you get dueling, warring donations, cheering for their favorites. But it is, like I said earlier, like very positive and supportive, right? It's never like, I don't want this person to win. It's always, I do want this person to win. It's always positively oriented.
Yeah, and even though I've been saying about how many runners there are at the moment, remember there's a whole weekend of events. Some people will be joining in later, some people will have joined in earlier and then stopped for a bit, taken a break, come back. You know, there's a lot of runners. You know, some of them might be at work right now. They might only be able to run it in that last hour. And they might need that extra hour of resets, which can only be done by hitting that donation goal of the day.
Yeah, running for 3 weekends total. We are just a couple hours into what is essentially 3 weekends over like 2 months total. So there's a long way to go here yet, but you do want to try to rack up those points. Obviously, if you're top 7, you get invited and you get your expenses paid to go to pace automatically, but you rack up points anywhere in the top 15. So there's a lot of incentive to pace yourself to, no pun intended. Like it is a marathon, absolutely. It's not, I know these guys are capable of going for like 8 or 9 hours in a row, but I don't know if that's when you're at your best. I don't know how, like for example, when you run, how big a deal is stamina for you, right? Do you do better if you play off for a few hours and then come back? Or are you one of those people who just likes to grind it out no matter what?
I'm the sort of person that usually does 12 hours a day, 7 days a week if I'm going to do a game. So
right.
joys of not having a job, you know?
Well, and apparently having, I don't know, wrists made of titanium too. Like for me, like forget time for a second. I just can't go for more than a few hours without my wrists giving way. Like it just hurts too much.
Well, I think that's the thing. I had to stop 16 star for a while because I actually gave myself injury to my hand from doing it. I had to switch over to keyboard games. So I started attempting speedrunning Minecraft until my hand got better.
Yeah, you get like a repetitive stress injury. Like it's a legit thing. And I think it's probably one of the reasons too, apart from just like the nature of speedrunning and games in general, is that it's kind of like, as they say, a young man's game, right? Like I know wrist muscles, it's not really a thing exactly, but there is definitely like a recovery time thing that I think you absolutely lose as you get a little bit up there in age.
Yeah, and when you reach my age, yeah, it becomes a lot.
Yeah, it's harder every year. Harder every year. Young man.
I joke about it. I turned 30 a couple of days before the next qualifying match. So...
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. You're a lot younger than I am still then. But yeah, I mean, like, there's a reason you see so many, like, 20, 22-year-olds, you know, killing it at this game. Like, you don't think about it because it's not a physical sport, it's an e-sport, but the physical aspect does matter. There is, even if you want to say, you know, your hands don't hurt, fine, you can do it however many hours, just mentally, the stamina required. Like, there's a reason. We joked earlier about, like, Cheese coming in late to these things and still doing really well, and I think a lot of that is, like, self-knowledge. It's understanding that it's more about the quality and focus of my runs and treating them like sprints rather than marathons than it is, like, just grinding it out all day. And That's not the same for every runner. Some of them benefit from that repetition, but others, maybe the ones who've been doing it the longest, they've already got all that muscle memory in there, and it's more about like a smaller number of really focused, intense runs.
Yeah, no, absolutely as well. I'm just having a quick look at Afro the Afro at the moment. 0.6 seconds behind on whatever splits they're comparing against. I know you've got the leaderboards open, so I don't know if you can see that they're comparing against the splits of a 142.02.
That's their personal best, I think.
That's
yeah.
their personal best, and they are on par to their personal best going into BBH, halfway through the 120 stars needed to finish the game. So they're kind of pacing right now.
Yeah, they are. And again, like that is honestly probably what gets me the most hype realistically. Like obviously, okay, live world record, the most hype thing imaginable, but it's so rare and it's so hard to do. But realistically, a personal best live, that is something that you can see kind of often, and that to me is like really amazing. So like I lose my mind when someone gets a PB live. I'm really hoping we're going to see it at least once on this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if we do, obviously, it's going to be most likely to come from kind of one of those, you know, I hate to rank them like this, kind of mid-tier runners, right? People who are kind of like grinding it out in that mid-tier, in that mid-level, like somewhere between 50 and 150 on the rankings. Those are the ones where there's still like a lot of like fat left, you know, that they can trim from their runs, especially if they've been grinding it. Those are the ones who can improve the most, the fastest. Those are the ones who we might actually see set a personal best today or tomorrow. Cheese with a webcam adjustment. Still grinning, still going at 119 here. Has not reset yet. We're going to see a couple of runs here, I think. It really feels like at this point, most of these players are probably dedicated towards finishing. You're not going to see too many resets after this point unless things go really, really bad.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some really good runners on here, and you know, if you were to ask me a year ago who any of these guys were, I'd be able to tell you I have no clue. I didn't have a clue who the top people or even the mid people in like the SM64 speedrunning community is. But it's nice now seeing so many names appearing on our screen. We've got Beeve on the big screen now as well. Currently 100 stars in with a 127, so we might get lucky with a leaderboard time for them.
Yeah, no, Beeve is actually a perfect example of the kind of player I just described. They're 80th in the world, and their PB was set just a month ago. So, like, when I see a recent PB like that, like in the mid-tier, I think of this player as, like, someone who is grinding the game and is on the rise and is, like, set for a jump. And I would absolutely keep an eye on Beeve. And as for the quality of players, like, you're totally right. Like, only 16 people in the world have a sub 40, and by my count, like, 3 of them are participating today already.
Yeah.
That's
No,
crazy.
absolutely.
That's
Yeah,
way better than I thought.
exactly.
It's an open qualifier, right? Like, that's when you expect, like, a lot of people you haven't heard of or haven't heard of as much to play. But we've got the big names coming in, too. Way more than I would have guessed. All right, this is the point where these runs, the ones we're seeing up top, you can see they're all over an hour. This is where I start to get nervous. This is where I start to look away from the stream sometimes. Because now, it's not just do you lose a good run, it's do you lose all that time? Do you reset after all that time? Like, it's honestly, I don't run too often because, again, I'm just not good enough, frankly. But if I did, it would absolutely be the shorter categories. I would not be able to stand the idea of spending 80 or 90 minutes on a run and then having it just completely fall apart. I don't think that would just kill me.
I have that issue with 70 star as well. Like, the amount of 70 star runs I will lose. I mean, admittedly, it's Tippy. Everyone in this chat knows how difficult Tippy is, you know?
Yeah.
But even that, it's like, you know, you've gone 45 to 50 minutes or in my case, 55 minutes. And then you lose it to that last little bit, and it's just so disheartening, which is why the smaller categories sometimes are. D whatever with a reset.
Unfortunate,
I
but
hate to see it.
Yeah, you hate to see it, but again, a little earlier in the run than some of the others, I think, at least. And that's a real thing, right? Like, because the best runs, even the world record run in this category, has a lot of mistakes in it. It's not 16 star like I mentioned earlier, where one mistake and maybe you have to reset or two or whatever. In 120, there's a real question of how many mistakes you should accept early in the run, Because I think it might have even been Ouija's record run. It was something like there were some mistakes early on, strongly considered a reset, but kind of just stuck it out for a little while and ends up with a world record. Like, it's really hard to say.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? We'll continue this conversation on in a little bit. Whilst we're in the middle of everyone's runs, we're going to use this time to have a little bit of a break for us as commentators and for you guys to learn a little bit more about what this fantastic speedrun community does. So we will see you guys in a few minutes.
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
back, everyone. We're back with more speed run action. I'm still the Mr. War. That is still Warning Track with me, and there is still Super Mario 64 being played on the screen.
Yeah, neither of us has changed identities during the break. Cheese is still Cheese too. This is not going to be a super cheese run. This is going to be more like a low 140 something as of right now, but we're pretty far into it. We're probably going to finish no matter what. Of course, we say that. A lot of people would kill for that time, but we know Cheese is capable of a lot more. But we are going to see some finished runs pretty soon here from some of these runners, which we have not yet. I think Marlene might still be taking a break, well-deserved one.
Yeah, it's
after
good
that
to see some of the other competitors in the chat as well. We've got Jaquarium, who had unfortunately a run that lost out. We've got Beav in the chat as well. I'm guessing they had a bit of an issues on their runs. So, you know, it's great to see the community coming together and even interacting with the chat as well. Love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the single coolest things about esports as opposed to like IRL sports, right? Is the merging of like fan community and competitor community. They're almost the same thing. Like I mentioned earlier, Markinator, a commentator, also running today, kind of joked like, hey, if I do badly, maybe I'll join you in the booth, that kind of thing. There's a really blurred line between the fans and the competitors. That's one of the coolest things about the community.
Yeah, no, and also as well, I hope you guys enjoyed the information about what we're raising money for, which is the Urban Arts. You can get more information by doing !U8 in the chat. You can also help donate towards that goal for the day by doing !donate in the chat and following the instructions it sends to you. Any and all support is greatly appreciated. It really does help out. And if we hit the goal on the screen, we get an extra hour of resets.
Yeah, and we're just a little over $600 away from being able to do that. We've raised 839 total. We've raised, I guess, a couple hundred in the last hour or so. The chat has absolutely stepped it up. You got the dono train started. Anonymous came in strong like they always do. One Kitty 617 with $20. Cryptic 80 with 100 is the highest. It's going great.
Yeah, but in the last 66 minutes, we have raised nearly $300.
Ridiculous. It's all down to you. I'm sure of it.
I didn't want to say anything, but yeah, probably.
Yeah. You get all the credit. All the credit. But look, a few more big donations like that, maybe not even that big, and we're going to be up near 1,000. I'm always looking for those like plateau numbers, those landmark numbers. And you know how this goes, chat. When we get close to that ultimate goal, it gets there in a hurry. It happens real quick. It'll happen in the blink of an eye. And when it happens, I think it's gonna, but it's up to you guys. When it happens, we're gonna get an extra hour added onto the stream here, and runners will be able to reset until I think it's 8 instead of 7, and it could go another 2 hours past that, depending on how long those runs go. There are a couple of people we know in different time zones who would really benefit from that. If you're a fan of one of them, and just a fan in general of seeing more of this stuff, which I know you are. So let's make it happen.
Or you know, even let's look at it as the other way. If you know your favorite runner hates running this game but does it because, you know, they want to pull out a good time and they're getting frustrated and you want to see their frustrations grow, give them an extra hour of resets.
Honestly, I hate to say it, as positive as this community generally is, this is still the internet. The ability to like torture the competitors with donations is still the thing that tends to bring in the most money, if I'm being honest. To have fun with people and toy with people. Yeah, make them mad. Make them absolutely mad. Make them continue to play for your benefit. All right, taking a little carpet ride here. Previous commentators were talking about maybe getting some kind of soundtrack for this. I was thinking maybe like a smooth bass line. You know, tell personal stories, whatever. We do have other streams to look at too. That's when it's really rough, by the way. Sometimes you're doing these, there's one run left after the reset, and this is where they are, and there's nothing else to look at or talk about.
Speaking of rough, Widit took a fall there doing Wet Dry World hundreds. It's not much, but that's a good 10-second time loss when you take the damage and then re-getting back up there and then doing the jump again. That's 10 seconds of time loss you don't really want to be having.
Yeah, certainly. Widit's PB, by the way, high 143s, 143.52. So another one of those players I've been talking about where we could very plausibly see a PB today, and I am just blanket cheering for all those kinds of runners automatically. He's smiling though on stream. He's having a good time still. You like to see that. That's honestly the first thing I look for when they got the cam up and everything and they take a tough death or a fall or a time loss or whatever. I want to see how they respond, right? You know, sometimes you'll get the little scowl, sometimes you'll get the smile, sometimes you just gotta laugh at it, but I think you really have to take that approach.
Yeah, I think I'm gunning for Widit because, you know, my favorite speedrun is always the bald speedrunners.
Oh, something you got in common, yeah. One thing you guys have got on us is, you know, you put on the headphones and they don't mess up your hair.
Well, unfortunately, my hair's growing again, but...
Yeah, let me see here. His best possible time here is still just a little above his PB. So, not bad. And it's definitely still good enough to make it onto that leaderboard around 4th or 5th right now.
Yeah, should we take a moment as well? Liam, who has been doing, when they don't reset, has very consistent times, is on par for their 137.48 coming out of BOB, and just had what looks like quite a nice 100 coins, maybe a little bit of time loss in there, but not massive. So, yeah, this could be pretty good.
Yeah, you say consistent, and I look at one of those splits, and it's literally dead even. Look at that.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
-0. That could be +0 too. They need a third color. They just need like a gray. It almost never comes up, but it's not green or red or orange or anything. It's just gray. Yeah, he is. I often say that sometimes a lot of the best runners at any game, not just this, right? A lot of the best runners are, for lack of a better word, boring. Like just machines, just consistent, grind it out. You know, maybe don't even react too much, like out of necessity. And that's not a knock on them at all. It's actually a compliment, right? Is the degree to which they resemble a machine. And Liam definitely has that quality that just sort of like, yep, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to do my thing. It's going to be nice. And look at that. -0, +0. Okay. All right, splits. Clearly, there's a microsecond thing going on that it's not showing us. That is hilarious looking at those splits right now for Liam. I love that. -3, -3, -0, +0.
Yep, it's a slow decline.
You're right. He's getting worse. He's getting worse.
Looks like we're getting some more runners in as well, which is absolutely fantastic.
Oh, the turnout early on has been excellent. I'm loving it. Not just like the way more top runners than I would have expected, but just more runners total. Like we are getting all types here. Don't forget, guys, !donate in the chat to see about the cause you're going to give to here. Urban Arts, the future of game development, and the future of this event. And oh, as I say it, this time I get to interrupt myself. Mevio, might be saying it right, might not, who knows. $20 mere seconds ago brings us to 859. Thank you so much. We are getting very close to 900 people.
Oh, we're getting very close to 869.
Oh, that's probably what they're actually... You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that is the next mile marker.
That's the next milestone, let's face it.
Yeah. Let's see.
We know what the community wants.
We know. The community, the internet as a whole, all of it. Again, we will tolerate any silly meme if it's for a good cause. We will read crazy usernames for a good cause. We will do all of it. We have no pride today. We are only in the service of the cause and the hype.
Yeah, some will even say the warning track will do their best Yoshi impression reading out your message if you ask nicely.
Well, let me just say that my best Yoshi impression and my worst Yoshi impression are the same thing.
Even better.
I don't even know. How would I... What do you do
well,
with
you're gonna find out if someone asks for it.
Oh my god. Like,
you're welcome.
The only thing that's coming to mind is like the sound that he makes when you jump on him, or something, kind of like this little.
Whoa! Don't do it! Don't do it! Don't do it! Don't give it to them for free.
Don't worry, it's only gonna get worse from here. Like I don't even. I have that sound in my head, but is that Yoshi talking? I didn't realize that was Yoshi talking. I thought that was just the sound the game made when you jumped on him.
Well, you'll find out. You will find out.
I know they all talk eventually, but I don't have a model of Yoshi's voice in my head.
But anyway, back to the runs itself.
Yeah.
As a reminder, this is the first of 3 heats for the qualifiers. This one is happening today and tomorrow, March 18th, 19th. They start at 11 a.m. EST and they finish at 7 p.m. Also as well, before I carry on, $11 from Anonymous. skipping the 869 and going straight to 870. Thank you so much for that $11 donation. It's really appreciated. Don't forget, guys, a $20 donation or more puts you in for a chance to win a brand new Nintendo Switch. And speaking of winning, the runners can win by taking part in any of the 3 qualifier events. After this one, the next one will be on April 15th and 16th. And then after that, May 13th and 14th. So there are 3 divisions for this, 3 heats for it. Only the top 7 total score across all 3 events will be winning that flight to pace. So make sure to nag at your favorite runners to make sure they're taking part in all 3 events where possible.
Yeah, we are back up to a nice round number, 870. So the memes versus the round number war continues. Round numbers in the lead. Not quite in the lead, but doing pretty well. Punkays, by the way, their best possible time is just a minute off their PB, and it is a sub 40 as of right now as they ride the carpet. So pretty darn good-looking run here from Punkay here that's coming up on the end.
Not just that, we've also got Cheese in the final Bowser stage, currently on a 141, looking at a 142x, I would assume.
I think so, yeah. If they nail all 3 throws, they might just make it there. I have a little trouble extrapolating sometimes. There's still a little bit more movement. We're not quite to Bowser. Oh, there we go. Nothing yet. No big falls yet. But yeah, looking at a pretty good first time for Cheese. Look, if he pops off at 2nd or 3rd here early in the day, normally this kind of time would be nothing to write home about if he were just grinding on his own or just streaming on a random day. But for this event to start, this is a bit of a statement from Cheese, certainly, to come out strong early.
I feel tense right now. What can I do to not feel tense?
We are very close now to finishing up for Cheese here. We've been talking about it for a while. Ebbed and flowed. It hasn't looked like an amazing run at any point, but it's been solid throughout. And now he's looking up at putting, possibly 142x, I think. And he's looking happy. He's dancing. He's styling.
Well, a 142x puts Cheese in 3rd place.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's nothing to sniff at.
No, it's absolutely not, especially early on. If he's doing that early on, I'd shudder to think of where he might be by the middle of tomorrow. There's 2 for 2 on the throws, and he's going to nail that 3rd one. And it is indeed going to be a 142x from Cheese. And he looks, I can see he's shouting. I can't hear it, but that is definitely someone raising their voice and putting up a really strong time early in this event. He's happy with that. He's a competitive guy. I don't think he's going to be happy if this is his final time, but I think he recognizes you got to be realistic about these marathon events. He recognizes that this is a very good time early on.
Yeah, and that's a 142.41. Again, you know, that is 1 minute and 10 seconds faster than the original 3rd place.
Yeah, and we'll put him like top 40 overall if it were his best time. So that's like a top 40 ever time, just kind of falling out of bed at the beginning of the event. Pretty good.
Exactly. As mentioned in chat, 3rd is never bad. The only time 3rd is bad is if you're sharing a toothbrush.
I would say 2nd's pretty bad there, too. I don't know, man. Toothbrushes don't cost very much, jeez. I'm just going to skip right past that. For a second there, we had Lee. I shouldn't have even talked about that much. Liam and Cheese were the big 1-2 on the top there, but Cheese is relegated slightly after finishing with that 142.41, and we are back to Liam. And you can see those boringly consistent splits. It turns out, look at that, he halted his absolute free fall. That +1, that awful +1, immediately met with an HMC -3. So Liam on his boringly consistently great pace again.
Yeah, we've also got another new competitor on the screen. It's in new for today's event. We've got Cobra on the screen, currently
not in a bad
plowing
way,
their way through
like,
BBH.
in a good way, you know? So it's not worth
looking good there. You love to see the new blood. And not new blood, but Punkay still looking at that 139 that I was talking about. So same kind of thing. Like we could have someone kind of crack 2nd here with one of their first runs of the day. If I remember right, Punkay was unfortunately one of Cheese's victims with that like only submitted run, final run in overtime of the event. I cast that last year, and I remember my first thought was, oh my god, Cheese, GOAT, right? But my second thought was, oh man, Punkay, who had been leading most of the event and was just killing it the whole time and then had to settle for 2nd in the last second.
I feel like
he took it well, you know, he had to admire him. But you know, for all the hype moments, don't forget there's usually someone on the receiving end who, you know, falls second because of the hype moment, and that's part of the game, you know. You do feel for them when it happens.
Speaking of a hype moment, I believe that there is a gold on our screen from Widit.
Let me bring up their full stream here. I mentioned someone to keep an eye on. They're looking pretty good, yeah. Like I was seeing, yeah, gold, and it was like several greens beforehand too. We could see a Widit PB today.
Well, no, this is their average splits, remember?
Yeah. Yes.
So, but yeah, this is still a gold on their splits. So,
yeah,
even if they're comparing against their average guys, for those that aren't familiar with how live split works, you can still gold, which is still the best you have ever done that split, whether you're comparing against your PB or comparing against your average.
Yeah, it's still really impressive, and that's honestly, I think that's how you have to look at it. Obviously, when you get to like the tippy top of any category, at that point you are comparing yourself to first place or the person in second or the person you're kind of trading the record with. But for everyone else, which is 99% of the people running a game, the best way to compare yourself is to you. You know, you are trying to be the best version of yourself. You're trying to beat your own record every time. Like that's how you grind. You can't grind for like 2 years, you know, putting in 220s and 150s for years and years and years, just looking at that 137, right, and comparing yourself to it. Like, that's just really hard to do mentally. But if you compare yourself to yourself and you just try to improve incrementally, I think that's how it happens. That's how it has to happen internally. And that's why I get particularly hyped for someone when they set that personal best, regardless of where it stands in relation to the record. So I love to see that kind of thing live. I love that we might see it from Widit today. I certainly hope we do.
Yep, no, absolutely. Also, as well, we haven't had any other runners finishing as of yet, but we do have a lot of runners on runs at the moment.
Punkei's about to, I think, right?
Sorry?
I think Punkei might be about to.
Punkei's about to finish a run, yes.
Yeah, yeah. It's not going to be an amazing time, but it's going to be one of our highest times from the looks of things.
Fucking god.
Oh, this is easily a second place time.
Yeah, not bad.
Providing there's no missed
I
throws.
literally lost my run
Nope, 2
because
for
my
2.
rollout didn't go through.
I think you
Oh,
3 for 3.
it's close! Yep, okay.
Yep.
It's actually
When you let go.
And a reset from Liam.
Ooh.
Where one runner rises, another must fall.
That is brutal. Every time we looked over at that run, it was within a few seconds of where he needed it to be.
Right, 1 hour, 39 minutes, and 46 seconds. That will put Punkei into second place.
That is absolutely excellent.
Marlene's still in first and on another run at the moment. Just started.
I mean, I mentioned earlier that only 16 people have a sub 140, and Punkei just got one here live like it was nothing. Still about 100 seconds off their PB, but I'm sorry. Anything within a minute or two of your PB in this category live is really good.
Yeah, you know, just pulling out the casual, casual sub 140.
Yeah, it's not the numbers that gets me. It's how unexcited they seem by them sometimes. Sub 140, whatever. Pretty good start, I guess.
Yeah, seems all right.
Yeah. Meanwhile, other people grinding away for years would be thrilled to have it. We are mere mortals. Hey, look at Markinator, one of the bigger screens. Love to see it. Best possible still there is, you know, still low 140s, but Markinator is very much in that grind mode that we were talking about, where he's like trying to bust through to the sub 140.
We've also got Ouija that should be starting some runs soon as well.
Oh boy, player 3 has entered the chat.
Player 3 has entered the chat.
Oh my god. I mean, he's player 1, really. We have 2 of the top 3 all time in this category already running, and number 1 might be about to join. What a turnout.
Yeah.
Because now you are.
So they're in the run GG. They're currently, I believe they've just started. They've just finishing their practice. So who knows?
I feel like you could see everyone else in their cams just tense up a little bit more. It's gonna get harder now, boys. The thing I liked best about that Ouija run was like his genuine disbelief that he'd done it. You know, if you're Lemur Cheese and you're like trading off the record and you're grinding every day, you know, you're not. It might be a big achievement, but you're not shocked when it happens. With Luigi, he seemed genuinely shocked. Like, I did not think that was going to happen, or I definitely did not think that was going to happen as quickly as it did.
Markinator taking a trip to the drink. In wet, dry world, you hate to see it, especially when you're going for that star. I believe it was top of the town. Yeah, must have just dived off there. Very unfortunate. You hate to see it.
Yeah, he shook his head.
Big time loss.
Yeah, he looked definitely, and it's so deep into the run too.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can kind of understand if you lose it in Tippy or if you lose it early on, but to lose it at this area is absolutely heartbreaking.
I mean, this is the grind part that we keep talking about. This is the tough part of being a runner like this, is when you're kind of in that no man's land of the 140s, and you lose long
taking
runs.
a death in Dark World and a reset.
Oh.
Sorry, I had to interrupt you for that one.
No, of course. Well, it's early enough on, like, that's when you should be more aggressive in the opening minutes of this. Absolutely. That's just smart. But Liam's tolerance has still been lower than I would have guessed. Again, like, we were looking at his previous run over and over, and he was within a few seconds of the pace he needed the whole time, and it fell apart very quickly. Now, I don't know if we missed a really particularly bad death, or if he's just being, like, that picky, especially when he sees the pace that Marlene set right out front. You know, you got to imagine that these runners occasionally glance at that scoreboard, and they get a sense of how tough this is going to be, and if they see that sub 139 on the first run of the day, maybe they get a little tighter and a little more aggressive with their resets to respond to it. Turgy, no chance for a PB here. Their best is, again, I said 16 runners with a sub 40. The end of that list is this runner right here, which they set a few months ago. So there will be no PB here, but you could still end up with something in the low 40s, something good enough to get at the back end of that scoreboard that you see there on the bottom of your screen.
It's good we see D Whatever back on another run as well. They had unfortunate timing with their last one, so good to see them starting off a nice bit of a pacer. I mean, they're behind on their splits, but you know what? It's still fine early on into the run. At the end of the day, these runners don't have to be the top of the leaderboard. They've just got to be good enough to get the points.
Yes, so the incentive structure is definitely different here. Like, if you have some kind of winner-take-all event, not that there's many of those, obviously you need to be more aggressive with your resets. And how aggressive you are depends on, for example, is it top 3 that pays out? Is it top 3 that advances? Is it whatever? But as you said, top 15 are going to get some kind of points. And I think that incentivizes runners to keep playing out runs with mistakes, that more than they normally would, at least. By the way, every time you say D whatever, it sounds like you forgot the rest of his name, and I always have to remind myself, nope, that's actually his name. D whatever. I forget the rest of it.
Again, as a reminder to those of you in chat that aren't aware of how this format works, there are 3 qualifying events. One this month, one in April, one in May. And from those events, you are given a point standing based on where you are on the tournament leaderboard for that weekend. If the top 7 runners across all 3 weekends will win their way to pace. My brain shut down for a minute there.
I mean, there's a lot going on in your defense. But yeah, they get flown to pace, put up at pace in Laurel, Maryland, where I've been there before. It takes place at Xanadu Games next to a horse racing track. Lots of pretty horsies there. I don't know if there'll be actual races or not. Last time I was there, it was February, so there wasn't much. But it's going to be July instead, right in the middle of the summer. So you might get to watch a horse race while you're there, if you're into that kind of thing. It is a very grand... a grand building, certainly.
Wow, can you believe co-commentator calling our runners horses? Disgraceful.
Well, they do say horse race as a euphemism, sort of, but in Laurel, Maryland, it's literal, too.
Imagine having a foot race at pace between the speedrunners. That's a really good idea.
Okay, I will kick in for a prize pool. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Is this just today or tomorrow, too? It is tomorrow as well. We start at 11 a.m. EST. For those that are wondering when that is 3 p.m. UTC for anyone that runs on UTC. And they will go until, I believe it's 7 p.m.
7 p.m. unless, yeah.
If we can make that $1,500 before 7 p.m., the runners will get an extra hour to reset, giving them a chance to have one more absolutely epic run.
And how do we get that extra hour? It's if we hit $1,500, we have $870 in the bank so far for Urban Arts.
Whoa. No, we don't. We have $890 in the bank so far because Anonymous just donated another $20. Thank you very much to Anonymous.
It never fails. It never fails. All I have to do is describe how much money we have, and immediately more money comes in. I don't know why I stopped describing it, frankly. Apparently, this is just magic.
Yeah, and also remember, guys, if you are donating, you're donating $20 or more, make sure you select to enter the giveaway for the brand new Nintendo Switch. Every donation that's $20 or more gets you an entry, well, allows you to enter into that giveaway.
Yeah, so you could be purely self-interested. You could say, I don't care about charity, and you should still donate. You get more stream, and you might win a Switch. We are not picking about why you're doing it. Yeah, you could do it for selfish reasons. I don't care. Oh, a little bit of an issue there for Cobra. Not too bad though. It's only going to cost about 5 or 6 seconds. Right back on the horse. Again, continuing the analogy. So now, if you're keeping track, I'm saying they are the horses, but also they're riding the horses. Get back on that horse, as they say. Pretty good movement.
Get back on that horse.
Getting back on that horse.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Has Mario ever ridden a horse in a game? I don't think he has.
No, unfortunately, horseback riding never appeared in Mario vs. Sonic at the Olympic Games.
I don't know. I feel like it should happen. I feel like if he can turn into a T-Rex, he can ride a horse.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah, Odyssey. That makes sense.
Yeah, Odyssey.
Yeah, do you know my brain shut down there for a minute?
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, fair. We're looking at, again, a 27-year-old game here.
All right, we've got Turgy going to be making their way to Sky on a 141.27. We also have a non-E Mouse with a $20 donation. We're now over $900. Thanks so much to a non-E Mouse.
I thought I was going to interrupt you there, but you got it out so quick. Could not
and then
do
we
it.
got Hapar
I can do Hapar. No.
$25 donation. Well done, thank you very much. We're now at 935. Thank you very much, Hapar. Look, you can't beat me. I'm too quick.
I can't. You must be looking only at the donations page. You're coming in so fast. I saw that. Oh man.
Hey, I'm a full-time streamer. Peripheral vision is everything.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But we are at 935. We are so close to that big 4-digit number, $1,000, and from there it's only a matter of time. You guys have been absolutely amazing over the last hour and a half. The money's been rolling in. The runs have been great. It's fantastic. It's for a fantastic cause. It's looking more and more likely we're going to get that extra hour. There's Widit with a bit of a death right by the pendulum. And you could tell him he's talking it out, grinning a little bit, but that is a tough one. And again, super late in the run, so that is particularly upsetting.
On the bright side, Turgy looks like they might be finishing in a top 7 time. No, maybe not. Why did I open my mouth?
Oh, you're like me with donations. It's the commentator's curse. It exists. It's alive and well.
I mean, it's still possible, very easily. Possible to still get top 7 time for Turgy. Just they've got to make this connection.
Oh, little bit of a bonk there.
Please.
Number 2. It's a little rough all of a sudden. So this is something else that I think happens sometimes. So I talked about muscle memory. I think the thing is
before you do, MLGG with a $20 donation. Thank you very much, MLGG.
It never fails, does it? Yeah, well, like I mentioned the muscle memory thing. If you miss a jump and you have to kind of like stop and recalibrate, there's like a ripple effect where you can make more mistakes in the next 10 seconds because you have to like stop and reset. You can't just go on to the things you're used to doing next. So I feel like there's extra danger when you make one mistake that it will become 5 mistakes.
Absolutely. But now we have Turgy in throws. Should, provided they don't miss any, be finishing with a 144X, which would put them in the top 7.
Yeah, no, not bad at all. About 5 minutes behind their PB, but you'll still take it, certainly. And again, when you get that far off, even if you take a couple of bonks in Dark World or whatever, in the sky, whatever, you just kind of have to finish it. Pretty much, you're not going to see...
With a $25 donation, thank you very much, Anonymous. We're now at 990, $10 away from 1,000. Please continue.
I mean, $10. I'm not going to say anything because that's the second I start a sentence. Another $10 is going to come in. Also, every time you get near a big round number, several people swoop in to try to be the one who put it over the top.
That is
never
true.
fails.
But here we are, Turgi with a 144.28. That is a solid 7th place run.
Yeah, thanks for GG's.
Well done to Turgi. I hope we can see some more great runs from you. Let's get some GG's in the chat for Turgi.
Excellent job, Turgi. Obviously, they're not going to be happy with that. They're going to want to beat that later on, but we're just a couple hours into this event. They're within 5 minutes of their PB. They're on the leaderboard. Let's go.
Yeah, but for those saying that there's people that are like 5th on the leaderboard or how things are, when the run GG doesn't reset until they reset their splits. So if someone's finished a run and then takes a break, it may take a moment for those that standing list on the site to catch up, just to give everyone a heads up.
Even that said, though, the again, the scoreboard is the run.gg/GSA. The scoreboard is excellent. I mean, what you just described is like the only nitpicky flaw we could even come up with. It's really excellent. You can see the results coming in real time compared to personal best or tournament best, and with links to all the Twitch chat. They really did an outstanding job with this tool.
But yeah, and sometimes it takes a little bit of time to update. So yeah, if you're looking at the standings on the website, what you see on the screen is accurate for the top 7.
Widit is still rolling in Clock World here. Best possible, 147. That's a few minutes off their PB, but I don't know. I still think it's a promising start. I think it's a promising start. Again, a few minutes within your PB for me early in the day is a pretty good outcome. We saw them get up a couple times during the break. I don't know. That I pace when I'm nervous. I don't know if he's one of those kind of guys. Usually only have 20 or 30 seconds tops in some of these moments, other than the carpet ride, of course. But I've seen him kind of like pop up and get right back down just in time a few times.
Pretty hard task.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Widit's finishing off this run in Rainbow Ride. Cobra as well on a pretty decent pace as well. Best possible time currently at 142.11, coming up into the the final third of the run. Yeah, these just great runs overall.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Marlene is totally setting the pace here. Everyone else, you'd say, is, other than Punke, like, pretty good, right? Not amazing, pretty good. You don't expect that to be their best run. But with Marlene, we said it immediately. Westdog and Pando said it immediately. What if the first run ends up being the best run? I wouldn't bet on it right now, because this field is ridiculous. And again, Ouija is, like, just getting fired up, apparently. But that is not unthinkable, that the first run ends up being the best run, which is bonkers.
I wonder if they're...
Yeah, no, I'm just going to currently reset, see if we've had any more runs in.
Shout out to Kobe and D, whatever.
No, we've got quite a lot of people on runs. We've got quite a lot of people that are running a bit behind on their PBs, but they're still keeping it going. We've got so many runners. It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and a lot of them are like at that breaking point. You see D whatever at 33. Smow, if that's how you say it, feel free to correct us, 51. Like, these are the moments where if you're going to reset, you want to do it soon. You don't want to invest any more time. But a lot of these runs, you can see they're over an hour. They're basically at the point of no return where it's going to get finished.
See, I thought Smow was just Super Mario Australia, but...
It probably is, but, you know, there is no official way to pronounce that, I guess. That's just how I want to say it. I just think that sounds the coolest.
I guess I'm just hang out here.
Oh, blue coin despawning for them in BBH. Speaking of them, that's correct. Let's go. That's
Very
a bit
nice.
unfortunate for them having that bit of an issue. Is not Australian. No, I know, but it's still funny to assume.
Yeah.
Not assume, but there is a word for it.
Awesome. Yes. Markinator, by the way, a couple rough splits, but best possible time is still a PB, I think, actually, with about 20 minutes left to go. Interesting.
Full cam. Oh, unfortunate with the poles there.
Yep, Widit's best possible creeping down a little bit.
Yeah, Widit wanted everyone to see how he was feeling.
I mean, there's not just like a commentator's curse. Sometimes there can be like a production manager's curse too. Sometimes you put someone up on the big screen, and guess what?
Yep. Oh yeah. Do you know what though? One thing I want to say, I want to thank everyone in the community that has been here watching the Speedrun channel that have been enjoying the runs, have been supporting the runners, and for all of you that have been donating to the cause as well. Since myself and Warning Track have come onto the booth, we have made an extra $440. So, you know, in the last 2 hours to have done that is absolutely amazing. So, chat, for how much progress we've made so far, give yourselves a pat on the back.
Like 100%. Oh,
and make sure to give your favorite runners a pat on the back as well.
And again, if I'm talking and you donate, I have to shut up. So there's all the motivation you need. He has to interrupt me every time we get a donation. Which
That's right, Bullet Bill. That goal doesn't stand a chance.
There we go. Yeah, no, you guys have been amazing, and the runners have been great, and the turnout's been great, and we've just barely scratched the surface. This has the makings of an incredible weekend.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you're having issues clicking on runners' names on the run, if you just copy their username down and then paste it into a Twitch TV tab, that's how I found my quick workaround for it. Not the most optimal way, but it works.
While we're thanking the community, by the way, let's thank our production team. They're doing a great job behind the scenes. If you guys are having trouble keeping up with all the stuff on screen, which, you know, we certainly are because there's so many things happening at once, imagine being the person to manage that behind the scenes.
Yeah, imagine having 30 screens to watch and to choose the ones to be on screen.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. So everyone involved is really stepping up their game today.
Also, as well, if you are interested in attending PACE, start.gg/PACE. Tickets are still available. Absolutely fantastic. I believe there's still volunteer submissions open as well if you'd like to volunteer to help out at PACE. All of that can be found in the Speedrun Discord. So please feel free to jump in, take part in the fun and the activities.
Yeah, it's going to be in July. It's going to be presumably gorgeous out. It's going to be at a big old racetrack, and it's going to be all sorts of hype events. It is so cool. You're literally feet away from the stage normally watching these runners. You get to see them, hear them. All the things you see them like mumbling on their streams here that you can't hear, you get to hear that live. You are right there with them. It is so close compared to like a normal, quote-unquote, normal sporting event. You really get to be in there with the action and really part of the community and see it live. There's really nothing like it. If you haven't done it before, you owe it to yourself to go at least once.
Oh yeah, this is going to be my first one going to. I can't.
Oh, that I envy you. The first time is special.
It's great. I only get to spend a certain amount of weeks with my partner who lives a 3-hour drive away, and I've just gone, yeah, one of those weeks I'm going to be spending with you, I'm not spending with you.
That's a very supportive partner.
Yeah, and she's driving me there.
Oh man, you got to keep her there. Hang on to that one. We are still just shy of $1,000, by the way. $10 will get us there. We're at $990. We are so close to that big round number, and we are so close to finishing some of these runs. Some of them still possible personal bests. Not too many, but a couple of them maybe. And you could tell, obviously, Widget's just going to finish this no matter what. I think Markinator's at the same stage here, coming up on 130.
Yeah, and if you really want to annoy Warning Track, don't even donate $10. Just donate $9.99.
Yeah, no, I will be viscerally angry with you. I
am the 999.99.
It's like it's a sale. It's like we're trying to make it look cheaper so that people will buy it. No, I'm team round numbers, absolutely, not team meme. I'm happy to declare my allegiance there.
Yeah. All right. Nice wiggler fight here from Cobra. We're gonna have Widget finishing out, I think. Isn't going to be getting a top 7 time, but remember the top 15 runners will be on the N64 will be gaining some form of points. So even if they don't make a top 7 time and you don't see their name on the screen, it doesn't mean that they're not earning points and not having a chance to win. It just means they're going to have a bit more work to do in the next 2 qualifiers.
Yeah, it's a more of a marathon than a sprint. Although they're treating it like a sprint, given the way they're coming out. It's like nobody told them it was a marathon.
Anonymous with the $9.98.
Oh, but look, they cancel each other out. $9.99. Look at that.
Me with a $9.99.
We were at $9.98. for 2 seconds. They were 2 seconds apart, literally. These aren't round numbers anymore, but it does get us above 1,000. The timing was remarkable. Thank you both. That's Anonymous and Brad Shuby, if I'm saying that correctly. Pepe laugh. Round numbers, you say. Yes, round numbers, I say. I feel personally attacked by this, though.
Yeah, you should.
I gotta practice this anyway.
That's fine. I get it. No, I see how it is. I see how it is. I'm the punching bag. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So, but it's for charity. This is like a dunk tank for charity, right? Except
yeah,
I'm the one
exactly.
being dunked.
Because
Okay.
remember, all this money is going to help out the kids at Urban Arts. If you would like more information on Urban Arts, here it is. But to give you the understanding of it, it gives underprivileged students a multi-year program teaching them both the arts, technology, and video game design. It allows these kids not just the lessons or the skills, but it also gets them, you know, experience, put into contact with people to help them be the video game developers of the future.
Well said, well said. By the way, you know, when I said we're $10 away from 1,000, it just kind of sat there for a few minutes. Then you said, hey, what if somebody donates just less than that? And within a minute, 2 people did it. So once again, people donate for pain more than anything. They donate to annoy runners and casters, and I am fine with that.
Yeah, I was a salesman for 10 years, so I know all the tricks of the trade.
Anger, sadism, those motivate a lot more. Sure. Again, we're not picky about how it happens. It's all for a good cause, regardless of your motivation.
Yeah, and that is correct. There is the link for the standings for anyone that needs it as well.
This whole game's trash.
I can actually... Our volume on these streams is a little low by necessity, right? But I can still hear Widit's voice kind of peaking there in disbelief at some of the struggles.
I was like so scared of
that got very high-pitched.
Of like, I don't know, the fucking
yeah, it's either way, Widit will be finishing. I mean, unless they somehow manage to lose 10 minutes of time here, they will still be in the top 10. They will be 10th. So, no, they will be 11th because Cheese still hasn't reset splits. That's why.
Still points, though. Still points. So, like, again, I want to remind everyone, you see the top 7 there, and that's great, but that is not what they're really going for. They're going for, you know, top 7 overall to get an automatic invitation there to pace, but top 15 gets points. So you're going to see people continue runs probably with more mistakes than they normally would, because it still benefits them to get what looks like a quote-unquote bad time, a time that doesn't even make the screen, because you're going to get 8 more times that are on this screen that are still going to award them points towards it.
What do points make?
What's top 15 though? That's all I care
about. I think that was a British thing, so...
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have no idea what this idiom is.
That's normally where the audience would then shout, prizes!
Oh, okay. So this is for like a game show of some kind.
Yeah, there we go, Bullet Bill!
Someone gets it.
Yes!
Prizes. Is this for a specific British game show, or is it British game shows in general?
It was a specific caster, not video game, a specific game show caster.
Okay.
I gotta practice my regrabs.
It was Bruce Forsyth.
I know Bruce Forsyth.
Yeah.
But I know him from Toast of London. I know the reference from
oh, okay.
From the Matthew Berry show. That's where I know about Bruce Forsyth.
Yeah, he was great. He was my idol when I was younger. So
fantastic. Well, you know,
old man mustache.
Yes, I'm learning so much from you today. I won't retain any of it, but I'm enjoying it so far.
Let's go with it. 149.43. Well done to Widit. Not a top 7 time, but as I say, it should be an 11th place time altogether when the leaderboards do update. We've got Marlene back on another run. 16 seconds ahead of PB. They've just... Well, there they are. Going 16 seconds ahead of PB coming out of JRB. JRB, one of the slower stars in lobby. No, slower stars? Stages.
Stages, yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, I use the initialism so much that I kind of forget what they mean sometimes. Like, I'll go, JRB, was it something? It's like Jolly Roger Bay? I'm used to just saying JRB. Something like that. But, like, sometimes I have to actually stop and remind myself what they stand for because nobody says them all out.
Mark also currently best possible time of a 144.05. If they manage to just play to their goals for the rest of this, we'll be looking at a tied 6th place.
Yeah, and just a little behind their PB, which is interesting because, you know, we saw a lot of mistakes earlier and we were wondering if a reset was coming, but it was right around the hour mark, I think it was, and they've kind of stuck with it, and they could still finish with a pretty good time here. Again, not a PB, but close to a PB, and with a lot of improvement left, too. So, unfortunately, I talked about maybe if Markinator does badly, we'll get him in the commentary booth, which I would love. Markinator is one of the best in the business, but on the other hand, kind of would love to see him do well. So as far as I'm concerned, it's win-win.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And whilst these runners are going, remember, if you are a Mario 64 runner of the 120-star variety, you can also take part in this event, even if you're starting a little bit late. There's no reason you can't jump in now. We have up until 7 p.m. EST or 8 p.m. EST, depending on how the donation goal goes, for you to start a 120-star run. And we also have the whole of tomorrow. So if you are a runner of the game Super Mario 64 on the Nintendo 64 and would like to try and win yourself a flight to Pace, then, well, get involved. Get those consoles loaded up. Get those CRTs switched on.
Yeah, that little buzzing noise that I remember from my childhood. All TVs used to buzz for no real reason, and we all just went, oh, I guess that's what it takes to have a TV. And it turns out, no.
With mobile phones, like mobile phones beforehand as well. Like if you had your mobile phone on by a speaker, do you ever remember when your speaker used to go did, and as soon as it started doing that, you were like, I'm getting a text message in about 4 seconds time.
Yes, there's like that's literally the sound of the signal from outer space arriving at your phone. It's like you used to be able to hear that happen. God, we're old. Yeah.
Yeah. Kids these days won't understand that.
No, we used to have to use our phones uphill in the snow both ways. Two quick notes. One is that Ouija is running. It is official.
Yes.
So heads up. Could get fun in a second. Also, someone in chat asked if resets are allowed, and chat helpfully answered yes, but I want to point out why that was a question. It's a question because people are really seeing their runs through a lot here for the reason I mentioned, and the reason is that they don't just care about those top 7 spots, they care about the top 15. Those are all who gets points, and we are still early on here, but we are seeing, I think it's fair to say, we're seeing fewer resets than we were expecting. We're seeing a lot more people see runs out early here.
I think we're going to see a lot more resets tomorrow. I think today is going to be reset light, tomorrow we reset heavy.
I think you're dead on. I think the runners kind of have the right general strategy here. They're going to want to get some early practice in. They're going to want to like use the first day to feel out how competitive this is going to be. You never really know with a live event, you know, what the top score is going to be. And they're going to get more aggressive as it goes. And I think they're going to get aggressive earlier than they would have when they see that pace setting time that Marlene put up on again. And if you're just joining us late, that Marlene time was not just their first run. It was the first run anyone completed.
Yeah, and that must be a big motivation boost as well to go, hey, not only have I got the top time, I'm the first person to put the top time in, no one's bonked me yet, it's been a few hours, no.
Yeah, well, sometimes what happens is they'll go take a break after that, and who could blame them? Check back in, maybe someone's challenged it or topped it, and then they get back into the runs. Like, this is the thing about the speedrunning community, is that the best motivator is someone bopping you.
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, they absolutely drive each other and drive the times lower. I mean, that sounds competitive, but it's not just like that. It is a positive form of motivation, primarily.
Yeah, no, absolutely. However, just to let everyone know that we are going to be coming up to a caster change, meaning myself and Warning Track will be saying goodbye to you in just under 10 minutes' time. So, you'll be joined by Electric and Shystly coming up very shortly. In, again, 10 minutes. We still got some time here. Don't worry, we're still here for now. And we will be back at some point later on in the day. I believe Track comes back in 2 hours and I come back in 3 hours.
Dead on.
But we're still going to be here. So I have a favor to ask from everyone in the chat, mainly to boost my own ego. Can we get another $40.03 donated in the next 7 minutes so I can have a big enough ego to say I helped raise $500 for Urban Arts?
Yep, I will say it's mostly to your credit. People like hearing you interrupt me. So they like you, they don't like me. I have no problem with this.
If you do like me, help make an extra $40 $2.03 in the next 7 minutes, please.
Hey, you guys, he really needs this, okay? I cannot tell you how insecure this man is. He really needs this.
I stepped on the scales earlier. I've weighed 3 pounds more than I did yesterday. No, I'm not asking for whole numbers. Okay, that's a good point. $40.04. So we've raised $500 and a penny.
Okay, so then he's happy and I'm mad, and it's the best of all
even
possible
better.
worlds.
There we go, Brad. There you go, just for you.
The best of all possible worlds. Fantastic, fantastic. Now, because you're British, when you say pounds, you know, it takes my brain a second to just figure out, based on context, whether this is good or bad.
Oh, pounds, I was talking weight value there.
I thought so.
Yeah, I was following. You guys use pounds and ounces, don't you?
We do, yes.
There we go. $5.03 donation from Heticus. I'll take care of the 3 cents. We're now at $1,015.
I love it.
But yeah, I already weigh 3 pounds more, so I need this. I need it. $20.03 from Anonymous.
There we go.
We're now just another $15 and a penny, guys. You got this.
2 different people gave us the 3 cents.
Yeah,
so,
I love it. It's great.
It's fantastic, fantastic. 15 more bucks. Not even quite, but you know.
It's the H silent, not the L. Oh, apologies, Leticus. My apologies.
Leticus.
And also as well, if I do book your names on the donation readings, please feel free to let me know.
3 cent hype train?
Now, how about a $3 hype train? You can't donate 3 cents, unfortunately.
Oh, they don't let you?
Yeah, no.
So unfair.
Or a $3.21 hype train.
Look, we're not picky, and we are really, you know, you guys have honestly been great. The amount of money you're putting towards this wonderful cause, it's fantastic. And I can't even imagine what's going to pop off if somebody comes in here with a crazy time, another sub 140 or even an event test or anything.
Of popping off. Markinator is in Sky right now.
Yes.
Yep.
Gotta see my boy here. I am a Markinator fanboy through and through. I admit it.
Yep, we've got Markinator in bits. We've got Marlene, 22 seconds ahead of PB, coming out of BOB.
Oh my god, Marlene, unstoppable early on. So Markinator is looking at finishing, let me see here, best possible within 30 seconds of a PB? That's not bad. That's pretty darn good. 30 seconds of a PB. But boy, Marlene is absolutely putting everyone on notice here early.
Absolutely. Oh, Markinator is not going to be getting that 30 seconds within PB now.
No, but even within a minute would be really good. This is still going to be a pretty good showing for Markinator. It also, unfortunately, means that he's probably going to keep grinding at it, keep going, and not maybe not commentate this weekend too much. But if it's because he's running well, I'm all for it. You can tell he looks a little frustrated. It's not because this is going to be a bad time for him. It's because he can. You look at those reds, and he knows how much better it could have been. I know. I'm telling you right now, he wants a PB during this weekend, and I think he knows that this run could have been it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yo, $20 donation from Zintro, getting entry for that Nintendo Switch giveaway. We've now hit over $1,050. We're at $1,055.03. You can't get more odd than that. Well, you could. You could donate $100.10, and then every number's an odd number, but I'm not going to ask for that.
Yeah, be reasonable. Anyway, ego preserved. Mr. Wah is going to make it through another day here. He's doing fine. That self-worth is where it needs to be. Excellent.
Yep, and that's the Markinator's run with a 144. 45 because he split a little bit earlier, and $5 donation from Intermidation. Thank you for the great comms, really appreciate it. And do you have any final words before I sign us out?
No, just that I guess other than the chat has been amazing, and the production team's been amazing, and the runners are sticking it out and putting up some great times. And my congrats to Markinator. He's within a minute of his PB, and I think he's going to do it this weekend, and I'm going to be here for it.
Absolutely. So for those of you that have been watching, we are going to be taking a break. You're going to find out a little bit more about either Urban Arts or Pace. I don't know which one you're going to be finding out about, but you're going to be finding out about one of them. Thank you, everyone, for your donations so far. You're going to be joined, or before we do, Brad Shuby with the $6.08 donation. Thank you very much for that one as well. Really, really appreciate it. Also as well, guys, we're going to be joined with Electric and Shitely coming up shortly. So until then, enjoy hearing about what's going on. It's been fantastic to be here. We'll be here later. Take care, guys.
Now he goes for the triple. Jump dive!
Unbelievable.
Yes!
Unbelievable. So clutch. So clutch. Held on to that first place time for over 2 days and able to clutch this time. First place time back from Liam.
I was just kidding. I'm not going anywhere. Not just yet. Hope you're doing well. We're back with some more speedrun action. I'm still the Mr. War, and we've still got Mario on the screen. And we've got a special treat for you. We got Shicely in the comm booth. How you doing?
I'm doing quite well. Very excited to see this gameplay. Looks like Marlene's already on a pretty hot run here starting us off. So that's pretty exciting to see. Maybe improvement on that first place time as Punkation's closing in really, really soon on that one. So definitely excited to see how this will go. Ooh, and Marlene looks like taking a reset right now. So scratch everything I just said. Scratch everything that I just said.
Oh man.
It's not like we're gonna see that.
What we do have Cobra on quite a nice run at the moment, actually. A 138 pacer, 4 stars, less than 4 stars. Well, yeah, 4 stars left to grab in Rainbow Ride. So we could be looking at a top 10 time here from Cobra if they can keep up some decent pace.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at that best possible time here, looking like possibly 4th or 5th coming in. I could definitely see Cobra here pulling out a 6th or 7th for sure, though.
Yeah, especially like as time goes on. Best possible time of a 142.35. If they were to have the perfect splits for Rainbow Ride and Sky, you know, they're taking 4th place. So taking 5th place should be definitely within their wheelhouse.
Oh, absolutely. And it honestly, like, I know this is getting constantly brought up. I've been watching all day, but I am also excited as a commentator to see some names not everyone specifically necessarily knows. And it's awesome to see that, how we can come together as a community and invite some up-and-coming runners in, and even some runners who are just, you know, trying to get into the scene a little bit better. And it's awesome to see that kind of community.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, this is what I thrive on. It's community. And speaking of community, I do need to share the love of the community. So I was just here to bring us back in. I'm going to go silent for a little bit, and it's going to be replaced with a much more attractive voice. Say hello to Electric.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome in, Electric. Glad you could join us finally. Are you excited for these next couple hours?
Oh, no doubt, especially seeing that we've already got a 138 up on the board for Marlene. Like, that's just crazy to already have on the leaderboard. And like seeing how many runners are already like decently late in their runs, how many runners are putting up some really respectable leaderboard PBs already. Punkay with a 139, Kali with a 140. Like I think we're just due for even more just incredible results over these next few hours.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And looks like Cobra's on a bit of a pacer here. I don't actually know if Cobra has a PB registered or not. Let me.
It's not looking like it, or at least not under a 144.
So looking here, to have no confirmation on a Cobra PB. So, okay, has a 141.37. So gonna play really, really close to his PB here, which is very, very exciting.
Oh yeah, and in these leaderboard style events, especially for 120 star, playing close to your PB is really impressive. And it looks like he'll probably be within about a minute, maybe at the very most a minute and a half.
Yeah, it's looking like that minute-long time frame there. Between 1 to 2 minutes, I think, is probably the safest bet there. Now, it's been interesting seeing these runs throughout the day here, though. Definitely a lot of interesting stuff. Some maybe new names in the community, like Avatar. He's making his way into today's LTA as well. Jaquarium, who's a face we know in the community but have not yet seen on the screen yet today. Teria, who's just finished up a run. Super Viper, Fleeting Azure. Gravy Dose, like a bunch of these names who are known in the community, and are making an appearance here today on the big stage of GSA SWRC Season 2, sponsored by the Urban Arts program. If you guys want to know more about that, hit !UA in chat. And if you would like to donate to that, we highly recommend that. I'm going to try to think of an incentive throughout the day, so that way maybe it can drive you guys to do that. But on top of that, we do have a Cobra finishing the run here with a 142.38. So that's going to put... Wow, that actually puts Cobra in front of Cheese, taking 4th place from Cheese there.
Jeez. I'm sure we don't expect that result to stand for too long, but what an impressive run. And like we were saying earlier, like within about a minute or so of his actual PB, and in a category with so much volatility throughout, so many difficult spots, so much RNG, like it's really impressive to play that close to your PB. And especially at that kind of level too, like low 140s, like you really have to know what you're doing to be able to get those sort of times.
Oh yeah,
we've got another familiar face, D whatever, in Wet Dry World, but in slightly different circumstances from how we might be used to seeing him in 70.
Yeah, D whatever, definitely a notable name in the 70 star and SM64 community. Whatever, he's dipping his toes a little bit here into the 120, getting his feet wet a little bit, seeing what's going on here. And definitely a name we should definitely pay attention to throughout the tournament. And we've actually had some names that kind of, you know, shocked us a little bit. Cobra's now a name that we should probably be looking at throughout the next 3 qualifiers. Taki making her first run in SWRC. Definitely exciting to see this.
Absolutely.
What the hell?
And of course, other mainstays in the community like Liam. It'll be really exciting to see what end times he ends up putting on the board.
Like favorite meal?
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll be interesting because
I think a perfect
us as a community, we're used to seeing those big names on this kind of platform, right? Like we have like Liam, Simply, Cheese, Callie, you know, all those huge names. It's a nice refresher to, you know, see on the board here. Like we have some other characters in here like Marlene, Cobra, Taki, Kano's even making an appearance. Might be known in the community, but however, still exciting to see him play today.
Oh no, D whatever getting bullied by the heave hose. That is not how you want the secrets to go.
I have been in that. I've been there before. I have seen many.
Dude, almost falling for another one there, narrowly avoiding him.
He cannot escape them.
And like, here's where you see, like, you know, this is one of those strats that, like, I'm sure D whatever's put a ton of practice time into it, but like, not quite as much of a grind as he's put in some 70s stuff. And like, it's those little things in this star just can really start to add up. This backup is honestly pretty tricky to pull off. Oh no! He fell for the ledge grab there. You have to like let go of A as soon as you get that second wall kick off, otherwise you get that fake ledge grab. Oh, the meltdown. Oh no. Here we go. Okay, there he goes. Oh man,
no, we can't see.
That was painful. But again, like I've been there before. I feel that.
I've had to do that backup quite a few times myself, and it can be pretty tricky and frustrating.
Yeah, and the ending for Secret Standalone is a little finicky just on its own too, just because you're having to jump off the cage to get there instead of like rolling out over the platform up top.
Why did I go out of Maricam?
And then here we go, like showing off some of those like pretty much exclusive to 70 micro optimization. Like I'm sure that other runners like Liam, you'll occasionally see do stuff like the like kick to break the box as part of your triple jump and strats like that, but mainly you're going to be seeing that stuff from like 70 runners that are used to just doing that to, you know, to do their 70 runs and just carrying it over.
Yeah.
And it's always interesting to see the ways that like people that are mainly doing one category, the things that they'll carry over into another category and kind of make a standard.
Yep, absolutely. And we see a new name in the bottom right there. That's Cryptic 80.
Oh boy.
What was all
the Cryptic's another one that, like, if you're in the community, you've probably seen his name around, and you probably watched his stream a couple times, but outside of, like, you know, diehard community members that you may not be super familiar with him, but he's been around for a really long time too, and a really accomplished runner in his own right. He was one of those that set a goal of getting a sub 50 in 70 star, and one of his PBs was a 50-minute and 0-second time.
Yeah, he
Actually,
is
I
probably
think-
one of the unluckiest runners as well, because I think he's done something similar with 120 goals as well.
Yeah.
Cry with me.
Like it's happened multiple times to him. It's kind of
It would have been
ridiculous.
nice to get a 141, but
And then he also kind of has Liam
was
internet
so good for
sometimes. That's another thing that his stream is kind of known for.
Oh, yeah, that is very true. But he has dynamic bitrate, so it makes it relatively okay. He doesn't.
Yeah, you just
lag.
get the
It's
cryptic
just-
mosaic every once in a while.
You get those fine pixels that you would see back on NES.
Right. Like stop motion cryptic rendered in Lego. And here's another name that I'm not personally super familiar with, Beast Assassin 67, but they've got a like 140 BPT still, which is pretty impressive for just before upstairs.
Yeah, I mean, Beast Assassin, also a brand new name to me as well. This is my first time seeing this name, and definitely proving themselves today with these runs that they are getting with a 5609 BBH time on the PB splits, and he's only 3 seconds behind out of CCM. So definitely excited to see what Beast Assassin can maybe pull out here. Might even Bob Cheese himself and get a PB.
Oh no! Oh man! He tried to. I was about to comment that like he was going for pretty pro strats on this star. Like his first time up into the mansion, he went for like the side flip wall kick there and actually got the fence clip, which is not super easy to do. But then whenever he went for the long jump hit on the boo, like you can go for a punch hit, but I think it's like a half a second slower or something. But most runners will just go for when you crouch and slide forward before a long jump. For some reason, that damages the big boo. But he, I think, either crouched slightly late or like ran out of that slide animation too early, and then the boo just knocked him off the platform. And that's one of the worst like small mistakes that you can make just because of how brutal the time loss is.
Yeah. Oh
no! He would ever nearly falling off the stage.
Can we talk about how D whatever smoothly walked up that slope? Like he didn't clip, he smoothly walked up.
Oh, and a nice backup there on the end, like with the
stop it.
quick dive back up there.
No,
That-
no,
Oh no!
oh, no. No. Funny enough,
So-
I've never actually seen that happen live. So I am both feeling bad for him and pretty happy I saw that.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, I've seen that situation, but that's the first time I think I've actually seen the quick get up. So, little fun fact for people that don't know, when Mario gets up quickly, he actually stays still on the platform for a few more frames than if he gets up slowly from a ledge grab. And the time difference is actually just enough that if you do a slow ledge grab there, you don't warp. But if you do a fast ledge grab there, you do warp. So if you do happen to grab really far on the right, you have to be like aware and remember not to hit A there and just do a slow ledge grab instead. But unfortunately, D whatever just barely missed that.
Such an unfortunate thing to happen after the struggle of getting over there in the first place, having to back that up, immediately gets warped.
Right. Oh, and not able to get the 3 Goomba either. He's close, but not quite.
Yeah.
That's one of the like weird, like that feels like a glitch. The fact that ground pounding the Goomba gives you a blue coin, but if you just jump on it, it's just a yellow. Like that doesn't feel like that's intentional. Like I know it is, but
It's such a weird mechanic that they haven't recreated something like that. Nintendo
Right.
has yet to recreate something similar to that. So it's a unique mechanic to SM64 specifically. Which makes it even more interesting and a little bit more bizarre.
yeah, I feel like there are just a few random one-off things that are specific to this game that's just like, huh.
I don't know if I'm enjoying it.
You could argue BLJ's is one of those.
Trash for this game.
Well, intentional things, I mean. Oh, and we got Kano with the C up slide on the TTM slide here.
Yep. Kind of on a bit of a pacer here.
It's kind of funny, like, being in the community a while, that used to be the only place you would see a C-up slide before it became really popular in HMC and 16-star. Like, that was just the example of it in a run.
Yeah, that's true. And it's even slowly, like, C-up slide or GATM slide, depending on the community you're in.
Or Obama slide.
That's a thing.
Very good.
Yeah, because like it's such a meme that it's called GTM slide, even though like a bunch of like he wasn't the one that came up with it, and I'm pretty sure other runners even did it in runs before him too. And like he himself is like, I don't know why it's named after me, so I've seen people call it Obama slide.
That is hilarious. Also, that was a really weird wall kick from Kano. It looked odd. I'm sure it was just a normal wall kick, but the way it clipped up, it looked weird.
Oh yeah, the whole maze geometry there is like super weird because of all the off-angle walls and stuff. And like if you look from the side, you can actually see that some of the walls like they jut out at a diagonal from like the main wall.
Yeah,
and
but
so
I
like if you're trying to side flip around them or something, you have to gain as little height as possible to have as wide of a berth to actually clear the ledge. Oh no. Kind of falling right off there. Oh man, at least he's still got the backups here. And this
what is
kind
that
of an interesting
angle?
camera backup there. I've never seen that cam backup, but that's so good.
It's good, but I feel like that's a Kano exclusive.
Yeah, probably, yeah. I'm sure that's pretty specific. That's probably like a texture setup, but on TTM backup.
There are so many things. Like I'll watch Kano like just kind of like in my off time while I'm doing like schoolwork or a study or something like that. And I'll look over and I'll see Kano just doing the most random things during practice. And I'm just like, does he plan on doing this in a run?
Right. Oh, I love this star. Just such smooth movement. And
Which one?
I prefer that.
We have 7 going on here.
The Kano
6
specifically.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, 6 once D whatever fixes the stream.
And we got Cryptic in BOB here. Let's see. I don't think he's done the 100 coin yet. And that's typically like one of your really big BOB time gain or lose stars.
True.
Ukana with a little bit of a sketchy ledge grab there after the log wall kick. If you end up crossing the corner like that, there's a chance you could hit him as well. And so you normally just want to grab the ledge that's closer to the log or further away. And then monkey glitch here.
Still one of the probably most simplistic but coolest glitches in the game.
Right, and like these runners make it look really easy, but you can fail it pretty easily. Like if you're not far enough out whenever you ground pound, or if you're too low, like if you dip below the summit of the mountain, like the monkey will just stand there and like shriek at you over and over, but he won't actually drop the cage.
Yeah, it's fairly precise for a pretty simplistic trick.
Right, like it takes a little bit of getting used to. And I mean, like these pro runners have done it so many times that I don't think I've ever really seen the fail happen to any of these guys. But you know, it's something that can certainly happen when you're trying to figure it out and learn it. And then this behind the waterfall star, like I've always kind of hated because like this is it going very well picturesque, but like if you get a firstie on that first wall kick, it just immediately introduces so much volatility. And then, like, the other wild thing there is there are, like, I think 5 or 6 different lag reduction camera angles for the ending. Because when it zooms out on the mountain, it actually creates a pretty fair amount of lag. And if I remember right, you want to see right as you're getting up to, like, the slope that you long jump from, and then also see right after you ledge grab. And that ends up being the least number of lag frames. But there's a serum arc comparison that's, like, I think it's, like, 5 different ones. It's crazy.
I'm sure Kano uses the 6th one that no one knows about.
Right. And I think the difference between them is only 5 or 6 frames total, so it's not like the biggest deal. It might be closer to 10, I'm not sure, but it's one of those things that, like, you know, if you integrate it into your run, like, it's nice to have, but
yeah.
And here we go with the igloo star.
And Kano, he is pacing right now.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Man, I've got to stop commenting on stuff like that. Last time I did that, D whatever fell. Did it again. Kano said something, and also
and then D whatever stream got sent to the Shadow Realm. So
yeah. And another new name on the screen is Avatar, and he's actually in sync with Cryptic, exiting the levels here, which was pretty humorous to see. But yeah, Avatar again. If you're super heavily into it, I'm not even gonna say you're like heavily into it, like you gotta be super heavily into it. You might have seen his name in people's chats, might have popped into his stream before. This is a runner I've actually like I went out of my way and like found randomly one night.
Oh nice.
I was browsing. I'm just like, you know what are some of the newer runners doing? And I scroll down and there's someone with like 3 viewers, and I'm like, I'm popping in there, and that was Avatar, and it's good to see him up here on SWRC season 2, competing to try to qualify.
Yeah, and competing against the likes of Kano, who, like you said, is really on a pacer here. Like, I'm not sure if these splits are like his real PB splits. I would think so, but like he's actually ahead of these splits right now. So, but of course, oh man, that money bag RNG, yikes.
Not terrible though. It puts the Rolenda right in his way, so it's not the worst RNG for sure. It puts him in a pretty good position still.
We'll see how the later ones go. I swear that's the most volatile enemy out there. Ooh, nice.
I've never actually seen someone do that. That was clean.
So, is this route shellless? Huh. Oh wait, no, never mind. I'm silly. Never mind.
We haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah, I completely forgot about the igloo trip. I was speed running the route mentally. Sequence breaking.
Man, just cut off an entire 40 seconds of a run.
God, forget carpetless. A pretty good igloo here. That movement can be really, really tricky. Like this camera is just not made for indoor spaces at all. And thankfully, the game kind of understands that. But yo, oh my god,
what? Kano consistently blows my mind.
Yeah, that slope-based stuff like that, like he's making it look really easy, but your speed gets so finicky. Like it
that movement is so ridiculously precise, and he did it so casually.
And that was such clean money bag RNG on the second one too. Like normally it's so much more violent with the spray, but God, this was a picturesque 100 coin. I'm gonna be shocked if he loses time. I mean, he did bonk on the first star, but like that. Surely he ended up making that up with like just how clean that was overall. Wow. Yeah, he's happy with that. And I mean, anyone would be like, anyone would be ecstatic with that 100 coin. Jeez. That's one of kind of the silent run killers. Like a lot of runners will tell you that they feel like it's a little bit underrated for how difficult it is. Because a lot of people will focus on like DDD 100 or like HMC 100. And I mean, those are like absolutely brutal in their own right. But this one, like, is just in its own way, just like really, really finicky.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Kano leaving with saving even more time.
Here we go with the BLJ. Oh, not quite. Oh man, you can see he's kind of frustrated on that one. Like you would hope that a 16-star runner would be able to get the more consistent BLJs, but that just goes to show like no one's 100% consistent at that trick, unfortunately.
I mean, you could argue you would hope that a 16-star world record holder would be able to do that. But let me see here. Let me see on Run GG what his paces actually fully are. If I can find his name. You'd think it'd stick out like a sore thumb on this leaderboard.
Right.
It's such a unique name. There it is. That took way too long.
Oh, and he's going for this cannon. God, this cannon shot gives me so much anxiety. Like, and he pulled that off so well. It honestly wasn't that close. Like, a lot of the time, you're, like, right on the edge of bonking there, but...
Okay, so, yeah, his Snowman's Land, minus 8 seconds, and has now proceeded to gold 2 splits.
Jeez.
Which, I mean, that's Snowman's Land. Based on the movement I saw, I'm not surprised.
Right, yeah. Speaking of Snowman's Land, D-Whatever unfortunately struggling pretty hard. Having to resort to a lot of backups in this stage.
It's not an easy stage.
Oh, not at all, no. And not in any category, honestly. For only having to do 4 stars, it's kind of brutal in 72. Even though, like, 2 of them, like, one of them's free, and then the other one is, like, 5 seconds. So if you practice it enough, it's theoretically free. I really shouldn't say that. It's honestly, like, finicky when you, like, think that you're consistent at it, and so... But like top of
What's
the
your-
snowman's head is just always such a pain. And then of course you move into 120 and then you start having to deal with the 100 coin and it's so much ick in one stage.
For every time you say it's free, you are now required to do it 10 times in a row.
Well, chill with the bully, I actually could. I will say that. Like that
That's
star
fair.
is legitimately free.
I
See
feel like
left
anyone
when
could
Mario
pick-
lands, like easy.
Yeah, I feel like anyone who like picks the game up, like even just like as a brand new player, understand the mechanics, practice it for like maybe like 10 minutes, you could probably do it consistently.
Right, like it's one of the first stars anyone should learn because of how easy it is, and like it just relies on the most basic mechanics, like time the camera press correctly, you know, understand how long jumps to jump dives work, etc.
Yeah.
Like I think the hardest part is like just kind of figuring out the timing for like how to roll out and like back up into the star so that you grab it as fast as possible. But like it's not hard. It's really not. That's the only star in this whole game I feel comfortable saying that about. Like just about every other star, there's something kind of finicky about it. Even shining atop the pyramid like is a little bit weird and tricky sometimes. But like chill with the bully is completely free. I don't have any qualms about saying that.
I feel like Wild Blue and Womp's Fortress you could arguably say is free.
Well, that one actually going really fast on it is kind of tricky. Like getting a perfect side flip through the tree and like getting the dive right and everything, getting a nice shallow angle but not diving right off the edge of the stage. And then especially if you're going for single jump Wild Blue. Like grabbing the star at all, yeah, is pretty much guaranteed. But like it's really easy to just lose 2 or 3 seconds if you're not, you know, just really practiced at it and consistent.
Actually, I would like to retract my previous statement as I am flashing back in my head right now. The amount of times I have slid past the star and have fallen down, fallen back down, realizing now it is not that free. And I will say this now, that's a 16-star runner saying it.
Yeah, like I would end up trying to do the side flip too quickly a lot of the time. I had to like really, and especially that side flip on the tree, I always had issues being consistent at, because it's one of those where you do the side flip and then immediately your stick needs to be in the opposite direction for the strafe.
Yeah, and for me, I sometimes pull out the single jump, and my struggle with the single jump is sometimes I don't hold A long enough. So I don't get the maximum height, and it's just, it throws it all off, and I'm like, no.
Yeah, and that's a really finicky strat too, the single jump. Like
Yeah, it is.
And it's crazy that that's just like part of the game at the top level in pretty much every category now. Because I mean, used to that was just not an optimization people bothered with. It was like, if you're gonna go for texture setup and you're gonna go for Owlus and like do the other stuff in Womp, like why bother making that star hard for like half a second? But
then
like
Green
over time,
Luigi
the
came
meta
around.
just shifts.
Yeah, and then Green Suigi came around and made it forced to have to do it in 16.
Well, I want to say it was TJK that like really TJK was the one that like kind of spurred on the Womps revolution with his tutorials that like just his tutorials dissected like double jump Wild Blue and the single jump double jump Owlus and single jump Wild Blue. And like that's I think when I started seeing a lot more top level runners go for those consistently in runs. Cause like yeah, it's especially single jump Wild Blue, like he was the single jump Wild Blue prophet for a while, I remember.
Yeah. But again, it's still like, even at that time, it still wasn't like completely viable to throw it into an RTA setting quite yet. And then Suigi started consistently doing it. All the top runners started consistently doing it. It just became a part of 16-star if you wanted to be just that slight bit faster to hopefully improve your time.
Yeah, and once you have runners moving over back into 70 and 120, they just kind of carry it back along with them. And, you know, now you just see everywhere at the top level, people just do single jump Wild Blue, no matter what category at this point.
Yeah. And,
ooh Kano, really unfortunate start
die.
there. Just going to take the death and just go ahead and just try again.
Yeah. And it looks like Avatar here is quite on a pacer. Man, we are being blessed with so many good runs today. Like, oh my gosh, look at Liam.
Oh, that is a lot of green there. Still pretty early in the game. You know, as a longtime 120 viewer, it's a little bit early to get attached. You know, don't get attached. Too much run PTSD there to get attached. Well, like me personally, I don't let myself get attached in the slightest until like upstairs, like zero attachment until upstairs. There's just no point to it. I don't feel.
Yeah, I just find it funny how I'm bringing it up. How, like, we're blessed with all these good runs, and there are currently 3 people in the green right now.
Right. And like, it's nice that they're all over the game, too. Like, it's not 3 people all in Rainbow Ride on really good runs.
Yeah, which I'm sure makes it really easy for production to decide which one goes on the big screen.
Ooh, those coins were a little bit sketchy for Kano. He only missed one, thankfully.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
there's a lot of backups. So
yeah, this is one of the more fluid routes for 100 coins, thankfully, but it's still a pretty finicky one too.
yeah, like for example, I genuinely thought he was gonna bonk there, taking that long jump. He was looked a lot closer than I would have liked. And especially this red star segment, red coin segment here in 100 coin.
Nice 5 slide. He managed to get that both on the reds alone and on this star too. So. And real quick, while we've got Kano working through the Rainbow Ride 100 coin, because I know this is the most action-packed star out there. We got a donation from Iris Steth for $23.89 with the comment, "Great run for a great event. Can't wait to see more." And thank you so much, Iris, for that donation. And speaking of the donations, a friendly reminder of exclamation point giveaway in the chat. We're going to be giving away a Nintendo Switch at the end of the Speedrun World Record Circuit season. And so if you donate a minimum of $20, you'll be entered into a raffle to go ahead and win that Switch. So exclamation point giveaway for more info there. And exclamation point donate for the donation link to find out more about Urban Arts and go ahead and get those donations in. And as you can see in the bottom left of the screen, we've got a donation tracker. If we hit our 1,500 goal, we'll be extending the stream time by another hour, so our runners can have even more attempts at this wonderful game. So if you want your favorite runner to have even more of an attempt session to get that really nice leaderboard PB, go ahead and get those donations in.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but that Switch sounds really nice.
Honestly, like I've already got one, so I'm not sure what I would do with the second one. I don't know if I'd keep my original one or if I'd take the nice upgrade.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I would probably take the upgrade and then give my old one to my niece.
Oh, that's nice. That's really nice.
So that way it's not like I'm not like sitting with 2 and I have one on like my monitor setup and one over at my TV. It's more or less like I can transfer them pretty quickly. It's not a very big setup to transfer my Switch over to my TV.
Right. Like I feel like, with a PS4 or something, even though it'd be really bougie to have 2 of them for that purpose, like I could remotely understand it, but for a Switch, like just get 2 docks.
Yeah. Like even like that, even like a third-party dock as well. Like you don't even need to go all out with an like an official one. Like third-party ones work those fine.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think like at the very beginning there were some issues with some of the third-party docks, but I think they've gotten sorted out over the years.
I've had 0 issues with any of the third-party docks that I've used, so I can confidently say
Kano! Oh no! Kano got assless and then immediately ended up like falling off from one of the kicks. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a hard strat and it's not at the same time. It's hard to get in that position, but it's easy once you get up there.
Yeah, and it just like the difference between kicking and diving sometimes like it can be really, really easy to slide back down just because you're going a little bit too fast or something else happens. I'm not sure whether that was like a missed kick and the momentum just fell away or like if that was really like the kick turning into a dive from going too fast. Here we go.
Yeah, it could have been a potential diving a little bit too early, maybe getting a little bit ahead of himself potentially.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Yeah, or even just like missing the A button somehow. That's one of the most like just infuriating mistakes when you're going for a jump dive and somehow the A press doesn't go through.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I think I have thought of one. If you would like to give an to give an incentive for you guys who want to donate, other than the giveaway, I will say this now. I am willing to do accents and try to do some impressions. And whatever you guys type out is what I have to say. Obviously, keeping it PG because this is a PG channel, but if it's family friendly, I will do a accent or impression. And speaking of which, we actually had 2 donations while I was speaking there. $20 from Electrocity. That is an X, not an S, saying much love back to you. And another $20 donation from Anonymous. Our biggest supporter here at GSA and one of the biggest supporters of Urban Arts is Anonymous. Great guy. Donates all the time. Nobody actually knows who he is. Just comes in here every time and just donates large amounts of money.
Yeah, a huge community enigma, just like that world record holder me that you see everywhere.
I've been bored sometimes, and I have gone into Green Suishi's chat and asked them, "Who is me?"
I think that's a joke like everyone makes at least once in their speedrun viewership.
Oh yeah, 100%.
There's so many standard jokes like that, or like whenever you see a runner run a different game, I didn't know, or this game looks really weird today. Like that, I've seen that joke so many times over the years.
Yeah, you see a lot of interesting little trolls that you can do in speedrunners chats. And it makes the experience a little bit more fun. And a lot of the top runners and a lot of runners in general are pretty good sports about it too. So, but we have Kano here entering into Bowser in the Sky here on I would consider quite a good pacer.
Oh yeah, like there's definitely no debate there. He might not be like the most happy just because top level runners are never happy unless they get like an almost world record time.
What the?
Oh, wow! He lands on the edge of the elevator axis there. And
Yeah,
finally
I
able to
have
get up
never
the third
seen
try.
that.
Yeah, that was
was
wild.
Kano's just making me have a list of things I've never seen before.
Right. And I don't think that elevator has the same misalignment that the one up top does, right?
I don't know. I've never seen anyone do that before, so I have no comment on that. That is not something I've ever had to look into.
Yeah, because I know like the top elevator has that weird thing, but I don't think that bottom one does. Luckily.
Yeah. I don't know. It's
Oh, no! The Goomba! Oh boy.
Squeaks, get out of here.
Okay, and at least the Goomba's out of the way this time. Oh man.
I can imagine Kano is beyond frustrated. Yeah. I can imagine Kano is probably beyond frustrated right now with how this run is closing out, but it's still looking like he's probably going to claim a 6th here.
Yeah, it's definitely a really, really solid run. I mean, nothing to really scoff at all, and especially so early within the session. I mean, you've got a whole weekend to keep doing attempts, and like this is the very first event. So I mean, just getting any sort of like low 1.4x, you got to feel at least a little bit proud of, just okay, I've got this decent time on the leaderboard. I definitely want to whittle it down, but let's go. It was nice getting this time at least. And here we go, kind of with a mid 142. So it's going to be pretty much matching Cobra, I believe, with again a mid 142 time.
Yep.
A little bit lower than Cobra's, but.
So he's going to take over a Cobra there and just kind of move around the leaderboard a little bit here. Still the same names, just different positions.
Yeah.
So bopping 3 people in one run.
Right. And now if he wants to do that again, gonna have to cut 3 minutes off that time.
It's Kano.
Right, it could happen. Now,
and
Liam, we've got Liam. Yeah, this is a bit of a run at Commentator's Curse. We'll see how LLO 100 goes. This is one that you get some shell movement, which it's shell movement. It is what it is. And then of course the volcano movement is a little bit tricky, but overall, I think a lot of runners would tell you this is one of the more manageable 100 coins.
Make the same mistake.
Absolutely. Honestly, as someone who's only done a few 120 runs, I would say this is probably one of my favorite 100 coins, just because it's very unique to the rest of them.
Right, like you do have shell movement in like BOB 100 and then SL 100, but then it's not as fundamental in those, I don't think, as it is here. Like it's almost half the route, or I mean 3/4 of the route actually.
It all the way up to the volcano.
Yeah.
It's just a shell, and so that's pretty epic. And
So pretty
Liam?
decent shell. Got a little bullied, but you know, inside the volcano, these flame spitters are just awkward. It's this one coin right up here. Like, I hate that there's no real way to get around it. This one right here. And like Liam doing a decent job working around it, but like I think there's some sort of weird way that you can somehow grab that with a rollout or a dive. I'm not exactly sure, but there are ways to try to go at that a little bit faster. But I swear, every time I've seen someone try, they've always failed. I've never seen it work.
Yeah, I can't recall seeing it work personally myself as well. But on top of that, we got Avatar here. I'm saying his name quite a bit. And what just happened with D whatever?
The elevator just is not taking any prisoners today.
That threw me off. But as I was saying, Avatar looking like it's possibly a crisp 7th place bop here, and looking like a pretty solid PB as well, as he is in TTC currently.
All right, now Liam headed over into Vanish Cap here, and Vanish Cap is another star that like it tends to be consistent, but when it goes wrong, it goes so wrong.
Like you BFD for the 19 months, by the way.
I feel like Vanish Cap, regardless of if you make a mistake in Vanish Cap, it's almost guaranteed to be a very significant amount of time loss.
Right, and especially at this level where you're going for like the wall kicks off the elevator rails, like it's so precise.
Oh yeah. Ooh,
Taking a
and
little
even
bit of
stuff like
damage
that,
there.
like taking that dive a little bit too early, right? It's stuff like that. That's the micro adjustments that you need to make.
Okay, so like he ended up going for like the pretty basic route because of that, which I mean, like, hey, you know, it ended up being pretty safe. So, and of course, the good old Siglemic.
And
Always
do
nice to
whatever.
see.
Now finishing up a run here. Ooh. Do whatever. Looking like might bop Taki here. Oh no! As I speak.
Rip ass IRL.
Oh.
By gas, I mean like.
Oh, that's gonna be a death. Oh man. Do whatever. Not handling that well. Oh no.
I will say this now. I think this is a good moment where we have Liam on the screen. I think if we had D whatever right now, there would be some very vulgar words being said.
Some very colorful language, I'm sure. And honestly, Bowser deserves every word of it. Like with the way he's acting here. The disrespect.
And that's going to remove D whatever from that top 7 position. Which is just so unfortunate because he had it.
This is original hardware.
But Avatar finishing up TTC, and his run is looking so good right now.
Has he beaten the game yet for this event?
Yeah, we'll see how Rainbow Ride ends up treating him, but Taki's 100 coin going decently well here in LLL.
Yeah, definitely a solid. But we're seeing the names that I think are going to definitely make an impact in today, at least, as we wait for some of the other top runners to take their place as well. And we've seen some upsets. How funny would it be if we didn't see a top runner at pace? Like, what if like just a bunch of these small runners who emerge out of the darkness just take over?
Yeah, we just like suddenly get 137s dropped on the leaderboard.
That would actually be so hard to get yourself to do that.
Now, CCM Reds is another one that like it tends to be decently consistent, but like it especially this pit section here, like there's a lot of potential for things to go south.
I will say this now. I've never done that pit section like that. I take my time.
Yeah, like it's that's really sketchy. It's so easy to take the ledge grab there by accident too.
It's not even the ledge grab. I'm afraid of just flying off the edge.
Yeah, fair.
Oh fuck, man! Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh that was an ending right there.
That was definitely a new ending. Oh no! Avatar taking death in Rainbow Ride.
Forbidden one.
You hate to see it. But I mean, that's why it's a reset ride, right on the end of the game. Like, it's so painful that those stages, like, you can't put them any earlier. It just doesn't make any routing sense. Because it'd be nice to just get TTC and Rainbow Ride out of the way really early on and just, you know, have some really basic stage on the end. Oh, no. Avatar missing a jump there, and so having to slide right off the plank.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah,
Still
that's
looking
such an
promising,
infuriating way
though.
to lose Lakitu bounds.
Yeah. Don't think that Avatar has lost enough time to completely remove himself out of the position of possibly taking 7th, but it's looking tighter and tighter with each and every mistake.
Oh no.
Ooh, and Cryptic working through SSL 100. Having to take one Goomba back up.
Oh god. Okay, we're good.
And meanwhile, Cheese heading in for 100 coin in Lethal Lava Land inside the volcano. So we got a lot of mid to later game kind of runners going on. Really nice to see. And it's really nice to have like an open qualifier like this instead of like, you know, just having say 6 runners or something, because like you get so much higher of a chance of having people be out of the lobby here. And I mean, Womps takes a lot of talent to get through. JRB takes a lot of talent to get through. But when you've been watching 120 for like 5 years, like it's a little stale.
Well, it's actually I'm glad they did it this way, because I was talking to a runner from the 16-star Speedrun World Record circuit from last season, and they had a big concern that they might not be invited back due to not having a better time at that time. They've definitely improved since then, but they were concerned that they might have the potential of not being invited back. But with these qualifiers, that completely removes the fear of not having the invitation. It's just, can you beat out the rest of the competition that, you know, might want it just as much as you do?
Right.
And so, yeah, it still gives you a little bit more nerves and anxiety, but at least you don't have that worry of, I wasn't good enough, so I didn't get invited. It's a matter of, okay, these people are just better than me, and I need to
especially like
improve
having
and
extended
try to get there better.
qualifiers, like it makes it so that, like, you know, if you don't do super well one weekend, that doesn't mean that you're not gonna, you know, continue on. Like at least you're gonna be able to, you know, have another event to be able to get better times out.
Absolutely, and I think Avatar. That was an interesting. Okay, so he did accidentally leave a red coin behind. So I was so confused for a second there.
And speaking of our format a little bit, if you want some more information, ! format in the chat for just more info on the live time attack setting and other stuff like that. If you have any questions about the rules or whatever. And ! qualifiers for all of our link to the qualifier information.
All right, what's Blizzard's Liam comparing against?
This is a 137.48, so.
Oh, you got the door clip there. That's pretty awesome, actually. Look at that best possible time.
Like that is ludicrous. And I know upstairs is just going to eat through it, and like I said, not letting myself get attached at all until upstairs, but like, I mean, this is a decent rubber band stage on a pretty decent run.
I will say this now. I am definitely not invested in this. I have been in the speedrunning community for way too long to get invested this early into such a long run. But oh my gosh.
I hate that that's a badge of honor to brag about, like, oh, I'm not at all attached to this run. I'm so ready for this run to die. Because it almost sounds like you're hoping for it to happen. But, I mean, it's just the reality of watching this game for a really long time. Because, like, I remember when I was still really new to 120 runs, and, like, you see someone on 136 pace in DD 100, and you're like, oh my god, this is so good. Like, this run's going to be world record. And then, like, front sub kills the run, or, like, the triple jump to the last red coin, or something else. And, like, that happens 20 or 30 times to you, and eventually you're like, okay, I'm not going to get excited until I see the third Bowser throw. I actually saw Batora's world record live, And I didn't think he was going to get world record until the third throw was done. Like, in my mind, I was like, he's going to miss this throw. It's going to miss, and then that's going to be it. Like, no world record here. And then he got it, and I was like, oh my God, I saw a world record? How? Like, that's just the reality of watching this game. It's so brutal that, like, something will kill every run you see, pretty much.
Yeah. So, funny, my first world record that I had witnessed live was Simply's, arguably probably the most emotional one as well. And it was incredible to watch because I was just kind of sitting there. Oh, sorry, there was one before that, but this is probably the most notable. Is the entire time he was saying this run is trash. He was in Rainbow Ride saying that this run is trash. Meanwhile, he is on world record pace.
Right. Oh, the average Trey video on the this run is trash attitude is really, really insightful, I think.
Yeah. And it made me realize at that moment that I should not be attached to a run. Understand, the world record prior to that I had watched was Ouija's 15-17 back when it was a Zaya bot by 7 seconds. Was my first world record, and it was I tuned in when he was already in bits. And so I didn't really get that feeling of being attached. It was kind of like I showed up. I didn't even know it was a world record when he got it.
Right. And like it's 16 stars, so it just happens in the blink of an eye, and you're like, wait, what? But like with 120, you've got some time for it to sit on you. And I remember, oh no, Avatar getting bullied by that bomb.
Yeah, I reset too.
You hate to see it.
I probably would have reset faster.
Yeah, honestly.
But yeah, now I'm in a position where I've watched so much 16 star that the only consistent thing that I can say I will get invested in is when they enter bits. That is the only time I get invested because it's so close.
Right.
And I do want to have that emotion and that build up and the anxiety because when they get it, you want to be just as excited as they are, right? And so I don't want to have that. Oh, it's not done until the last throw, kind of like the way you do. I like to have that build up and anxiety kind of with them. I like to empathize how they feel in that moment.
I misread your message.
Oh yeah, I can definitely feel that for sure, for sure. But
I mean, arguably yours is probably better for mental health reasons, but
well, it's just this baseline pessimism. I think this just like this run isn't gonna PB. I'm not lucky enough to be able to see a world record. Like, there's no way. That's literally what my thought process was like, and especially that Batora run. Like, whenever he had the fall in Rainbow Ride, I was like, "Yep, there it is. I'm not going to see a world record today." Like, he still managed to clutch that run. Like, that's the most impressive part about that record to me is that he clutched it after that huge fall. Because like the tilt after that would be near unmanageable. So I just don't understand how you can manage to shrug off something like that and still finish off a run on world record pace. But
yeah.
In any event,
it's definitely insane.
In any event, we'll go ahead and let a little bit more anticipation build for Beast Assassin's finish and some of these other runners as we take a short little break here. But stay tuned because we'll be right back. And welcome back, folks. We're back from our quick caster break as we've got Liam closing up a pretty nice Fire Sea pace here. And we've got a few other runners pretty close to the end of their own runs here. Beast Assassin about to be entering bits. We got Cryptic 80 just getting upstairs as well. I am Electric, joined in the booth yet again by Shicely. And we've had some pretty impressive runs already. We got to see the end of Kano's 142.24 and Cobra's 142.38. And already we've got a couple other pacers that seem to be on track for some even lower times here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm gonna I'm gonna kind of delve into a deep question here. And Wes would have my head if he was in the booth with me right now. But do you think that these runs are ever going to slow down? Or do you think it's going to consistently improve and we're going to see more times on the leaderboard, better times on the leaderboard? Or do you think it's going to slow down at some point?
See, I do think that overall, I mean, obviously we're going to be seeing improvement over time because the longer the event runs, like, you know, there will be more of an opportunity for good times. Liam, the backup there. Oh, man.
I hope you know, as you were speaking, I was gaining more and more anxiety watching that.
Yeah, like as soon as I saw like the rings start to go wrong, I was just like, oh boy, I cannot believe he was able to back that up. That's crazy.
Probably would have been like 20.
So I mean, like those rings, if you're not familiar, like the hitbox doesn't correlate with what's on screen at all. Like the first 5 or 6 are kind of okay, but then like after that, they're just completely sideways compared to what you see. And so, like, if you go through and don't trigger it, you have to basically be swimming sideways to trigger it from there. And if you're not familiar with the way swimming works in this game, Mario is the slowest boat ever. Like, he's the Titanic, but with a red hat. And it just, like, he doesn't turn at all. So, like, yeah, normally if you miss, like, too many rings, like, it's, congrats, you gained a minute. And so...
It's funny. This is a really weird flex, and it's definitely not one I'm super proud of. But I have messed up those rings so many times to the point I know how the other rings hitboxes are.
Yeah. Like, I mean, after there's a good pan and Coed video that actually shows you what the hitbox is supposed to be. And like that having as a reference in the back of your mind, like, is really nice and helpful. Oh, Beast Assassin with the missed throw.
To finish it off, there we
go. Nice.
1:45, which is a really good time, especially in this setting. Definitely showing off their skills here. And as a new runner, I'm sure many of us at this point is definitely something to show. Beast Assassin coming in and showing up. That's what you like to see.
Absolutely. And I mean, like, no matter who you are, a mid 1.4x is always impressive. Like, that's just a good time. Like, it takes a lot of skill to get that sort of time.
Oh, well.
I'd say it takes a lot of time. Like, once you get to, like, 1:55 kind of mark, I find it's a much slower improvement.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And especially, like, as you start dipping further and further down in the 140s range, like, it just, it starts to get, like, microscopic, it feels like, at times.
What is this upstairs? Liam, what are you doing to us right now? Don't get our hopes up like this.
102.41. Oh man. 102.41 fade out. That is crazy.
102.35 door touch. What is Liam doing?
What is the like all-time best right now? Like it is still a 102, right?
Yeah, it's pretty low though. I think it's a 102.1x. I could be wrong though. I'm sure someone in chat who has more knowledge will definitely correct me.
I also wonder, like, I've always wondered, but I've never bothered to ask anyone, like, why exactly people time on door touch instead of on door fade out? Because that's always the most common timing that I hear is door touch.
I have no idea. I don't have an upstairs split, so I don't know. Maybe it's just the most comfortable. There might be some people who do the fade out, but yeah, I don't know. But word in chat is that Terria is actually on a tippy pacer right now.
Ooh. That's another runner that, like, I feel like they're decently well known in the community, but like outside of other community members, they may not have heard of them before.
I was gonna say, like, it's one of those runners that you're like, if you're in the community enough, you've heard the name.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Cryptic having to dance around.
but at least not getting the jump not coming out. Oh no!
Oh my god!
So close. Oh man, that he just cannot get the wall kick. The depth perception just not working out. Oh no. Okay, here we go. There we go. He's up there. Oh. I've never seen that ricochet. Oh man. You just cannot catch a break.
This is a replay of the D whatever situation with
Right. I think it's got even more on it than the D whatever situation. Okay, we'll see how the ending goes. Hopefully he gets this next long jump. Oh, that's gonna be a curse. Oh,
Wait,
never mind. Here we go. Okay.
Going on.
So officially gaining on D whatever there, just a little bit.
There is, man. It's real.
Oh man.
That was stressful.
And meanwhile, Liam going to be taking care of, I think, his own secrets this time. So hopefully a little bit cleaner than Cryptic's. And didn't you get the secret that first time? That's always a pain with those sliding boxes. Like you want to like walk away from the box just before you really hear and process the secret sound. But of course, on occasion you go a little too fast, and then you have to like double back on it just to get it again.
Yeah.
And it's also like it is nice that you have the ability in like Usamoon to like have a timer go off with each secret so that you don't have to have audio to practice stars like that. But it also like it's not quite the same as like having to react to the sound compared to reacting to seeing something on screen, you know?
Oh, absolutely. And Cryptic looking like he's going to finish up here in THI Secrets. And I do not know what it is, but maybe I'm talking too much, but I'm on my second bottle of water and my mouth is still super dry. It's like no amount of hydration. I have 2 bottles with me this time.
Drink even more. Just however much water you're drinking, double it, and then double that, and then keep doubling it until you
I have an entire
become
case.
water.
Until I become one. You know what? What is it, like 80% of your body is water?
73 or something? Yeah, some number like yeah.
I'm already close, so
right. A friendly reminder to chat to drink water. I know we don't have stay hydrated bot. That's what it was, right? Stay hydrated bot, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know we don't have that in the stream, but just go drink water. Friendly reminder to everyone in chat. But if you've been watching the stream for my entire commentary, you should have drank 8 ounces of water by now. Is that how hydration bot would work?
I actually think so. If I recall correctly, it was something like that.
See, the life hack that I use to make myself drink more water is I got myself addicted to sparkling water.
Yo, what are these runners on today? What did you guys eat for breakfast? I need to know. Look at Teria in the bottom right corner there.
Oh man, this is quite a pace. See, I think that's 141 BPT. It looks like that's really steep.
Just such a shitty wet dry world, man.
And then Taki's pace is like really impressive too.
Are we potentially able to get the double screen for Liam and Teria here? Because both are pacing pretty nicely. Liam obviously on an absolute pacer, and maybe hold on, I need to check here. Yeah, and world record pace. Tara on an absolute PB pacer right now.
And here we go, Liam with the THI secrets of his own. Oh, I don't think I've seen people do that single jump there too often, or at least I haven't noticed it.
Yeah, and there we go. We got the 2 big pacers on screen right now.
Teria with working through the red coin section of the maze here as we get through 100 coin.
Remember when I said I don't really get attached until bits? Yeah, I'm slowly getting attached to Teria's run here.
And And we've got another donation coming out from BDEF100, another longtime community member, for $25 with the comment, "Everyone go to Pace." I think that's sound advice, personally.
That is, and I would highly recommend. I honestly second that. Everyone should go to Pace. Everyone in chat right now, all like 1,000 of you. Imagine 1,000 people in that venue.
Everyone not in chat, like everyone that exists, go to Pace.
Yeah, all 8 billion people in that venue.
I think that would probably be the density where like it would create a black hole. Like.
I think that's just very unethical at that point too.
Well, I mean, I think the crowd crush would have happened a few billion people before that.
Ironically enough, if you know, we could just print out the entire state of California because it is proving you can fit the entire world's population inside of California.
Who proved that? How? Well, I need answers. You can't just say they proved that. I need sources.
It is a proper estimation. I learned this back in high school. It could be a little off.
Did they take like 1/100th of California and be like, all right, we'll draw straws and go get in this corner of the field and we'll measure and see if. God, I don't know. Like I'm sure you could estimate something like that. Anytime I hear like stats like that, I'm always just like, how? How did you determine this? Why did you determine this?
Yeah, ironically enough, I did say I learned that back in high school, but I have heard people in like my adult life also say that it is possible.
The one that always gets me is people using like really weird measurements for stuff. Like I can vaguely understand like, oh, this was 3 football fields long. Like, okay, I get it. But if you're telling me like the length of something in 67 cricket bats, like I don't think that was a common enough frame of reference.
Oh no, Terry, taking a death here. Remember, Ryan. Also, what did you just say?
I've seen a couple of like different like just links and stuff to like news articles or tweets or whatever else where like someone said something was really long or whatever, but they used like the weirdest frame of reference possible. Like, oh yeah, this was 7 9-irons long.
Well, funny enough, in my grade 12 physics class, they brought up the unit of Kelvin. That was my first time ever hearing that, and my response exactly to my teacher, and I've never seen a more disappointed face when I said, "Who is Kelvin?"
It is fine.
I didn't know it was a unit of measurement for temperature
I mean, it's
at
named
that
after
time.
someone. It's kind of close.
But you can tell the genuinity behind my question, though.
Right.
Like, I genuinely meant, like, who is this person?
Right. Who is he? Why are there so many of them? Why is he so negative?
What?
Oh wait, that never. That's literally what Kelvin is for. There are no negative Kelvins. The commentator just being completely brain dead here.
Well, you can tell who took physics. This is still a really good pace from Terrio, though.
Yeah, and from Liam as well. Like, this is really, really sick upstairs. I don't understand how Liam can play so consistently. Like, it's insane.
This is his like 4th like good decent run of the day too.
And here we go with the Cooper race.
Terria can easily still get on the leaderboard here.
Nice 5 slide there in the maze.
As we see Liam do a very standard Cooper race.
That is awful.
Okay, apparently it wasn't standard. Standard Cooper race, Liam. That was awful.
Yeah, typical speedrunner logic. Right in action.
That timing was just beautiful.
Right.
It felt like he was responding to it, my comment.
I just gotta shout it out again though, because I've seen a lot of people in chats over the years question like why speedrunners can be so pessimistic. There's this really good YouTube video by Average Trey about why a lot of speedrunners will take that like this run sucks kind of attitude, and it's really insightful on like it's a mental strategy to like get yourself to be less anxious. Like by telling yourself the run is bad, you can kind of alleviate some of the nerves of being aware that it's actually a very good pace.
I was gonna say, because honestly, I didn't see any mistake in that Cooper race, but however, Liam's just like chilling with a -31 and went, that was awful. Keep in mind, this man is casually on world record pace right now.
Yeah, and I mean, in this game, a lot of the mistakes and stuff can be like really, really subtle. But I mean, yeah, like in a start like that, you're mainly just wanting to not make any major mistakes after everything else you've had to deal with in the stage.
Okay,
Like, here we go with TTM.
Terria he died in Rainbow Ride and is still on pace. What?
Oh, not quite grabbing the right coin, but decent backup.
Really bad.
Because we got Liam on the top of the mountain saying it's really bad. I think what he's complaining about there is he didn't get insta-clip, which is like a second and a half maybe. But I mean, that's also a very inconsistent trick, just kind of inherently. And then I think the movement was like a tad sloppy getting up top. But overall, not losing more than maybe 2.5 seconds. That's grounds for him being like, oh, this is awful, terrible. I mean, that's kind of part of like the this run sucks mentality. Is like you overemphasize like little mistakes in your mind to like make yourself think that the run is just worse than it really is, so that you're not thinking to yourself like this is world record pace. Oh my god.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can definitely tell like this is a ridiculous pace. This is really good. Any normal person would be insanely nervous right now. Liam is carrying it out as if he's 30 seconds behind.
Right. Oh, Church with the ball! No! Well, there goes leaderboard status. Unfortunately, that is the worst place for that Goomba to have been.
Squeaks at it again. That's twice now.
Man, that was so hard to watch.
Okay, why is it when I get in the booth that this is happening? I've been watching all day. That has not happened once. Why is it when I get in here? Why do I have to endure this?
Oh, and generating the stairs. Hitting that button is the worst because that stair movement just gets so awkward afterwards. Like, there is a way to do it quickly, but if you don't start it right, then like the whole thing just falls apart, and then you just lose 5 seconds getting up a set of stairs.
Wow.
All right, let's see how Ateria does this.
And I think, okay, Liam's going to be moving into the 100 coin now, and TTM 100 coin is another just, like, kind of odd one. Like, it's not one that you would pinpoint as difficult in the same way that, like, Snowman's Land 100 or, like, parts of Rainbow Ride 100.
Duh.
Wow!
That Goomba,
Squeaks,
I swear.
calm down. Calm down.
I will say this. Leaderboard spot is still wide open.
Yeah,
that 7th place
Taki's
is
like on the way
looking-
to go ahead and improve her PB2. So I mean,
That's
it's
true.
certainly possible that like Turge could go ahead and get on the leaderboard, but then get bopped right back off within just a few minutes. And then of course Liam isn't even on the leaderboard just yet. And if this run doesn't end up on the leaderboard, I would be absolutely shocked.
It's going to. Then again, Liam holds himself at a ridiculously high standard.
I mean, you have to imagine like less than 30 stars away from the end. You just may as well finish it out.
Yeah.
Get a nice tip.
I'll say this now. Without that death, that would have been a Kano bop. He would have beat out Kano with that run.
Oh yeah, handily. Like that's such an unfortunate death so late, and from like a truly RNG factor. If you're not familiar with like the background of Goombas, like when they spawn, it is random where on their spawning platform they will actually spawn. They'll have like a given radius they can spawn in, but where exactly they end up there is completely random, and the way that they move around ends up being random as a result. Like they'll turn around at different times, they'll get aggroed at different times, and so like there could be one there could not be one there. It just kind of depends on how they're feeling that day. And in Turge's case, it just went the worst kind of way. But still snacking a 143.07. That's not at all bad. Like for having a death like that is really, really sick.
I will say this now. that is the worst and best place to make a big mistake like that. It is the worst because you're right at the end of the run, and it is such a mental destruction. But it's also the best because now you can make it so many mistakes throughout the run, knowing that you have like that minute and a half at the very end that you can rely on if you need to.
Yeah, if you run against those splits, it is a little bit of a comfort there. Although, like, whenever I've had really late game time loss like that, I end up just getting hypercritical of my early game still, just because, like, oh, I'm in the red already with my early game, and like I end up forgetting that I have all that late game time save.
As soon as I start the run, I usually remind myself, I'm like, or like after each split, I'm usually like, okay, I have to remember that this is my time save, right? Like I will like find myself getting into a bad mindset after Womp's Fortress on a 16 star, which if you guys don't know 16 star that well, that's not terrible. Being red, unless you're like a minute in the red, like if you're like 10 seconds in the red outside of Womp's Fortress at like a mid-tier level, it's not terrible. There's still a lot more time save. But I'll go out of like Womp's Fortress with that kind of mindset, forgetting that it took me like 30 seconds on BLJs.
Right.
Like for example,
Liam
like
in SL 100 or like just Snowman's on generally here, and I mean this is going to certainly be another like make or break for this pace. But I mean this is still 136 pace this deep into upstairs is just nutty.
Oh yeah.
Like this really is the sort of thing that's only possible when you've been at this grind for just forever. And I mean, it is so bizarre to think that there was a time period where everyone just assumed Liam was retired and would never touch this game ever again, and probably never show his face in the community. And then just all of a sudden, like, boop, here we go, world records again. Nice.
Yeah, I was
like,
gonna say
the whole Liam went to jail for tax evasion era was like so memed, like gold mine. Oh man.
We can blame Ludwig for that one.
Wait, that's where that meme came from? I never knew. Like, I thought it was just a thing that people...
And Ludwig's stream consistently, his viewers are just like, you're doing tax evasion, and he runs on it too. He
okay.
does it back. But yeah, it comes a lot from that. So when Ludwig came to the SM64 community, it kind of just ran with it. So when Liam disappeared, we kind of just ran with that.
Yeah. My headcanon is that he got lost within like all the stuff at his desk. If you've seen the pictures, you understand what I mean.
I just figured he couldn't find his way back to the computer with how dark his room is.
He didn't have enough bitrate to find the go live button.
His upload speed was below 1 Mbps.
What? Wow. Jesus Christ, dude. That's fucking awful.
Some
and again, here, like,
strong
Liam
emotion.
Being hypercritical after losing
Literally
one coin. Like,
run.
I mean, I get it. You know, like having to take any kind of backups is always just infuriating. But
yeah,
having to go ahead
you
and
have
kill the
30.
snowman here.
You have like 30 seconds to work with, though.
Almost got trolled.
And that's what's like really, really awkward about like having to do backups in this star in particular is like that's kind of your best bet is like killing a snowman or something else. It's really slow, but like still like, you know, a decent source of coins.
Yeah.
This would
And
have
here we go.
That was still really good, though.
Every second of time loss is purely RNG.
Oh yeah, here we go with the typical RNG. I lost the run to RNG, dude. Shout outs to Mr. Speedrun, like legendary. And like, no hate, but I do feel the need to point out in that famous clip that was not RNG at all.
There are a lot of there's a lot of coin RNG in 120 star, but if you are not running 120 star, I hate to say it, it's probably not RNG that screwed you over.
And I mean, like, there's just kind of a certain degree of like what you could, I guess, call inherent RNG in this game that like you just kind of have to understand and work around. And like there are a lot of things that can be really random and finicky if you don't understand like the different ways to work around stuff. Like for different setups for jumps and stuff, like learning to recognize the subtle differences in your starting position can like really, really help your success rate over time. Like if you're actually approaching it from the perspective of like, okay, this went different on this attempt, here's how I need to adjust to still end up succeeding at this. compared to like you could know how to do some really hard strats if everything goes perfectly, but then you only have like a 20% success rate because like you only get the opening perfect like 10% of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And it quick flashback to one of my first ever coaching sessions when I was trying to help a new runner out. They came to me and just like, I keep getting screwed over by the by the RNG cycle in Dark World. And naturally, I assume that they know that the cycles are not RNG, and so I was confused. And they're like, like Zaya cycle and everything like that. I'm like, that is strictly movement.
Yeah, like, but it is weird when you first start trying to learn this game and like you feel like you're doing the movement right and you're nowhere near making like the first elevator cycle or like the standard shig cycle at the end, and you're like, are the runners hacking? Like, are they cheating? And it's like, no, you're just not seeing the very, very little micro optimizations you need to be doing to make those cycles.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, when I first learned Zaya cycle, I was so confused by it, not realizing that it's kind of like Suki movement, but a lot more lenient when it's a later in the cycle.
Yeah, and like Shia cycle is really comfy with like just the box rollout without the underside elevator movement. Like, especially like if you're trying to do the turnaround switch press at the beginning, that's the thing I hate so much about Suki is like having to do that quick turnaround switch press. Like,
oh yeah.
What the fuck?
Oh, Liam wall kicking off the wrong wall there.
Liam showing his distaste for every minute mistake.
And I mean, now we do see just how good the run he's comparing against is, considering like he lost 9 seconds in Cloud over not getting the BLJ. Like that's a weird mistake to end up losing that much time to, but at this sort of level, I mean that's what you're comparing against basically. Oh no, and the triple jump not quite working out with the angle.
Yeah.
So having a little bit of an issue in TTC, but I mean like this is one of the stages that like it causes little bobbles like this, and not making a major mistake is really the name of the game here.
Also, can we just say possible time save? Nice.
God.
Only on Liam's split would you see something like that. For some reason, I firmly believe only Liam's split would show 6.9.
Well, like it's just not possible for that number to appear anywhere else.
If you know Liam's community, you know.
I actually forgot how to do the star. Like, I forgot where I'm supposed to go.
I didn't end up seeing any of Taki's 100 coin. I hope the 100 coin in SL went well for her. But it looks like she's on a pretty decent pacer. I can't see her splits too well, but they look like green.
Let me see if I can't find out here.
Alright, it's fine. It's
Perfect.
actually fine.
Barely. So it's 1 second to their PB.
Nice.
So Taki does have a BBT of 139, so
no, it's not fine.
Oh,
she's really been like coming up over the past couple of years. Like,
well, when Marlene's your coach,
it's very fair.
No, Leo, stop!
Oh man,
the
clock is just really doing him in today. Like that is.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
no!
I don't know what it is with these platforms, but you just get fucking pushed around by these invisible hitboxes. It's really.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, like those platforms are the absolute worst. What's so finicky about them? So the way that the game does like slope, like whether you're on a steep enough slope to slide down, is purely based on the angle of the polygon. And those platforms, the little knob part in the middle is like steep enough that it counts as a steep slope. So like if you happen to jump when you're in the middle of the platform, you have entirely different jumping physics and like a different move set compared to like if you jumped off the flat ground on either side. So like it's really stupid sometimes. Like you'll get a jump and then just lose all your momentum and be like, oh, I jumped off the middle, great.
Yeah, absolutely. So
We'll see if Liam ends up still being on like redeemable pace. That's not the word that I meant to use there. It's not like this would be a terrible run like if he ends up being behind.
Redeemable pace.
This run is just absolutely an embarrassment upon runs generally. Yeah, no.
Yep.
Oh my god.
This,
like the more
this
we
stage
talk
is just
about
really
it.
doing him in. Like normally it's not TTC, it's Rainbow Ride, but I mean, when you're already entering like 16 seconds. Oh, and of course the Invis-Wall. Of course. I'm going to take this opportunity to explain what exactly Invis-Walls are. So, like, talking about the slope calculation stuff. In this game, if there's a ceiling, above that ceiling is an invisible wall. It's considered out of bounds. Mario can't move there. And in this stage, if you think about it, it's all vertical, and stuff like the pendulums actually have ceiling polys that just don't have a floor above them for some reason. And so that's what creates those invisible walls. There's like some random pendulum way lower in the stage that it just happens to be in the wrongest spot that it causes there to be that obstacle up there. Because like when I first started watching this game, I was like, oh, that's kind of weird that the developers put an invisible wall there. They didn't. Like that's not intentional at all. That's just a straight up glitch, and it's so infuriating. Because like it's such a tiny spot, but it seems to be the very spot you always hit when you're on PB pace.
Yeah.
Never lucky.
Like they're so random too. Like Invis-Walls after a certain amount of time, it just feels like RNG. It really does because you're doing the same movement as you normally do, but for some reason there's an invisible wall there now.
Yeah, and it's like some of it you can kind of start to get a feel for and try to avoid. Like there are different corners that they'll pop up in. Like one place that I can think of pretty readily is in Wet Dry World when you're doing the 100+ secrets for 70. Right after the 4th coin box, if you're like too close to that ledge that you just wall kicked up, you can end up hitting an Invis-Wall there in that corner, but like you just manage to avoid that by just like steering around that corner. But like in the case of like the TTC one, you just don't really have much of an option.
Well, if Liam makes a mistake now, at least we won't know. So with that being said, I think this is a good time to reiterate the fact that there is a donation goal. So if you want to see Liam potentially get on another run, if you're a big Liam fan and you want to see him take over first place a little more comfortably, if he doesn't get it this run, then if you donate, you can push it towards that $1,500 goal, which we are so close to hitting. So close. We get another extra hour of Mario speedruns. And, at the end of that extra hour, you could potentially get even more than that.
Exactly, yeah. And so, like, if you're really into these runs and you just, you keep seeing your favorite runner just end up losing really good paces right at the end, get those donations, and that extra hour could definitely make the difference. There have been a couple of these events where the winning time was scored during an overtime. So, sometimes those donations really did make the difference.
Still feel bad for Punkay.
Here we go with Cryptic in Rainbow Ride on Lakitu Bounce.
Looking like we got some pretty decent runs going here. Cryptic, I never know what pace he's on because his splits are all over the place and his layout is very unique.
That is the most kind way of putting that. I mean, he's not using Comic Sans or Papyrus font. Like, I do feel like we should give him credit there. It's just the colors. Like, it makes it a little bit difficult to read.
It's not even the colors. He has 2 different splits.
Fair. Well, I mean,
like, I have brought this up to
layout?
him.
Like,
like, understand, I have talked to Cryptic about this before and questioned his layout. It is the most bizarre thing. I can't remember the answer, but to this day, it's still bizarre. Like, it's not even the color concept. Like, yeah, the colors he chooses is definitely very, very hard to read, and they don't really mesh well with the red.
Oh no, I think Marlene ended up or sorry, not Marlene. Taki ended up taking a fall there.
Oh no. Well, I mean, coached by Marlene
there. That is one of the weirder places to fall on 100 coin, but like once you kind of get your bearings, it's certainly a little bit manageable. But
ooh, Liam getting a
really
booty
mistake
list
that you want to make.
Liam got the booty list
or something. This is why I don't.
Oh, did she end up like?
It just never.
Oh, I think she ended up missing like one of the 10 coin boxes or something. So she might end up having to.
No.
I think she's gonna try to find enough coins to make it through, but that's really unlucky. I didn't realize that happened. Oh, and that's a death
the
there.
death.
Oh. She's going back in though. Nice. Oh, but that's gonna be timed fast, and she doesn't have any other star. Oh no.
That's gonna have to be another death.
Yeah, there's no two ways around that. Like, I think it's technically possible to do just 100 time moving, but I don't know that anyone practices it.
I have never seen anyone do it, so I have no idea.
Well, I think it's something that I've seen like in a Twitter video or something where like, yeah, no one actually does it.
Are you sure it wasn't Tass?
Well,
I feel like that is
the other RTA things I've seen in TTC, like time moving 100 coin would actually be relatively tame by comparison. You ever see Get a Hand by Shia, the single star record?
I haven't. Oh no.
Oh, I think that's gonna end up being a reset there.
Yeah, I think it's got to be.
That's unfortunate. But I mean, she does already have a pretty decent leaderboard spot, and like she still has a few more hours left. So you know, this most likely won't be the last decent pace we see from her.
Oh, definitely not. I think we could potentially see a PB from Taki this weekend.
Now Liam here. Oh, a little bit of a weird movement there. Gonna have to run against the corner for a sec. Just a couple stars away from bits, and
I really have no clue what happened.
Definitely like 130s is going to be still possible, but exactly how deep we're going to see is still a little bit up in the air.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like we're invested in this.
Right.
Oh, it's
like, I mean,
it's fuck,
I mean, with these kind of paces, like, it's hard not to, even though it's not quite record pace anymore. I mean, like, such a deep leaderboard PB is still like super impressive. Oh,
my gosh.
Okay.
What is this?
Liam,
Why?
like, oh man, that's the way to do that backup, but that didn't make it any less sketchy.
Just why?
You have to make sure you get a wall kickable angle there. You have to be planning it, like otherwise you can't. And like I've always thought that's a little bit of a weird quirk. It makes sense, but the fact that you can't ledge grab out of a triple is just like a little weird. Like I don't quite get that.
Also, I did. I really wanted to bring this up before it switched. But I was going to say, because It's Beef was on there twice, I was going to say, and It's Beef is synchronized with It's Beef. But it was switched out before I was able to. But now we see Punke doing DDD 100. Honestly, I don't care what anyone says, DDD 100 is actually a fun star.
Like, it's certainly fun to practice, but like in a run, it is agonizing. Like part of it is for some reason, like getting through Fire Sea really feels like the midpoint of the run. And that kind of feels like the last biggest obstacle before you get there. And like tack onto that you have to do front stub just as part of the like whole route. And then like just the rest of the route. Like front sub, while it is still a spike in difficulty in that route, is not quite like the only hard thing in that route. Like the whole thing is just brutal. Like the swimming section in the beginning, absolutely brutal. Like any swimming star that involves you not going full speed the whole time is some of the hardest stuff in the game. Like no cap. And I mean, like there are a lot of people that would probably be raising their eyebrow, like swimming really isn't that hard, but like seriously, like navigating the coin rings accurately and quickly and not losing like just a bunch of time on like either taking really wide arcs or like missing coins or whatever else. Like it takes a lot of time to get used to.
Why?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I am a thorough enjoyer of DDD 100 though.
Like it's certainly nice, but like I can understand the hate it gets for just like how many runs it's gonna kill, just kind of inevitably.
Yeah, that is very true.
We now have a new leaderboard first place with Liam getting a low 138 here.
As long as he doesn't long jump off the edge.
Oh well.
Here's hoping, especially being that he's like right in the star basically. There we
Okay,
go.
there we go.
138.23. So beating out Marlene by 15 seconds.
Just a warm-up run.
And according to
Oh
Liam,
my
just a
gosh.
warm-up run.
Man, I was on road
Never
record pace
change.
all the way all the
do
way into
better.
TTC, and that was a warm up run.
Never change, Liam. Never change.
If that is a serious thing, I am terrified to see what we're gonna see Liam do today. If that is a warm up run, like honestly, dear Lord, I'd be scared if I was running against him.
Yeah, I mean, you were asking earlier, like, if we were just going to be seeing the runs improve, or like if we were going to be seeing a pretty consistent level of gameplay. Like, improve this how? You know, like, Liam did not leave himself very much room to get even better times there. I mean, that's kind of like he put up about his best on that first attempt, pretty much. Like that was just nutty.
Have we finished a run yet?
And I think chat says this really well. Liam is literally just gaslighting himself in that situation.
Who is this guy?
Liam really is the master of run gaslighting.
All right, we have it's Beeve in TTC, which is a really, it is a fun stage. It is terrible when you mess something up, but it is a fun stage overall.
It looks like they're -0 on their splits. The golden time right there.
This was talked about earlier with Track and Wah, and it wasn't really touched up upon. There was more confusion, I think. And so basically when it's a -0, especially in the situation where it's a -0.0, chances are it's a -0.0x. And so that last number is determining whether it's a plus or a minus.
Right.
And so I saw some confusion earlier in the booth, and so I feel like saying it now so that way chat understands. And if either the casters or commentators are in chat right now listening, that is how that works.
Yeah, because like if you remember, like in like chemistry or whatever, the significant figures, it's kind of like that, where like you have live split set up to where it just shows you the 10th. Because like it just gets like cluttered and it looks too fast. I know that sounds really dumb, but like that's the way my brain processes it. Is like when you try to use the hundredths too, it just like it's too much stuff moving too quickly on your splits all at once. And so like I've always just preferred, and like most runners prefer to only have the 10ths place. But like just because that last bit is cut off doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. And so like, you know, if it's -0.0, it's really like -0.01 or something.
I was gonna say, and we gotta think in the concept of time and such, and a lot, in an application such as Live Split, which is constantly being updated, is one of the best timer programs in my opinion.
Shout out to
for all we know, like the time decimals could go into the millionth.
Yeah, like
Right,
I
like-
forget exactly how precise it really is, and especially like with auto splitter, because that's the one thing is like, you know, that's like the justification I personally use too for like not going beyond 10ths is that I'm probably not going to hit my splits perfectly accurately anyway. So like going even more precise, that precision means nothing. It's like, again, going back to significant figures, like if you're coming up with a bunch of decimals out of nowhere, like that doesn't actually make the result more accurate. You know, so like unless you're using auto split and you're actually certain that like I'm counting the exact number of frames, and that's the other. Oh, it's
what?
Oh,
that was a
okay,
cool edge grab.
Yeah, that was wow. Oh, but having some issues with this backup kick. This is like such a like finicky move. It's just ugh.
Also,
But what's so awkward there is like the timing for how to triple jump depends on whether you land on the ledge from the air or if you clip up onto the ledge from below. And so like you kind of have to be expecting one and just hope that you get that one. And so like, you know, a lot of the time you'll see runners like if they miss the triple jump entirely, it's like they were expecting to clip up onto the ledge, but then they like got a little bit more air time.
Yeah, and I'll say this now: there is a name in the player list here that is very well known in the community, and I have seen it do a lot of Minecraft. We have Dowski doing this. Dowski is making an appearance in the LTA. So that is pretty awesome in itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was kind of another case where, like, I definitely kind of assumed he was just never coming back to Mario. And I mean, like, more power to anyone that, like, fully retires from this game. Congrats, you escaped. But, like, I just really thought, like, okay, he's just a Minecraft streamer now. That's cool. Like, and then here he comes back and he's just getting nutty times all over again.
I mean, do I count? Because I haven't played Mario in a while. I mean, I'm commentating it, but...
I mean, neither have I. But, like, I wouldn't call myself retired, because if my hands weren't just not, then, like, I would be playing. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that...
Oh, my hands are fine. That's the thing. And all I do is that I have a stay-at-home job. I literally have no reason not to play. I just genuinely haven't.
I've been there before. I feel like people kind of underrate too. Like, it can be taxing mentally. So, like, if you've got other stuff going on, it's Beef getting some really unfortunate coin RNG off that Lakitu. But if you've got like some other stuff going on, like, it can be hard to like make yourself just, you know, just go ahead and play the game. And like, especially if you take a few days off and like you get a bit rusty, it can be pretty demotivating. So like, that's a factor that I don't feel like gets talked about quite enough. But like, runners sustaining a grind for any length of time is like really impressive, because this game just sucks the life out of you sometimes if you're not careful. Dude. Wow!
I really wish we could have listened in to It's Beef there. I wish his mic was running. Oh no!
Oh! That's 5 extra. He's got to get somehow.
Yeah,
it's just gonna be yeah.
I would do the same thing.
No two ways about that one. That's really rough, but
oh yeah, that's a black and white situation.
that's such an easy mistake to make too, because like you can't really feasibly get the camera behind you super easily there. Like you're just kind of stuck with the side angle, and like I'll say it over and over: depth perception in this game is hard. It just does not work. Like especially like where like Smow is or Widit, like HMC depth perception just doesn't work. Like and that paired with only having 5 frames to wall kick is just a recipe for disaster over and over.
Can we talk about how many people are in HMC right now?
Yeah.
Like everyone is in HMC currently.
Yeah,
we have Widit, Smow, Avatar.
It's kind of interesting how like multiple runners are like twinning. Like we've got Punky and Cobra and Wet Dry. We've got 3 runners in HMC, and then we've got 2 runners in lobby. Nature is healing.
It's just consistent. Why? Why is this happening? This is some kind of paradox happening live in front of us.
Hey, as long as we're not consistently getting 7 lobbies, I'm good. I'm completely content.
That is true, which it shouldn't be, but it is kind of common to see in 120. It's just a bunch of lobby.
Oh yeah, I mean any category. And I mean, it owes partially to just how optimized this game is. It owes partially to how hard everything in this game is, including like lobby stuff. I mean, like getting out of Womps can be hard, even if you do have the leeway of having like an hour-and-a-half run. So
yeah.
And then like JRB is just such a like slog of a stage, just because it's so long, and like until you really get down all the swimming stuff, it can be pretty inconsistent. And especially if you actually do cannonless in JRB, like oh god, it just becomes such a brutal stage. Cobra with the lag there, oh man.
Yeah, honestly, why is that lagging so much?
Yeah, that is really bad. Oh, I think it was he had popped the 10 coin box above because he's doing secrets right now.
Oh, and so the coins hadn't despawned.
Yeah, yeah. And like, so yeah, having coins on screen, just like, even if they're off screen itself, but you still have the camera angle pointed so that they're not culled, like, they just cause so much lag in the town area.
Yeah, too many entities at the same time.
It's really interesting. Like, before I started getting into this game properly, I really didn't think there was much lag. Like, I thought that JRB and DDD were the only stages that had lag. And every single stage has lag. Like, every one, most stars. I think it's relatively safe to say 95% of stars have at least 1 lag reduction.
Oh, absolutely.
Like it's everywhere in this game. Like you really don't notice it when you're just playing casually, but it's really everywhere. And especially if you ever play it on MU, that's where you'll finally like realize like, oh, this is running so much like smoother and faster.
Yeah, and I'll say this now. I am a I'm a VC runner.
Oh boy.
And so I have the least amount of lag out of everything.
Yeah, you even get the fast loads and everything else.
Yeah, I literally have nothing. And also, I like to say this now. We have a big raid coming in from Cheese here. If you're just joining us here today on GSA, be sure to donate. If you donate $20 or more, you do indeed get a ballot into the what's it called? The Nintendo Switch giveaway. And as I speak of that, we do have a donation here from Terry Fins of $20. So getting that bare minimum in there to enter into the giveaway. And I'm only in here for a little bit longer, but I am doing the incentive. If you donate and you say a message, if you put a impression or accent next to it, I will do my best to do so. Hopefully it's one that I actually know how to do. But yeah, so if you guys want to do that, be sure to go ahead and do that, and welcome in to the GSA chat.
We got Cobra resetting that one after some pretty brutal mistakes in THI. But now we've also got Jaquarium on stream.
The first time today, let's go.
Huge shout outs to Jaquarium, Aquarium. God, I love his stream. It's such a chill chat. Like it's so comfy.
He is a name that I feel like doesn't get enough love despite being so well known.
Yeah, because he's certainly one of the better known like kind of community centered runners, but like oh man. His 47 grind was just legendary. I'm so happy that he's had so much success in 70.
And now he's looking for it again here in 120.
Now we've got Punkay working through THI 100 and comparing against. I think that's his current leaderboard PB here. So
reason is so that you can compete in the grand finals. It's not just for a free flight.
Is there anyone out here that really thinks like the main motivator for these runners is the flight? Oh boy, if I qualify for pace, I get to ride in a plane. I get an economy flight with like maybe free peanuts. Like, flying economy is only kind of okay if you're going internationally because at least then they give you booze. Like, just flying domestically, like they just throw you in the sardine can. They're like, we hope you make it to the other side.
Like, I'll say this now, like where I am in Canada, I'd probably fly out of the Detroit airport to Maryland, and that's just, it's so short that there would be no point. Like, I could probably drive to Maryland over getting that plane ticket.
Like, unfortunately, I'm in an area where, like, it would actually be, like, it would make sense to fly, but it's just, ugh.
Dude, I hope that venue has really good air conditioning. Because
but I think with that being said, we are going to take a short break here after I say this dono. Happy to donate. Good luck to all the runners from Linkgarf, another $20 donation. But with that donation being read, we are going to take a commentator break and even switch out here. We are going to bring in Meter, and we are going to see a familiar face that we have seen today once already is Warning Track. So if you didn't think he was talking too much the first time, it's probably going to be worse this time. So just prepare yourselves in chat. With that being said, we are going to go into a short break.
People talk about like, how
see y'all
tomorrow. Like, I'm not going around.
Now he goes for the triple. Jump dive!
Unbelievable. Yes. Unbelievable. So clutch. So clutch. Held on to that first place time for over 2 days and able to clutch this time. First place time back from Liam.
Hello and welcome back to day one of the PACE qualifiers. We are here to celebrate the world's only combination plumber and Olympic level gymnast. It's a me, warning track, and it's a him, meter.
I love it, warning track. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm excited. I'm hype. We're coming in the middle of some pretty solid runs. We just missed that, I was going to say both hype and disappointing Liam run. And only Liam can be both those things at once, huh? Make a bunch of mistakes and still finish with the event best. Is that the most Liam thing you've ever heard?
It's very much a Liam thing to do, no doubt. I know a lot of these runners have had very similar. I remember watching Kano's run, and he had a death in Rainbow Ride and still comes up in 5th place. So exceptional.
Yeah, the man who's playing with margin quite a bit. Always have a little extra something to give back, and gives it back just to keep things entertaining, I guess. For those who don't know, I said it's the day one of the PACE qualifiers. That's because it's going all weekend, and there are going to be 2 more of these, something like a month apart each. The top 7 during the end of all that automatically get flown to PACE for the finals in July, and the top 15 get points at least to their name. So if you see runners being a little more, let's say, forgiving with their mistakes and continuing runs after several other mistakes that they might normally not, it's because they're not just playing for first, they're not just playing for the top 3 prize pool or whatever, and they're not even just playing for the top 7 scores you see on your screen. Even 8 more past that get some kind of point credit towards the total. So you're probably going to see more runs finishing than you normally would. But on top of that, the runs have been pretty darn good anyway.
They have been, and you come to expect that here with any of the GSA or the Speedrun World Record circuits, that there's just amazing runners all across the board, and it's really cool to see it in a format like this, where people who otherwise wouldn't be on a big stage like this get the opportunity to show us what they got and really, really put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of expecting that maybe we'd have a couple big names drop in, but that would mostly be new people, and I was pretty excited about that. But I'm admittedly just as excited about the exact opposite, which is a lot of the top record holders. I think all of the top 3 or 4 of the top 6 in the world have chosen to participate to one level or another. I think a couple of them might have called it for the day. I think Cheese might have. I know Ouija, last I looked, was on a bit of a break. Liam very much not, absolutely grinding away on it. But there's a lot of new people too, and I'm just going to repeat myself from earlier. What I'm always most excited about are those kind of runners in the mid-tier who are like 4 or 5 minutes off the world record. They're like in the 50 to 100 range on the Speedrun.com leaderboard, who are going to take that leap, and are going to put up maybe a personal best live this very weekend.
Yeah, it's really exciting. 2 of them right up on the big screen right now, being Avatar and Widit. Avatar having a 1:43.46 and Widit with a 1:43.52, so really close to each other within seconds. And I think that's a lot of what we're going to see. People, like you said, who are a couple of minutes off, but one good run is all it takes, and you can really push. You're seeing best possible time 1:40.29. That's 5th place right now.
Yeah, they're not only within a few seconds of each other on these runs potentially, but they're within a few seconds of each other on the leaderboard. Their personal bests are just 5 seconds apart, 68th and 71st respectively. So these are runners who have, in terms of their personal bests at least, very similar skill levels, and they're just a minute or 2 away from kind of busting into that top tier. And this is what always happens at these events. Someone we don't know quite as well puts up a really good time, and hey, maybe you never hear from them again, or maybe 6 months from now you look back on this weekend and go, oh, that's when everybody realized they were really good. That's when they took the next step.
Yeah, and I love that this stage is willing to do that, as Callie gets put up on the board too. Another really big name. I believe he just took back the 120 star in VC from Aleph, who had it for a while. Callie, once again, world record holder there in 14th right now for N64. So somebody to constantly be watching, and we saw him in the last SWRC as well.
Yeah, when I think of like multidisciplinary, I'm thinking of like the different star counts, which we're seeing more and more, by the way. We'll have to talk more about that in a minute. But I don't even normally think of it in terms of VC versus N64, but that's a good point. I'll be honest, I almost don't even look at the VC leaderboard much anymore. But that is an interesting little factoid for sure.
Yeah, that's wild. I love looking at the others as well, just to see what people are doing, because a lot of times you see that crossover, and there are different nuances to how the game controls, where it does or doesn't lag, how much it lags. So it's a completely different world, and then to come into this one as well, and N64, and compete with people who only do N64 is wild to me. Same game, but a different feel. And for these guys, it's all about the feel.
Yeah, the lag thing is really interesting. When I was like newer to all this, I saw them like rotating their cameras at weird angles and like not looking where they were going at all, and I thought it was so weird, and I had to ask them, like, what on earth is that about? And they're like, oh, there's just way too much stuff over there. It lags if they look at it. I And I was like, my God, is that really the level of optimization this game is at? And I don't want to say that's the moment I became really interested in this or the moment I became hooked, but that was definitely one of the first like eye-opening revelations for me about like how good and how competitive this game and this category had gotten.
Yeah, I mean, all the categories are at that level at this point. But when you're talking about a 1.5 to 2 hour long run, every time you want to actually complete a run, that's crazy. Finishing a 1-star, 0-star, 16-star run, not that big of a time sink, but to finish a 120 is huge.
It absolutely is. And yes, that's why it's like you get over an hour and you don't see too many resets. You just throwing away that hour is just so tough. I don't have the stomach for it. 16 star is more my speed, both to play and to cast because I just get attached to these long runs, by nature. I think there is a bit of a paradox with what we're saying though. So we're talking about like how competitive they are. And the more competitive a category gets, and the longer people play it, the more optimized it gets, right? And that tends to lend itself to specialization. Usually you're going to have fewer people holding records across categories because there's so much playing done that you need to specialize in one to be that good. But weirdly, we've kind of seen the opposite over the last year or year and a half. We've seen guys like Ouija kind of just randomly take the 120 after being more of like a low star, like 16-star specialist. And now today, in particular, this has just happened. Kano, I think with his first ever submitted 120 time, he is like top 20 in every other star category. And like first or second in a couple of them. I think first in 0, second in 1. And basically had not really touched 120 at all. And now he's like in the top 50 here on his first day.
Yeah, and I mean that there's a bit of a misnomer there where
Yeah.
he's been practicing since last year, and I'm a massive Kano fan, and I will do my best to not just completely simp out. But he is exceptional, and I knew as soon as he started practicing, this is a guy you need to be watching if you're a fan of 120 because he's going to bring new things that people haven't done before, especially when you come from a shorter category and you move into a longer. You're using a lot of those really well practiced and maybe you're even better at the harder strats that save a little time that others aren't using right now because they're not as consistent, but you're as consistent as those who don't use them with those strats. So I think Kano's going to bring a lot once he actually starts doing runs in earnest.
You're totally right. Like, so if you come from like 16, then like BLJs, LBLJs, they're not optional anymore. They are part of any run worth continuing, basically, and they're standard. They are not always standard at 120, or at least they definitely weren't, but they're becoming standard because that's the nature of speedrunning, is that I always say the pipeline is TAS, and then it's a human has actually done it, and then it's some of the best runners are doing it, and then it's you have to do it. It's no longer optional. So he's coming from kind of 16-star runs more, where you have to do some of these things, into 120, where that is clearly going to be the case as this record gets driven lower and lower, but it hasn't yet. So I think you're right that he's like already done some of the specialization that you're going to need a 120 eventually.
Yeah, and I mean Kano comes from both emulator and N64 as well. He's the only person in history to hold 6 consecutive world records. He holds 16, 1, and 0 in N64 and in emulator at the same time. That is a domination. The next closest has 4. And only a couple people have done that, but nobody else has even done 5, and he's done 6. That's unreal.
That is completely unreal. We are in TTC here. We saw it's Punkay now, but we saw Liam have a lot of trouble with it. I say that like it's unique to Liam as opposed to an area of the game where everyone has trouble almost all the time. Like I would say it's one of the biggest trouble areas, especially because it comes so late in the run. So sometimes I wonder, obviously it is actually tough, but part of me wonders how much of that is the mental aspect of knowing that something a little tougher is also at the end of the run, so the pressure is always on.
It's a really cool thing about this game, and what I think the devs did so well is to make a game that progressively gets harder and harder, and that's even the case in a speedrun, where it's still harder and harder, where sometimes a speedrun will trivialize things that used to be hard. That is not the case for Mario. It is still hard, even as the game progresses, even at the speedrun world record level.
Yeah, it does flip a little bit at the very end because I feel like the throws are the ultimate test here. They are so straightforward mechanically.
Yep.
And if you're chill, I feel like you would almost never miss them. So it gets very hard, it ramps up, and then at the end it goes, okay, just do this simple little thing 3 times in a row, and if you're half a second off, it's over. It's like a weird little flip back to kind of easy, but like in a deceptive way when all the pressure is on.
in a way that it's almost too easy.
Yes, exactly.
Hey,
Because now you feel really bad if you mess up.
and you will mess up, and you gotta live with that reality. But when you don't, oh man.
When you don't, and Kano messes up just about the least. I went for 16 star. I think of him as being like the best at throws. We're gonna stop fanboying out for just a second. Remind you guys that this is actually for a good cause. No, I don't just mean PACE, although that's a great cause too, and you should absolutely go to PACE in July. But it's also for the Urban Arts, which basically helps underprivileged game developers in the absolute coolest way. It teaches them the entire game development process, like soup to nuts. It doesn't just give them some vague training and say, "Hey, good luck. Here's your resume." They have them actually, as like a final project, come together and make an actual sort of game together. Like, it's a real world application for people who really need it. And as a video game player, you benefit from having more and better and more interesting games from people who weren't going to make games otherwise. And that's how you get something new rather than, let's just say, samey games, which we've all seen thousands of, all the cookie cutter games. I don't know if you're always going to get a classic like SM64, but you'll get something worth playing. It's a great cause, and we have raised $1,195. That is very close to $1,200, and $1,200 is very close to $1,500. $1,500, why is that important? Because this stream is going to end in a little less than 2 hours unless we raise that last $305. If we do, it will be extended by an hour until 8 p.m. So if you have another runner you want to see longer, especially maybe someone in a difficult time zone who could really use that extra hour, or you think has a great run still in them, this is the time to donate. It's for a great cause. And on top of that, oh, I'm still going. There's more. Oh, don't change the channel. There's more. If you donate at least $20, you are also entered to win a Nintendo Switch.
You know, I somehow don't have a Switch. I would definitely love one, so I think that's a really, really cool incentive to, and just $20, that's
20 bucks.
Sick. Plus, it goes to a good charity that I can fully get behind. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
I am gonna hold my donation. When we hit 1,300, I will then do a dono match up to $100 to hit that 1,500 goal. So if we get to 1,300, we raise 100 more, we'll have hit goal.
Oh, so you hear that? It's even closer than I said it was. Just a few sizable donations, handful of smaller ones, and we will hit the goal potentially in this hour because Meter's going to be matching that 100, leading up to the 1,500. Fantastic, very generous. This is the time, people. We're getting into crunch time here. There's only time for a few more runs. It's going to depend on how many more resets there are. Generous offer, entered to win a Switch. It's for a good cause, it's charity, and hey, might get you some better video games in the future too. You might have to wait a little while for that last reward, admittedly. But you know, think about it, like if they keep doing this, they've helped a lot of students. If they do this long enough, eventually there's gonna be a game that you're gonna hear of, you're gonna play, and then you're gonna read that it was done by an urban arts student. And how cool is that gonna feel to know that you had a role in that?
That's gonna be sick, especially if we do it here on GSA. On
Yeah.
twitch.com/speedrun. That would be sick. This
I
was
was gonna
developed through that process.
If you are an urban arts student and you do end up making a game, yeah, I would strongly consider making a speedrun friendly game because the synergy, my god, the opportunity for synergy there, for the full circle thing, too cool.
It is. Punke here at the very back end of the run here, over an hour and a half in, and still in the green, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. Not going to be able to take back the event best, but could still put up a really good time. Could put up a time about 30 seconds lower than their best, which is already third. So they would stay in third, but they would more likely hold on to it. Would still be within a minute of their actual personal best, which is fifth in the world, by the way. 138.09. Punke has still not cracked the 138 barrier, but they're getting close, and it seems like a matter of time. Be particularly hype if it could happen live, though. Oh, look at this. Just seconds ago, JTS Doggo 629, I think it is. $20. Thank you so much. That puts us over 1,200. Just a few more of these, and we're going to be in range to trigger your generous counteroffer.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that. Just a couple more of those 20s, a couple of more of those entrances into the Switch, and we'll be meeting that match. Really, really excited. Punke, an absolute legend. You know, you're talking about fifth in the world right now, a 14-time 120-star world record holder.
Insane.
Unreal.
Unreal. Oh, by the way, another donation from Anonymous, $25.69. Of course, I would expect nothing less from you guys. We're up to $12.40.69 now. We are making good progress. Excellent. And that is another entrant for that Switch. Thank you so much. Keep them coming. Punke just minutes away from finishing out this run. Punkei's definitely, look, among, I would say, obviously one of the best runners in the world, super consistent, has had a lot of close calls in events like this. Obviously, famously got that that last-second cheese bop last year. I was casting that at the time. Cheese submitted one full run during the live time attack, and it went to overtime, and it took first out from under Punkei, who had it, I think, for like a day straight at that point. And that's tough to take. You know, we're not trying to dogpile or bring it up too often, but it is the first thing I think of, admittedly, when I think of Punkei. But the nice way of thinking about that is, man, he is always around the top of the leaderboard. Like, those kinds of things can't happen to you unless you're consistently great in the first place.
That's extremely true. Punkei is, of the top 5 categories, N64 only, the number 1 for most world records held, 22 world records. So when it comes to greatness, you know, he's no slouch. He's arguably one of the best to ever run the game.
Yeah, no, he certainly is. But there is a part of me that, based on that history, kind of has to root for him a little bit. You'd like to see him actually take home the gold. I mean, it is insanely hard to take home the silver or the bronze or even the cubic zirconia for that matter. But I kind of would be, a part of me would definitely be smiling inside if he does take this home this weekend.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and always has that opportunity. We have 2 others on here who I haven't heard of as much, and actually, Rizzy, I want to bring them up. They're not on screen any longer, but they were. Number 60 in the world right now, 143.26, and Afro Dafro, number 33, a 140.02 in 120 stars. So a lot of heavy hitters here, and I'll look up Rain DeCello.
I think that's right. That's my best guess too. What I get really excited about too, so you mentioned Afro, like when I see that their PB was less than a month ago, that always interests me. When someone is going up the leaderboard and their PB is recent, because that suggests to me that they are in the thick of it right now. I mean, if someone's PB is a year ago and they're still playing, right, they might have hit a plateau. It's fair to ask that question, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they can't break through. You see it all the time. But when someone's PB is recent and they're still playing a lot, you think, okay, there could be a lot of progress, a lot of improvement still here. They could be up and coming. This could be part of their overall trajectory, and we haven't seen the peak of it yet. So I always get very excited when I see players in the top 50 in that general range whose PB is very recent, and we have several of them competing today. And as you mentioned right there with Afro, one of them right here on the screen now.
Yeah, and when we're talking about Rain, you know, Zeus saying it themselves, absolute legend in VC. They're currently world record holder in 70 star. They bopped Finney, who had held all 4 non-120 star world records for a very long time. Finally bopped him with a 47.30, but in 120 emulator has a 147.42. So really big opportunity here to bring that to the N64 stage and make themselves known almost instantly, very similarly to how Kelly did that.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I said, is this right? Was there PB yesterday? I mean, maybe it's rounding down. Maybe it was 2 days ago. Ooh, but either way, that is someone who is really in the thick, grinding the 120 star and absolutely coming up. Callie, I mean, clearly one of the bigger rising stars right now. There's still a top tier right now. Obviously, you know, 3 people who've held the overall world record at some point recently, and a lot of people right behind them. But the number of people who I would believe could hold the record a year from now, it's the longest it's ever been, that list.
Yeah, it's really exceptional. And oh my goodness. Let's get that extra hour with a massive $160 donation. That instantly hits my incentive in full. So I will be working on getting that $100 donation in right now, and we will have hit goal already.
Fantastic. Well, you're going to get to make me read whatever it is, so go ahead and do that. That's super generous from, as you said, let's get that extra hour. I think that might be our single biggest donation. Oh my goodness, absolutely massive, and your generosity, not to be shortchanged, no pun intended, right afterwards. That is going to put us over 1,500, everybody. It is going to go to 8 o'clock. Fantastic job, everyone. Thank you so much. I say it all the time. I have never in my life donated to a charity and then regretted it later. And I think that says something. And I don't think you will either. You should feel good. You will feel good. Keep giving. Give whatever you can. You will not regret it. You never will regret it. And you're going to get some more Mario in the meantime. Punkei is finishing up this run. Best possible time, again, is still not going to budge them from the point of the leaderboard. They're at 3rd place. Might drop it a little bit, but and I'm going to repeat myself again now here too, these runs are so long that if you're resetting every time they go wrong, you're never going to get those throws in. You're never going to get dark rolled. You know, you're never going to get any of this stuff in until you're on that ridiculous pace. And then it's like, oh, I haven't done this all day, or I haven't done this all weekend. I don't feel like it's in my muscle memory. I don't feel practiced at it. You don't want that to be the case. You know, you want to get a chance to do it now when there's really no pressure. Like, it doesn't really matter if Punkei meshes this up too much. They're working for like a 10-second time save on their existing third place. But now you get those reps in, and if you're on a crazy pace later, if you're on a crazy pacer, now you've done it recently.
Yeah, there's a lot of that mental block that you need to get over. That I think is what you're talking about, where if you don't finish a run, there's that barrier in your mind, and finishing runs overcomes that. I think a lot of people should finish more runs.
I totally agree, and I feel like once you get past like an hour 15, unless it's near the end of the event, you're pretty much gonna finish it. Punkei with the big thumbs up knows they're gonna take a few seconds off. Look at that, 8 seconds come off third place, but otherwise everything stays exactly where it is. By the way, right before your donation came in, thank you. Kano #1 on the weekend, warning track is an absolute legend. Aww. The chat right now is wondering whether or not you actually wrote that or whether or not I inserted it myself. Love GSA.
Secret.
Let's go. And there's another one from Rexler1986 just before yours, actually. Let's make some urban arts. Go fast, little plumber. You got this. Let's bop this turtle. Could not have said it better myself. Thank you all. We are at 1520 and meme number of cents, and we cannot have too much. Even though we've hit the goal, absolutely keep it coming, because you can still win that Switch if you donate at least $20. And if you're gonna bother to donate at all, probably should be for $20. I mean, come on, you're already clicking and typing and stuff.
Yeah, you might as well, but there's never too little, and there's never any shame to not being able to donate either, of course.
Totally true.
You know, it's always helpful. It's always appreciated, and there's incentive to do so. But if you're just here, that's more than enough and hugely appreciated. So, but don't let hitting that goal change anything about wanting to push that number higher.
Absolutely. By the way, Liam boringly has 4 little green splits in a row off to the side. We're not even noticing it. Yes, that is Liam. That's not just a black square on your computer.
Dark Liam has come out today.
Dark Liam, yes. Yes. I mean, it was funny. I remember thinking he was surprisingly well lit earlier, and I realized, oh, it's just early in the day. When the sun goes down, Liam vanishes. He's basically a vampire over there. Look, hey, who am I to question the process? Because look at the results.
You can't question it. I mean, Callie doesn't have a cam at all, so you know what you gonna do.
What you gonna do? And hey, there are VTubers up here, so you know you can go with whatever. How do you say this, by the way? Avatar? Are we going with that?
I mean, Shicely was saying Avatar.
Yeah. Silent U.
Yeah, possibly. Avuator. Who knows?
I'm gonna say Avatar. There's a UA right in the middle of there. Seems like a good omen to me. Here we go.
Fair point.
Yeah, and I love how bored the image looks too.
I know, right? The is that Zuko from Avatar?
Think so.
Avatar: Last Airbender.
Yeah, well, you know, they look bored, but their current best possible time is 2 minutes below their PB, and they're getting pretty late in the run. So we might have to come back to that in minutes, but not right now because Liam is doing Liam things.
Yeah, it looks a little better lit when he's on the big screen. Maybe that's the mental.
Yeah, it helps us distinguish the blacks from the dark grays. Get a lot more contrast there. Hey, I would say that's even light gray in the corner there. It's just funny knowing exactly where this guy's window is.
That's true. That's very true.
It's right there off screen to the side. I know exactly what this room looks like.
Never seen anything more than this corner. You can draw the room perfectly.
And chat will notice that there is a green 6 and then a green 9 right afterwards, of course.
That's funny.
Sometimes I wonder if he's good enough to do that on purpose.
I think so.
You think so?
I think although he would probably have -9s across the board if he could.
That's probably true. I mean, he'll do the memes, but he'd still rather have the time. And so far he does. He is in HMC right now. He's only half an hour into this run, but it's a really, really good start. He did. I hate to say, I don't like the word choke. I don't like to say they blew it, you know, all that stuff, because my God, is this hard. And sometimes you play bad for no reason. You know, sometimes you feel totally relaxed and you play bad anyway. So it's not always, you know, a mental deficit or a mental shortcoming. But it has to be said that he had a very good run that turned less good as it went on and still finished in first place, as we were saying when we started.
Yeah. We have a new name up on the board, and I'm once again going to get it wrong. Zane. Zine? Maybe that one. I'm sure chat can help me out with the phonetics.
I think I would guess Zine. I'm gonna guess Zine. Yeah.
Very, very great times across the board for them. A lot of the obscure categories. PAL 120, their first. IQ 120, they're number one. Super Mario 3D All Stars 120, they're number one. So a lot of these are more obscure ones, but still an amazing runner regardless of what platform they're playing on.
Well, if any of you had PAL mentions on your bingo card, go ahead and check it off. It took a number of hours, I think 6.5 hours, but you got there in the end. I love it.
All that matters.
Well, I like it because you're basically reminding the rest of us how little attention we pay to anything other than the N64 categories. And you're like, hey, dude, there's a lot of other stuff here, and apparently I'm the only one checking it.
Yeah, I mean, I love seeing the ability to differentiate, and I think it's really cool. But in 120, they are 77th, 144.08.
Yep, the button rub.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of shocking. Every time, I forget this every time, and then I look at these leaderboards again, sometimes before an event, or sometimes just for fun, just to kind of see where things are. And I'm consistently shocked by how good these times can be without even breaking the top 50. Like, it's a 144, and it's 77th. That's disgusting.
Oh, Liam missing the star. Sorry, I did want to mention that real quick, but that's absolutely insane how optimized and how competitive this game is.
Yeah, and it's not just at the top. I think people understand that the tops of these categories get driven lower and lower, but very often there's some kind of separation. It's just like all up and down the top 100. It's like there are points where 5 or 6 seconds will drop you 12 spots. Like it's just so it's just the sheer number of people grinding it out at the top level is just higher than it's ever been. Again, for a 27-year-old game.
It's very true, and especially on these like the lower star categories, like 1 star, for example. If you don't have a sub 9, you're not in the top 210.
Good.
That's crazy.
9 freaking minutes.
Good.
It sounds made up. That sounds like a joke.
And
a few years ago, it would have been, right?
It definitely would have been. It would have been. That's not even possible. Like I have a 1014, and I'm barely in the top 300 in the world. That's insanity. Like I get the time, I'm like, this is great, and then I'm like, wow, I'm 2 minutes from being anything relevant.
I would kill for a 10.
For the prime.
So I'm very curious as to where Liam's going to end up here.
It'll be
might not be quite as good as the splits have been so far. Yeah, you can see there's the clock counting down. But this is the thing about Liam, and this is why he could have all those issues that we just mentioned and still have an event best. Even when he makes mistakes, he's usually playing with a lot of margin because his early game is just so strong.
That's true. I mean, best possible time being a 136 and some change by the time he gets out of here. That's insane, and he's already number 1 on the day.
Yeah.
So
there it is, +7. So he gives back the HMC 100 pretty much entirely. I mean, I will say that I would want to see a slightly higher best possible time this early in the run because there's still so much left to go. But he could still drive that first place time lower, even with quite a few more mistakes. There are a lot of hard things coming up, and again, he's got TikTok clock, still to go, which gave him so much trouble last time. That for me is a big question. When someone has like a really bad split at a particular area, maybe it's an area they generally have trouble with, maybe it's not. But even if it's just the last time they were there it went badly, I want to see if they can get right back on the horse or not, because if they mess up again, then the third time, it's all nerves. It's like, here we go. I messed it up twice in a row. And then you're not doing the muscle memory. Then you're not just playing your game. At that point, you're playing against yourself and you're playing against those memories. And it's very hard not to be aware of that.
That means a lot.
It very much is, and especially with this long of a category, it's hard to know, like, at what point am I going to reset? And someone who's played as many times as Liam, the question is am I going to reset? My guess would be, unless they know they can't get a 138.23 better than that, probably not. But sometimes the people who know that I can do better are willing to reset a little bit more to get a better opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's 3 different factors pulling in wildly different directions here. One is that as it gets later into the day and later into the weekend, they have to be more and more aggressive about their runs because they have a better idea of how much time they have left, right? When you start it, you're like, well, I've got a ton of runs still left in me. And as time goes on, you have fewer and fewer, so you have to be tougher. On the other hand, the thing pulling the other way, is that the top 15 spots get points. So you don't really need to finish near the top. You know, this is still the first of 3. So in that sense, even as this weekend gets later, the event itself, the 3-weekend event, is still very early. And then on top of that, you just see, where is that top time? You know, how good am I? What can I expect of myself? I mean, you want to believe that everyone is always shooting for first all the time, but I've found that speedrunners, as competitive as they are, they're very realistic, they're very humble, they know how hard it is. I mean, you will see speedrunners basically say things that professional athletes are not allowed to say, right? Where they say, yeah, I'm happy with 3rd place.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean,
with this field.
third place in any category in SM64, even a lot of the extended categories, is something to hang your hat on.
I think that's absolutely right. But I will say that as they get higher, I think their tolerance for that kind of thing goes down. And there are definitely a few people competing today, maybe some of them not anymore today, but they might be back tomorrow, who, if they don't win, they feel a little disappointed. I don't think there are too many players like that, but there are a few now.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of the ones who have already tasted that victory or done so many times, who have led the category and led the game into new eras that might feel that way, versus people who this is their first time on a stage like this. They might be happy with even a top 25 time in a setting like this.
It's just
yeah, and some of them who I mentioned are just starting to take that leap from the mid-tier. Maybe they're 77th in the world, and then over a weekend they finish within 4 seconds of Liam or Ouija or Cheese. And how can you not be happy with that, even if you want to win? You know, it is absolutely it's a year-long process, if not several years long. For Cheese, I think it's coming up on a decade, actually. You know, it's not always realistic to be like, yeah, I just want to win. You know, you don't just come in and win.
That's true. Not in this, unless you're, you know, Sweegie or something. But I think he's a different fish altogether.
Yeah, that's probably fair. There's an asterisk.
Surely he grinded for a very long time before becoming known.
And I am glad you mentioned that about Kano. Like, we do like to say the hype thing and exaggerate a little and say, oh, it's his first run. Well, it's his first submitted run. Obviously, this is not the first time he's ever done it. He has been working at it, of course. But even just saying first submitted run, it gives you a sense of how relatively new he is, Kano, that is, to the category. And it also just tells you that he hasn't been in one of these. He hasn't done it live. And live is tougher. Even if you're accustomed to this, even if you've been through a lot of other live events, there's nothing really like it. You know, the pressure really is there, even if you're used to it.
That's true. Now, Kano does a lot of practice, a lot of doing single stage and doing single star, single stage, then entire sections like lobby, downstairs, etc. Then whole big sections like all of upstairs or everything after Fire C, etc., etc., and slowly building up. So I think that was maybe their second complete run, start to finish. But it is a bit of a a bit not fair to say, like, as if they just picked up the controller for 120 for the first time. The amount of practice that the guy puts into this game is unreal, and I think that's true of everybody who's here today. They just put in the time. That's why they're on the stage.
Kano deciding he wants to be good at 120 should scare absolutely everyone else, because every time he decided he wanted to be good at one of the other categories, he's gotten there.
Yes.
Avatar, meanwhile, 20 minutes away here from a very good run. Not just a very good run, but right now that best possible time is almost 2 minutes below their personal best. So, and there's not a whole lot left to go wrong between then and now. This is crunch time right here. They have a chance to vault up that leaderboard and again post their best ever time right here live. This would really be something.
Yeah, everybody on the screen right now is in the green. And we just got a gold TTM from Widdit, who's 2 minutes ahead of their splits here. So exceptional work, and I think we're going to see some real hype here going at the end of these runs that are currently up there.
That is excellent. Those are the 2 players I mentioned earlier. You said they were a few seconds apart, and I mentioned that they were a few seconds apart on the leaderboard too, 6 seconds apart for their PB. And now they are both approaching the last 20 minutes of these runs. Okay, I'm not a greedy man. I don't ask for much. I just want at least one of these 2 to get that PB. I'm not going to be greedy and say both of them PB within like a minute of each other, especially because I wouldn't know where to look, and we wouldn't be able to put either one of them alone on the big screen. But I am very hyped here for the potential of a PB from either or both of these players in the next 20 minutes.
Listen, I got that extra wide screen. I'm going to put one up on each screen and watch them both at the same time. I'm willing to have the greed on that one.
I'm gonna count on you
Urban Arts
to let me know if
I
one of them
think
screws
it's
up while I
a
dare to put my eyes
fantastic
anywhere else.
charity.
Briefly now they're on Liam, who after 4
Exclamation
green
point
splits in a
charity
row now has
over
3 red ones,
their
so
going.
has given the time back. Best possible time still a 1:36.20, so still very Liam, but we are coming up on the halfway point in the run, and he has given back a lot of those gains.
Yeah, that's very true. What's also really exciting about watching a lot of the new runners are new to me at least, to be more fair, is seeing different strats and things that you haven't seen before, especially when they are a new runner to a category like Kano, for example, who is going to do things different than other people do it. And I think we've already seen that. I remember Shicely and Electric popping off over some of the stuff that he was doing because nobody's seen it before. I think we'll see that from a lot of these guys that we haven't seen on a stage like this.
Yeah, and it's funny. It's also kind of more fun the other way. Is that if you get people who are, let's say, between 50 and 150 on the leaderboard, they don't nail everything. I mean, there's a degree to which the best players can become boring because they get to a certain part that they've done a million times, and it's like they never mess this up. Why are we even watching this part, right? It's not TikTok clock, it's not BLJs, it's not throws at the very end, and it's like it's routine, and there can be a boringness to their greatness. Players who are, very good but not quite at that level, you don't know what they're going to nail or what they're going to mess up. It's unpredictable. Every part is an adventure, and so when they do nail something, it was a lot harder to predict. So there's like more variation for some of these newer runners and these mid-tier runners, and it can be very exciting to see them finally, maybe for the first time for some of them, put it all together right in front of you.
Yeah, I love that, especially knowing, like, getting that vicarious dopamine, getting that vicarious hype
Yes.
of you are as hyped for them, and as close to as hyped for them as they are, when they're able to actually make happen what they've been trying so hard to do.
Yeah, to know you were there for like what is currently their best moment in the game.
It's such
right
a
here.
cool feeling of community.
It absolutely. Yeah, and you're right. The vicarious feeling, the vicarious joy for someone who has been working really hard at something and is rewarded in public in front of thousands of people. Really fantastic. Chad asking how much more time we have. Well, thanks to you guys, we have about 2.5 hours instead of 1.5 hours because our donations have breached the $1,500 mark, thanks in part to my co-caster Meter, of course, and all the generous people in chat. We are at $15.20 and 69 cents because, of course, we are. But you should keep donating, not to get another hour for the stream, but to win a Nintendo Switch. If you donate at least $20, you are in a drawing to win a Nintendo Switch, and it's for the great cause, Urban Arts. It's for underprivileged game developers, which is just kind of the coolest phrase I can think of saying at this point, actually. So absolutely keep the donations coming for a great cause, even if that cause is you wanting a Switch.
6 months, man.
Yeah, and we're pushing now for that $2,000 goal, and that would be just really exceptional. Day one to hit the 2K right out the gate. That is so cool.
Shit.
Oh,
Wait,
and
actually,
Liam
I
going
fucked
for
it up.
the
I'm not even kidding.
early cut strat. I love that one. It reminds me of an old school strat where you
I
jump off,
swear.
pretty much just go straight
not a
after the
joke.
first
It's not a joke this
big
time.
hill.
Because hold
But
on.
this time it's a little wraparound. It just looks really cool.
Great, I died.
Just by point of comparison, when
But
I see
actually back
this,
there
I
for the
think,
second one,
wow, it took
I
me
thought
9
it
tries to
actually
beat that
did
penguin
miss.
the first time.
the legit intended way.
Yes. Even when I would fly off the track, I wasn't doing it right. Like, this is how bad I was,
didn't even
Well, I
grab
mean,
all
I
the
was also,
points before I
12
had
years
to
old or
do
whatever,
the
so
draw.
maybe I can be forgiven. Meanwhile,
Could've been disastrous.
best possible time for Avatar has not moved very much. They are keeping pace with that PB, and we are getting into it here, going up these steps. We could absolutely be looking at a PB for either Avatar or Widit here, I think. Let me see. I think Widit lost a little more time, unfortunately. They are right up against their PB, yeah, so that's going to look a little rough there, but Avatar has kept pace with it.
With it with back-to-back gold splits.
Still pretty good, but they must have lost something else because their best possible time is a lot lower than the last time I looked. I think we might have missed something there.
We must have. I'm not sure because after THI, TTM and SL both are gold splits, gaining like almost a minute off of TTM and then 20 seconds on SL. So not sure what happened there, but either way, really exciting here.
Yeah, both of these are coming up at the end of their runs here. I am very hyped for the possibility of a PB for either or both players, dare I say? No, don't get greedy now. Don't get greedy, you'll get nothing. Don't get greedy. But again, honestly, after a live world record, that is the hypest thing to me, is the personal best for like a mid-tier player. I know that sounds silly. I really do. And I don't want to say mid-tier player in a derogatory way. Like everyone knows what I mean. Someone in the middle of that speedrun.com leaderboard. But that to me is the second most exciting thing other than a live world record, is to see someone who's been struggling and grinding somewhere in the 50s or the 100s, and then they, boom, personal best on stream. And we are so close to making it happen. Widit is in TikTok clock. Avatar in the clouds. Liam still doing Liam things. Few reds in a row, but still in the game. All three at the top, looking really good still.
There's anyone who says mid tier is derogatory has never been mid tier.
I'm not mid tier.
And known that you have to go through mid tier in order to become top tier. It's a badge of honor to be at that spot, knowing I can push further, I can do better. I would think mid tier is an exceptional place to be, and this is the place to push yourself beyond mid tier.
Played a few esports myself. I played one called Spy Party, a little niche game, by the way, and I played it for a little while, and I was absolutely mid tier. And I remember realizing, I don't know which match it was, but I remember realizing, like, you're past that now. You know, you've done, you're at the higher level, and it was the best feeling. Even though it wasn't my competitive height, that was actually the best feeling, to be like, you belong in this conversation now. And I'm looking at two runners right now near the top who are at that point where they can say, I belong in this conversation now. And they are very close to finishing it off. I think they're both going to get there regardless, but it would be something special to see them get there now, today, 12 minutes from now.
A comeback.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And I think Chad is going to agree too, and be about as hype as you can get when we get there.
I hope so. I hope so. I know Chad gets hypest about, the top 3 in the world and event bests and world records, but these personal milestones, they really mean something to me.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, because I think a lot of people who are in chat, who are competing today, can fully be on board with that feeling of doing your best and just that feeling of satisfaction. Even if you're not the best in the world, being the best that you've ever been is an exceptional feeling.
Yeah, I'm the best I've ever been today, so what am I going to be tomorrow? Even better, I hope. And look at them, both of them right here, Avatar and Widit side by side, both playing around with the clock, and the movement is looking really crisp from both of them. I'm very impressed. I would not have guessed that this movement was coming from people, ranked 70th something in the world. They are stepping up when it matters, and there's only a little bit left to go. We're 10 minutes away from finding out if either or both of these players are going to have the best run they've ever had.
That's true. And don't forget, this is an opportunity, watching these GSA tournaments, to find new runners that you want to watch, and you want to watch their progression, their career in SM64, if you will, and as streamers. So if you haven't, and you see someone up here that you like watching and you know is going to be doing big things, drop them a follow.
Yeah, drop them a follow, and maybe you can say, I knew them back when, before they were stars. Everyone had to start somewhere, and some of them are going to announce themselves today or tomorrow. Some of them might be announcing themselves in mere minutes. This is how it starts. This is how it continues. Avatar's still moving. I'm not seeing any major mistakes, and I know, because I'm nervously looking for them every few seconds. I'm trying not to look directly at the stream too often, and so far, every time I look, they're still on pace.
That's a very good mental to have right now. And people are saying Simply just woke up. That's another, all-star name.
Oh yeah.
Cheese confirming they're gonna take a break until tomorrow. Looks like Punkay is still streaming, but I don't have the stream up, so I'm not sure if they're still running or not. But I'm sure if something becomes super relevant of a run, we'll see them back up on the stream.
Yeah.
Can never count Punkay out.
Simply was definitely running earlier. I don't think they ran for very long, but they were running, in fact. That does happen sometimes. People come in, they run for a few hours, they come back later. People come in a chat and say, oh, aren't they running? It's like, no, they are. They're just taking a break. So Simply was indeed running. Cheese was running. Ouija was running at one point, too, and I got to imagine a lot of them are going to be back. I'm not surprised to see Cheese take a break. We have seen from Cheese that it is about quality rather than quantity more and more in these live events. Pace themselves, save your energy, and make that one special run at the perfect time. I mean, it's almost a meme at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the C in Cheese stands for clutch. That's no doubt on that one. It always comes down to that last run and just making it happen, and has always been able to make it happen when it counts the most. So Definitely expect big things from another guy with 20
Also
world records.
pasture-raised.
Come on,
Exceptional.
get outta here.
Right behind Punk's 22 is Cheese with 20. That's unreal.
World records. It's stupid.
It very much is. And
So
number
dumb.
1 for this category specifically was 17 just in 120 star.
Avatar, so close. So close. Please, please don't fall. Please, I hate to admit it, I'm not supposed to. You're not even supposed to do this as a viewer, let alone a caster. But damn it, I am personally invested in this now.
Oh boy, here we go.
That was my first mistake. I just made it.
Yeah, you made it live and loud.
I know. I know better, and yet I keep doing it. Oh, but so far I'm being rewarded. Oh, please let this happen.
Better to have loved and lost, right?
What is it Tommy Lee Jones says in Men in Black? Try it sometimes. but like, look at the margin here too. Right now, this best possible time pace for Avatar is a full minute ahead of their PB. They have some margin here to screw up.
They do. And
Just don't use it.
Hopefully that's not the case, but you know, that means one mistake is not the end of it. But Ouija's Bro with a donation. Thank you to Ouija's Bro. $20. That gets them dropped into the Nintendo Switch giveaway raffle ticket. So really, really exciting for that.
I love your stream.
Do we
highlights
think
on
that's literally
YouTube, Liam.
Ouija's
You're
Bro?
funny
Or
guy.
is it
Definitely. There's no way
Definitely.
somebody fake put Ouija's
Yeah.
Bro in as their name. Nobody would do
Got it.
that.
Some good
No,
stuff.
you're right. You're
Nobody
right.
would put in something funny in their name, so we had to read it out
It's
loud.
not a
Or
paid
their
chat.
amount. No.
Or their no.
No. Yep. I believe everything I read on the internet.
We'll just
I
go
believe
all out on
everything
this
I read
side.
on the Tiltify donation page.
This is a low
That's
value.
true. Maybe not the internet, but the Tiltify page, if you put money behind your silly lie, I believe it.
Yeah, 100% agree. I wouldn't even call it a silly lie. I'd call it facts
Silly
of
truth.
life. A
It's
silly truth.
A silly truth.
truth.
Oh man. We are going to be breaking right after these runs. We have to see how these turn out. They will not drag me out of this booth until I have seen how at least one of these runs, probably the Avatar run at this point, see how it works out. There's Widit giving a wave to us. Hello,
Whoa.
Widit.
Face
Wow.
reveal. If you missed
Face
it,
reveal.
you missed it. You got to be paying attention.
Yeah, he had his cam on for quite a while earlier. Actually, I don't know why he dropped it. But Avatar taking a ride, and this is the worst part. This is the calm before the storm. This is where I lose my mind on the carpet.
That's okay.
Yeah, this is the big one where a lot of runners would get thirsty at this point. But Avatar and Widit, it's crazy that they're so close. They're both in this auto scroller at the same time.
Yeah, he obviously Widit started a little earlier, and again, I'm not sure what we missed there because we looked away and the best possible time was significantly lower. It's still a very good time, but it's probably not going to be a personal best time. Here's Iris Steph, $20.69, says donating to stop the commentator's curse. Yeah, I should probably shut up for a minute or two, right?
That's the only way to stop it though, is with the donations. So huge shout out to Iris for
point.
helping back these runners where it matters most. I just want to give a shout out Callie getting a gold Fire Sea. Any of these runners getting golds is so hype when they're at the level that they're at. So big another run to watch there, but still collecting stars here in Rainbow Ride for the big race we're watching.
I'm looking at it out of the corner of my eye. I am side-eyeing Avatar's stream. I'm not going to describe too much in detail for the next minute or two. We are so close. In 5 minutes, we're going to know if this happens or not. Could be as many as 6. They've still got some margin to play with. Widit around the same point, maybe a little past. Not too bad here. So both of them looking at really good, really good. Okay, no mistakes from Avatar yet. Here we go. We are in the home stretch. I cannot avoid looking directly at the stream any longer. I have to look at it. I have to talk about it. I don't want to. You don't want me to, but here we are. It has to happen. We are so close. There are so few places to screw up yet, but they are all potentially deadly if it happens.
I love that entrance of the cannon with the side flip and the sliding in. I always think it looks cool, and I've seen it like 100 times. I don't know
Honestly,
what it is about it.
I mean, this was, I'll show my age a little bit here, but like I played this when I was a kid, of course, and I just couldn't believe that they made Mario so freaking athletic. Like, I thought that was such a weird, innovative thing to do. I'm like, okay, like all he's ever done before is jump. And now he's doing like triple axles and stuff.
I mean, the splits.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they had to change his name to Mario, because he stopped just jumping.
Right, he was Jump. Yeah. Hey, there's some real trivia. He was called Jumpman way back in the day. He was called Jumpman, and then eventually it's like, well, I guess we got to give this little weirdo a name. Still so improbable that he became the mascot for an entire industry. But this is when the series opened up, when they decided, you know what, we don't really care that he's just supposed to be a dude who jumps. We're just gonna let him do whatever because it's fun, and I don't really care what the lore is anymore. And that's when the series became what it is, and they've been doing it ever since. And thank God they did.
That movement by Callie, oh my goodness. I'm sorry to take away, but
no, yeah.
Wow, that was cool. I've never seen that before.
I mean, that is kind of what I look for, is that like fluidity of movement, that like confidence of movement. You know, we normally see it with Ouija and Sweegie in particular, just that like crazy, like how are they going this fast? You know, not like taking all the risks rather than trying to play it safe. It's like inherently always pushing the envelope. I kind of get that feeling from Callie sometimes, and it might take a while before they perfect it, but I think it bodes very well for the long term.
I definitely agree. I think Callie reminds me of Hachimitsu so much, that being Honey, an old school Japanese runner in the heyday of Japanese speedrunning, when they were pretty much the only ones pushing the game forward, that community. And it's just very original movement that they're the only one who does it that way, and then a lot of others at least try to pick up the same way of doing it, but it's just very, very unique. And I've always been so impressed with Callie.
It is pretty wild sometimes that you feel like you can just look at movement through Dark World or something and be like, oh, I know who that is.
Yeah.
Which is nuts. That I mean, you can't always, but the fact that you could ever guess it is bananas.
That's wicked true. I love that.
That shouldn't be possible, right?
Yeah, not with the amount of players there are, and yet here we are, and it's a total truth.
Okay, here we go. It's 2 minutes. Here are the steps. Here are the steps, please.
Widit already threw them. Oh wow!
I'm able to do my strat, dude.
Widit's looking at a pretty good time. It's probably not going to be a PB for Widit, but it's going to be really, really good. Again, Widit's PB 1. Well, no, it might be. It might be. It's really close. It's much closer than it is, I think, for Avatar. But neither of them making really any mistakes, despite our constant cursing of them.
Yeah.
They've been playing extremely well.
They have, and I think that's all because of the donation. Hitting that goal was huge, and hopefully people continue to help them out, because we are doing a heck of a lot of cursing here. Great.
We're gonna be doing it. We're gonna be doing a different kind of cursing if they don't see it through. Oh boy. Well, we don't know for sure how you pronounce Avatar's name, but if they can finish this out, we're all gonna learn. We're all gonna learn. We're all gonna find out. Ooh, a little bit of an issue with the movement there. Nothing too bad. Good recovery, only a few seconds. We still have plenty of time left. It's going to be mostly about those throws if we can just avoid the falls here.
It's true. Widit taking it cautious. I don't blame them. Very end here.
See, that right there, that is close by design, even if they're not really in danger of falling, but it always makes me tense up.
Me too. 100%.
That long jump, that long jump right there with the wind, oh, it drives me nuts.
Oh, eagle-eyed viewers can see GTM in Widit's chat. It's the GTM blessing.
Oh my God. There's Widit with the throw. He's gonna miss. I miss from Widit.
Avatar with a chance to catch up. Ignore the times.
Ignore the times. For now. Here's the first throw from Avatar. They are so close to that PB. That looks like one.
Widit with the second.
My God. These are happening simultaneously.
Avatar hitting the second.
They might even be able to afford a miss here. They might be able to afford a miss. Oh, and it's gonna be a miss.
There's that.
Oh God, I think they can still. They might even be able to afford one more. Why did I say that out loud? Here we go. Come on, just hit this. Just hit it.
There it is.
I think they got it.
Oh yeah,
I think they got it.
Widit with a finish, 144.34. They got to be happy with that. That is an exceptional time.
Yes.
Well done. Avatar getting his too.
That is going to be a drop of, let me see here, about 35 seconds off Avatar's PB for now. Absolutely fantastic. Let's get that on there.
Get that round of applause. I don't care if you're sitting at home alone. Well deserved. Well earned.
Excellent. Chat loves it. You know, there's a phrase they use in live sports, the roar of the crowd. You know, in real life, casters will talk about the roar of the crowd and how the crowd's reacting. Esports doesn't have the roar of the crowd. It has the scroll of the chat. And if the scroll of this
Yeah.
chat could be turned into sound, it would be pretty damn loud right now. Hats off to Avatar. We are going to go to a break in just a minute. Congratulations, personal best Avatar, and that is going to, it's not going to quite get them on the top 7 leaderboard, but that is the fastest they have ever run this game, and you just saw it live.
Yeah, exceptional work, and congratulations, and I will see you guys in a bit.
Yep, that is going to be it for us for now. It's been a me warning track, and it's been a him meter, and now it's going to be a them. Mr. Wah and Zeus coming right up.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are, still with some fantastic runs. It's me, the Mr. Wah. I'm back, and I bought a friend. I bought Zeus. Zeus, how you doing?
I am doing absolutely horrible. My favorite runner is not winning so far. I am in shambles. No, I'm doing pretty good.
Oh man, in absolute shambles. Can you believe it? Well, I can. But yeah, we're back, and since I've been gone, you guys have raised like an extra $500. Let's go. Well done, everyone.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. Like, okay, we can't deny that raising money for urban arts and hitting these donation goals to extend the timer is insane, but to do it so quickly, so consistently is just incredible. Like, I just wanted to point that out because in the time that I've been doing comms for GSA, almost every single time we'll hit that goal pretty much on day one. Like, you guys are on fire when it comes to donating. It's insane.
You get burned. You have to not get burned there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But it doesn't mean we need to stop there. We can always keep going. There is no such thing as too much money, unless you're... Don't even have a
Elon
reference
Musk.
this time. No, see, I didn't want to put a name to it, you see.
Yeah, I'll put a name to it. I'll put a name to it because he's probably the first person that would pop into people's heads.
True. And to answer in chat, and for anyone that may have just joined us for whatever reason, hello and welcome. This is the 120-star qualifiers. The way these qualifiers work is anyone can enter. All you've got to do is get all your live split set up with the run, and then do your runs on a stream. At the end of each weekend, the first weekend being happening right now, the second one in April and the third one in May, depending on where you finish in that weekend on the standings, you'll be assigned a set number of points. The top 7 points by the end of the third weekend will win expenses paid trip to perform at pace.
I can't really pick. Like, I hope everyone makes
Pretty insane stuff, honestly. I mean, who doesn't want to get a free trip to Pace, let alone competing?
I know, right? Are you going to Pace?
I want to, but it'll depend on work and whether or not I can actually afford to. Because I am being bold and trying to make it to both Pace and ESA.
See, I was looking at that and I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to because one ends when the other starts.
Oh, probably like the Lakers.
Yeah, it would have honestly been easier for me if they were if they were the week after each other. But because there's a 2-week gap in between them, it actually makes it harder for me. Because New Zealand, so everything costs an exorbitant amount of money to travel.
Is it just their best run from all 3 events? No. So whatever times they finish with this weekend by the end of Sunday, that will be how the points are tallied based on the leaderboards there. And then it'll be a leaderboard reset for the second weekend and then a leaderboard reset for the third weekend.
The Wizards?
So just because someone gets a top time today doesn't mean they're going to get a top time in April. As well, something else that hasn't really surprised me that much. We've got Liam in first place now.
Yeah, I think it's to be expected, of course. Then I think what was even more surprising to me was I woke up this morning like 2 hours ago and I opened Twitter and the first thing I see is Marlene posting, yeah, this was my first run today, 1:38:38.
Yeah. Not just her first run, the first finished run of this day.
Dude, how do you do that?
I know some people wake up in the morning and choose violence, and some of them choose to go fast.
You brought it back.
That was that wasn't just violence. That was we're looking at like some Alfred Hitchcock kind of like film horror right there in terms of just pure terror.
Also
Like-
as well, shout outs to all the runners, by the way, that have performed so far. I say performed, have run. They haven't performed,
Yeah.
they've run. So Marlene woke up and chose velocity.
I haven't seen such insanity from anything since watching The Birds by Alfred Hitchcock.
Unfortunate.
And the reason I bring him up is because I had to spend 3 months watching his films in English in my last year of high school. And
sucks.
I can't forget him anymore.
I studied performing arts and I didn't even study Hitchcock.
I also did performing arts, but yeah, I was best at English, which was painful because it meant that I had to do a bunch of stuff I didn't want to do.
Hang on a minute, I think we've had this exact same conversation last year.
Did we?
I think we did, yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, that's it, guys. Comms are running out of things to talk about. We're using last year's script now.
Yeah, we're recycling past stuff. My brain is not functioning.
I don't get swim.
But you know whose brain
up is
is
way
functioning?
too close to
Liam's.
the-
I mean, he's
the
green
ledge,
right
and I
now
can't
in
fix my camera in
TTM.
time.
I'm
So
not
it's
sure
not
if
just
he
his brain.
will be coming out of TTM though.
I mean, it doesn't matter as much. Being green in TTM is a really good spot to be in, regardless.
Okay.
You don't want to be going in there red. Oh, and then Liam, yeah, right on cue, failing the hardest trick in the game, mountain clip.
Wait, the hardest game? You're saying he failed getting shoot into the wild blue?
Mountain clip.
I know.
Mountain clip is so much harder than wild. Okay, I'm exaggerating. The hardest star, so that's the hardest strat, not the hardest star. That's important to not. It's important to not get those two things mixed up. But even then, wild blue isn't the hardest star. That goes to deep freeze.
Oh yeah, good point. Oh.
But the hardest strat is mountain clip. Have you seen the sheer number of people that fail that strat? Even though on paper it is one of the most simple things that you can do in a run.
Okay, chat. Here we go. Get your donations in for which star you think gets failed more often, wild blue or deep freeze, and we'll see. We'll battle it out on which one's more difficult in the donations.
It's like a pole. It's like a pole fight right there.
Yes, that's exactly what we're having. We're having a pay to win pole fight.
This is essentially like
Sure. Just need a.
It's like actually no, it's not. Never mind. I lack intelligence. I was gonna say it's like betting to decide which one is harder, but that's not really how that works.
And if you do another star as well, you think would fit that category,
Maximize
obviously
time
feel free
loss.
to include that into the
Pretty standard stuff.
pay to win argument.
We're gonna say, yeah, we'll say single jump wild blue versus double jump deep freeze.
Yes.
And I think we all know that double jump deep freeze is harder. On average.
What if you can't do either of them? Asking
Well,
for a friend,
then-
obviously.
Well, then I'm gonna have to drop the fabled skill issue.
Ah, I see. And if you give your answers in chat, I'm not going to read them. They've got to come through the comments and the donations. But we do have 7 fantastic runners on the screen so far. We've got Liam obviously going to be finishing up in TTM soon. We've got...
Yeah, he's gonna be a little bit behind, I think, but that's kind of just how the game goes.
Yeah, I think it's one of those sort of things. As long as his best possible time... I think the moment his best possible time stops, like goes above his event time, I could imagine a reset then.
I think it's pretty deceiving with some of these stars. Like they look really, they look simple, but a lot of the time they're really difficult. Like the monkey strat, like getting the monkey skip
lose like a minute.
is one of those things. It doesn't look that hard, but then when you actually try to learn it, it is like it is painful to figure out the first few times. That is a beautiful back up there for Callie. Triple jumping off of the wing cap box.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. Yeah,
Yeah,
also as
120.
well. Go on.
You go ahead.
No, please,
go
after
ahead.
you.
No, it's fine. I wasn't gonna say anything in particular.
Oh, I was just gonna say. Also, remember, guys, if you want another reason to take part in the donation war for what is the more difficult star, any $20 or above donation does give you an entry into a giveaway for a chance to win a brand new Nintendo Switch. So, you know, I'd say that's also another good reason.
Yeah, go for the 3D All Stars 70-star world record.
Pretty much guaranteed to lose time, unless
I actually
get
might see. I
Godfather
might
on
enter that myself because that would give me an excuse to play other Mario games than just 64.
Yeah, well, go on then, get your entry in. All right. Also, as well, yep, we do have Callie and Tippy. We've got Afro and Tippy as well. Afro's been playing kind of okay as well.
Callie.
Oh yes, the invisible wall. That's definitely not an invisible wall because this game's very well built.
This game is fun and fair, as well know.
The goal of these runs is just not world record, but I guess asking people to read the title is too hard.
Wise words there from Liam.
I didn't hear any wise words. Oh, I've got it muted. That's why. I was wondering why it was so quiet.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely true. Warning track.
I think every dev of this game is just kind of going, this game was meant to give hours of fun, and here they are getting everything in less than 2.
Less than 2? Oh,
Yeah,
right, 2 hours.
2 hours.
I thought you meant. For some reason, I thought you meant 2 minutes. I was like, yeah, 0 star's not quite there yet. We haven't quite reached 1 key. Granted, I don't.
Well,
think
I'd be a
we're
bit
ever
worried
gonna
if
reach.
I'd be a bit worried if my cartridge was a bit wonky.
I don't even. Yeah, I don't think we're ever gonna see a 1 key run. Honestly.
Much, much, much better than last run. So far.
Well, yeah, I know. It would be. Now, if we could warp straight into... somehow warp straight into bits, then...
I've never...
Yeah, that would be 2 minutes.
I do like how Liam just commentator cursed himself by saying, this is better than last run, and then starts missing coins.
Yeah. Oh, no!
I was already on the slope.
He's doing our job for us.
Yep.
Greatly appreciated, Liam. Keep it up.
Quite literally, worst case scenario, nearly RNG. It's all good though, man. Just pretty standard stuff. Every run.
RNG is a pain in this game.
I was hearing white noise and then I realized that my microphone cable came loose.
I thought someone had come into your room and attacked you the way the microphone just went...
This is probably reset.
Yeah, Mario. No, Liam came over.
I guess we could continue
Just
to
paused
get a
time, came through, and just destroyed me. I'll never recover.
I can believe that. Why do you have the text in Chinese? No, they have the text in Japanese. There are benefits of running this game in
absolutely
Japanese,
scammed
mainly
back to
because the
back.
text boxes scroll quicker.
It's a bad day, man. It's a really
No,
bad
text
day.
boxes scroll quicker in
Sorry,
English.
there's less
Not on
less
our
text
side.
in the Japanese ones.
It,
But
it's
in
more
English, it scrolls quicker.
The main thing with Japanese is that certain stars have different versions to the English one. So a lead example of this is Jolly Roger Bay's cannon star, where you would, in English, you would fire yourself out of the cannon onto the platform and then break a box. However, in the Japanese version, there is no box. The star's just there, so you will roll out and grab the star, and that saves a few seconds. So there's a few different things like that throughout the run that save extra time in the Japanese edition, where you would obviously be losing time in English despite the faster text boxes.
Yes, that's to go into a lot more detail than what, because if 120, it makes a lot more difference. But in those few seconds, speaking of a few seconds, Photo Period, with a $20 donation, getting an entry into that raffle, I believe.
Ooh, we love to see it.
Thank you very much for that $20 donation. Really appreciate it. It does go towards Urban Arts. If you would like more information on Urban Arts, !UA in the chat.
Here we go, Liam in TikTok clock.
Yeah. Also, as well, Drum Basher makes a very good point that I was going to mention as well. If you are thinking of getting into this game, whether you're running on N64 or whether you're going to run on an emulator, do not worry so much. I mean, until you're playing at the, I'm going for world record in X category, it doesn't matter what version you really play on. It won't affect that much in regards to movement. Just, whatever you feel more comfortable in to start with is definitely how I'd recommend. I started on the US version, or the NA version, sorry, should I say. And then I did 70 star. 70 star, most people would tend to run on the US version. And then when I went to 16 star, I stayed on the US version for a few months before I changed to Japanese.
Yeah. For me, for example, I only own the Japanese version, but I main 70 star, which is slower on Japanese by like 2 seconds. But yeah, the time differences are very small. It doesn't really make a huge difference until you're at like world record level.
Yeah, and talking about the emulator and console difference, because someone has said if going from an Xbox controller to an N64 controller takes adjustment, it isn't even as simple as that, because on the emulator you don't have any lag, whereas on the N64 you will notice these runners will be doing some camera angles that don't look like they make sense, and the whole reason of that is so they don't spawn in the rest of the level, so they don't lag and lose frames. So, for example, when I did my 16-star runs, I have a 19-minute PB. I did it on a Nintendo 64 for the first time last year, and I got a 57-minute time. So it is a very big adjustment if you do the switch over.
What the fuck? Like, what am I
You said doo-doo.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, come on! But yeah, once you get the adjustment, it does happen. And yes, for anyone wondering, we did hit the goal. We did hit the initial goal, which means runners can reset up until 8 p.m. EST. You have 1 hour and 38 minutes left to reset your runs.
Yeah, no, I can attest to it being difficult to switch from emulator to console, having done that within the last couple of months myself. I couldn't even handle switching to an OEM. I have to main Hori because it's the only way I can play the game.
See, and because I only do emulator, I have no idea what you're talking about when people say that sort of stuff. I know it's to do with controllers, isn't it?
Partially controllers. The biggest issue with switching to from emulator to N64 is learning lag reductions and then also getting used to a different controller. Like, Xbox controller has no notches. This game is designed to be played with notches, So when you don't have them, you can struggle to actually
Would that be a die?
have the proper feel for the game.
Yep, and do you know what I never get used to? Seeing another $20 donation from Anonymous. Thank you very much, Anonymous, for that $20 donation.
Possible coin, because now I'm too close.
I think Callie uses a GameCube controller on the N64. GameCube controller I could understand. Like, I'm a big fan of the GameCube controllers.
I know a few
literally
people that
got
have played on
as
GameCube
RNG
controllers and
fucked as
gotten pretty good
possible.
times.
It could not have been worse than if the coin went
A good
towards the
example of
slope
that would
and
be
went all the way up the slope.
a runner that was once
That's
very
fucking
well
funny,
known. I don't know how well known he is currently. Sean Raider, who back when 49
why
was
this
cool,
happens to me.
got a 4934 on a GameCube controller. Another one that did really well with GameCube and is I think the best GameCube controller runner is Dark Dog, who I believe still runs on GameCube.
Oh my goodness, is that Aleph 64 has entered the battlefield?
Oh,
Oh, hello!
one of the other VC goats.
Yeah,
There's,
unfortunately,
like,
won't be able to
3
get any
kings.
points because obviously, unless they're playing on an N64 for whatever reason. But, yeah. Oh, hello.
There's like I consider there to be 3 goats of VC. Ryan, Aleph, and Finney. Ryan, for obvious reasons, he's got the 70-star record, which he took from Finney, which, I mean, on its own, that is a monumental task, because Finney is the indisputable, like, actual sole goat of VC. For the time being, that could change.
And also, as well, just quickly while I say it, we talked about VC and emulator. Even if you're playing on emulator or VC, you can still take part in this event. Only the N64 runners will get points for the pace prize. However, you can get swag points by just having a really good time and being on the screen.
Perfect timing for some bands.
Callie breaking the pole curse that cost him the 138 in his personal best just the other day, and being able to actually grab it. For those who
Callie's never
don't
going to
know,
hear that down, is he?
No. For those who don't know, a couple of days ago, Callie got a 139.06 with best possible time entering Bowser in the Sky of, I believe, 138.46. However, Callie lost approximately 12 seconds, potentially more, I believe, on grabbing that pole back there, simply because Mario refused to grab on.
Right, here we go though. 139, and that first Bowser throw connects. We've also got Afro coming in. We should be finishing as well with a leaderboard time, hopefully.
Gonna hit.
No, it is.
There we go. That's a 139 for Callie. In fact, I think that bops Punke, putting him in 3rd.
I'm actually, like, I'm not even joking, I am out of water.
Yes, it does. That's gonna put him
sad
above
reality.
Punke. So Punke's been moved down to 4th. Callie's switched places.
I got like 5
Next
drops.
step is gonna be bopping Marlene. Which would be insane
No!
if he pulled off.
Afro missing the throw.
Oh,
Oh,
Afro.
wait, never mind. I have a little bit. I have like a sip.
Now,
No.
it is still possible. Come on, please.
No!
No! It was, up until that moment, possible to still get a top 7 time. I don't think it's possible now.
Yeah, no, it's done.
Yeah, there we go. 3, 2, 1.
It's gonna be
Oh.
about 5 seconds off, I believe.
But you know what? Either way.
6 seconds off of cheese.
142.47. That's 8th place. So that is points. That's points.
Certainly is. I gotta say, I'm gonna feel bad for the person that gets an overall 8th place. That's gotta be rough to deal with.
I fucked up the double jump, man.
Hearing it from Liam there,
So I
messing
got
up the double jump.
as fucked over as possible, which is every single mistake in this run. Can't catch one break.
Yeah.
Yeah, 8th still gets points. I'm saying whoever finishes in 8th place overall after all 3 qualifiers.
Yeah, exactly. When I say about being in top 8, it means they're one away from being on the board. That's all I mean.
Yeah.
For that having their name in glory, in lights on the screen for us.
Nice camera.
All to admire.
Just completely 180 for some reason.
Yeah, it'll be rough to have that because someone is going to come in 8th overall. That's just how it works. So yeah, whoever gets that is going to absolutely feel a bit rough. But again, it is also a testament. There are many people competing in this event right now, and I'm sure that will only increase in number in the upcoming ones as people decide to learn 120 in between now and the next qualifier. It's like I know for me, like with me for example, I considered working on 120 to get involved for this one, but I only had like 5 days.
Just tired of
So
this.
I changed my mind and
man.
figured I'd do comms. But
Tired of the bullshit.
who knows? I'm sure there'll be
Really
plenty of
want to
people
stop.
who maybe wanted to give it a try, but
run.
felt like they wanted to actually know the run beforehand,
Just once.
which is a perfectly reasonable and valid intention.
Oh, if
I
I hadn't
ask
been
you
offered
for
comms here, I would have just entered
one
for the fun of
run.
it, and I have a 2
Hmm.
hours 30 time.
Yeah, I think it's more so. I think it's more so like some people might be interested in joining in, but also generally people I find would at least like to
Yeah, I
know
just
the
can't be
route
bothered.
and
I-
like
like,
learn
I
how to
don't
do the
even care
game
to try to get,
before
like, a
jumping
base gold
in,
run.
because if you jump in without having any idea what you're doing, you're going to be sitting there for about 5 hours.
Perm.
And some people
else?
don't quite have the patience for that.
It's really not.
A lot of
Dicey
people won't have the
New
patience for that.
with a Death and Rainbow ride at the end of their run. Oh my goodness. Hate to see it with a reset.
No, Ryan.
Ryan, right, cool, awesome. I didn't know how to
Bad idea,
pronounce the
man.
name.
It's a bad
Again,
idea.
apologies to anyone if I ever pronounce the name wrong. Just to let it be known, I had no clue who any of these runners were up until last year, so I'm still learning.
It looks like Simply's stream is frozen.
Yeah, we've been having
I
that
can
throughout the day.
call it a day. I think I'm good on the gun to my head runs.
Wow.
You heard it here first, folks. Liam has a gun to his head, apparently. I'm unsure who is the dastardly evil villain doing this to such a man. But if I had to take a guess, it must be the one person most threatened by Liam, Ouija.
Why would the person most threatened by be forcing them to run?
Simply to observe them fail to beat the world record.
I see, I see.
Superiority complex, but at the same time, banned from Liam's chat for saying haha when he died on Rainbow Ride in the sea. Yeah, no, that sounds about right.
I mean, that sounds justified if you ask me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If that was me, I would be finding your IP address and sending you flowers.
Speaking of sending flowers, you know, something very nice to do. Do you know what else is nice? The JRB music.
True.
Oh, it's so relaxing.
I actually know people who've fallen asleep to it. Like, they actually play that to help them sleep.
Yeah, I'm one of them. 10-hour loop. Boom. Out like a light.
Takes you 10 hours to fall asleep?
No, but I can't turn it off when I'm asleep, can I?
You prove a valid point. Okay, Simply is back, and on the best run we've ever seen, ever. No one's ever done it this fast. I'm lying. I'm sorry. I don't.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure you're lying, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure people have done runs faster than this, but not to take away from this run, 1:37.23 best possible time into Vanish Cap is still exceptional.
Yo, we got Chip Groove on the screen as well, and we got Turgy back. Let's go.
Chip Groove and Terye, insane runners. Chip Groove being an absolute behemoth in this community, having discovered Chip Clip and also being one of the few 47-minute 70-star runners. There are only about 24, as I recall, after Scythammer recently got a 47.59. Which, when you compare that to the literal thousands of people that have played this game, is ridiculous.
Do you know, something I like to say, and because we're in the LTA, I don't really get to do it. Do you know how many times viewers across Twitch, just because of this event, will have watched the most watched video game opening cutscene on Twitch?
Enlighten me.
Well, however many viewers there are across all the channels.
True.
And however many resets there have been. It's adding up to the number to prove the point. The most watched video game opening cutscene on Twitch has to be SM64.
That's a good point. Yeah, no, when you said that the first time, my brain just, like, did not process what you said.
What is that cursed audio I can hear?
Oh, that's Smau.
Oh.
Smau pitching up the audio. I don't know how I feel about this.
I'm okay with it, actually. I like it.
I'm guessing this is an Amarek thing.
This is an issue that sometimes happens when you're trying to, yeah.
Because I get this when I'm playing, and then my second monitor that doesn't have the game on it shuts off, or, like, you know, goes to sleep mode. And then when I turn it back on, the audio goes back to normal.
Sorry, on my computer, I have it where anytime an Xbox achievement's gained, it pings. And my partner is currently playing on my Xbox account. So I didn't hear anything you just said, because she just unlocked 5 achievements in a row. So what was that? Please repeat.
I was saying that I tend to get that, like, pitched up audio off of Amarek when my second monitor that doesn't have the game on it goes into sleep mode.
Okay.
I believe, well, okay, well, you've heard of liminal spaces. I believe this is fair to call liminal music. I still don't understand that whole liminal spaces thing regarding Wet Dry World. It just doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, you're saying a term I don't even understand, so...
There's this thing of, like... I saw it on YouTube a while back, of, like... how Wet Dry World is apparently creepy. And... I'm just like, how is it creepy? It's Wet Dry World.
I mean, it's a town that you completely get to flood at your own desire. If that's not creepy, I don't know what isn't.
You don't flood a town on your average Saturday afternoon? I'm disappointed, man. I don't see any THI right now. The best stage in the game. I'm adamant about this even after switching to N64. Negative emotional aura. What in the fan fiction is that? My takes are not garbage, they're very accurate.
Guys, every Mario event, hundreds of viewers and commentators have to listen to Zeus's terrible takes. You can help support those suffering by using !donate in the chat, and together we can stop these hot takes from Zeus.
No, you can't. You can't stop the takes.
We can try.
No, Joey, please. You're gonna get banned. You're gonna get banned for spamming. Oh no. You just see the O for real right before he gets banned. Oh, I wish I was recording that specifically chat just to see that again. Literally, I looked at chat. I was looking at chat, and I see "oh for real," and then less than a second later, message deleted by a moderator. Oh, that was beautiful. But no, it isn't an opinion. It is a factually correct statement. THI is the best stage in Mario 64.
Guys, come on, we really need to get the support for these hot takes.
100 coin in THI is the best star in the game as well. Do commentators change?
Do you know what? I wish I was the sort of person that would abuse my mod powers and just disconnect you right now.
I contemplated leaving the call as a meme, but
Yo, super stinky burps with the $5 donation. Beans. That was the comment. Beans.
that wasn't me, I promise. Message deleted is the most productive Joey message. Oh, Lord.
Can't ban all of us, no, but we can do emo only. But yeah, remember guys, all of these runners that are playing on the N64 are fighting for a chance to win an expenses paid trip to PACE, where they will compete once again live. If you are interested in attending PACE or would like more information, you can use the link in the chat now. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic event. Details will be released as and when they are announced.
Yeah.
I'm flying in from England, so I'll be there.
Sheesh. Yeah, Ghost Twizzy. The release schedule for games for PACE, I believe, is slated to come out on April 7th, or at least that's the showcase run. So yeah, I believe that's the accepted games list is on April 7th.
Yeah, and obviously you can join the Discord if you'd like to find out more information about the event as it unfolds as well. We have a great community there. And also as well, if you're watching this going, hey, hang on a minute, I run Super Mario 64 on console, and I run 120 stars. How do I get involved in this? Well, details on how to get involved with that are also in the Discord, and it'd be great to see as many runners as possible taking part in this fantastic event.
You know, this is quite unique compared to last year, and I'm living for it. These qualifiers have been very incredible so far. I mean, we got Kana,
Did
who
Liam
has
just take a
not
death in
done.
Womp's Fortress? Sorry. I believe that was a death in Womp's Fortress from Liam somehow? Off the edge of the stage? Oh.
Oh.
Okay. This makes more sense now.
The up warp.
Is that like up dog?
Oh no. West dog? Alright, who have we got at the moment? A lot of basement. A lot of basement right now. Chip Groove, Rizzy, Smow, Terye, and Simply is on the just in the middle of BBH, the second best stage in the game. A lot of people call it the door opening simulator. I could not disagree more. Tiny Huge Island is the best stage in the game. That is, that's the best stage. The worst stage? BBH? No. No, that can't be true. The worst stage in the game is Womps.
I suppose, again, best and worst stage really depends on what category you're running.
Hmm.
The thing is, I could say that the worst stage is just the castle, because the castle leads everywhere.
Yeah, all my homies hate castle movement.
What homies? You have so many hot takes, I'm surprised there is any.
That's a good point, actually. Yep, confirmed Zeus has no friends. This is the only social interaction I get every however long it takes in between pace qualifiers. We're going to have Simply going into DDD 100, the most stressful star in the entire game. And also the laggiest star in the entire game, as far as I'm aware. Not too much to comment on at the moment. Liam's sleeping.
I'm just enjoying watching these runs. Like, sometimes it's nice to just be able to sit back and watch.
Yeah, honestly.
But yeah, no, so I mean, to be fair, I'm going to mention about pace again, because I'm actually really excited, because it's going to be my first time going to any event like this. I've never been to a pace or any sort of speedrun events. I'm not a big convention person either. But we got my flights booked today. My partner booked my flights for me. So she lives about 3 hours down the road. So I'm going there like a couple of weeks beforehand. She's picking me up from the airport in DC, driving me back to hers where I'm staying there for a couple of weeks. Then she's gonna drive me like 3 hours up the road to come back for Pace, and then leave me there for a week. Had the hotel booked as well and everything. Well, I'm staying at a different hotel, so because I got reward points, so it's cheaper.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited for it to actually be organized and ready to go already. Still just got to buy my Pace ticket. You can do that at start.gg/pace, by the way, if you haven't done so already.
Yeah, I want to go to Pace, but it depends on whether or not work will allow me to. I'm probably more likely to be able to go to ESA, but yeah.
I'm waiting for official hotel to open up to get tickets. My plan is my hotel that I booked is I can cancel up until the day. So
Yeah.
if for whatever reason with the rewards, the official hotel works out cheaper, I'll switch over to the official hotel. Anonymous with a $20 donation. The comment was just testing. Yep, don't worry, it does work. Donations do work, guys.
That is very correct.
Yeah,
that is
I
very
reckon-
correct. New Zealand is very far away.
I reckon that was Milo doing a donation when I said because I told him I don't miss donations.
Probably. Does the Pace Hotel take channel points? Yeah, can I cash in my 32k channel points for 1 week at the Pace Hotel?
But yes, runners now have only 10... Nah, just kidding. They've got an hour and 10 minutes left of resets because we did hit that goal. 1 hour and 10 minutes left to be able to get themselves on an absolute pace of a run.
I see what you did there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very clever. Yeah, again, leaderboards as of now, we've got Liam in first, followed by Marlene, and then Callie, Punke, Kano, Cobra, and then Cheese. Quite the lineup thus far.
Yeah, and it's as long as they start the run by 8. So we could still be we could be going all the way through till 10 p.m.
I think something nice to note as well with this is that 3 of the people that we currently have in the top 7 are not people that participated in the Pace 120 LTAs last year.
Yeah,
Marlene,
I mean,
Kano,
that's
and Cobra were not involved in that in 120 last year.
Yeah, and it's something we touched on earlier about how we're really excited to see all these competitors taking part, and because there's so many people taking part, it means we get to see brand new runners, or we get to see runners that don't get as much recognition as maybe they should do. So by having this happening, go on. What did Rizzy do?
Rizzy just fell on the penguin race.
Oh, and Chip Groove just died in HMC.
Oh.
But yeah, no, it's just great to see this great selection of runners taking part, and how doing an event like this has just made everything amazing. So, big shout out to GSA for, doing this type of format. Like, pat on the back to them. And a pat on the back to all of you watching. I just pointed at my webcam. I don't know why. But pat on the back for all of you watching for being here. You're all amazing as well.
Absolutely. We wouldn't have any of these events without you very valuable viewers who give so much just so that these runners can absolutely tear up the competition and so that we can support urban arts. Because let's be honest, the next Mario 64 is coming from someone from urban arts. Like it's not a debate. It's not a theory. Like this is just a fact. The next big indie game we're going to see it will be coming from someone from urban arts. That's my prediction.
Simply taking
Simply.
Oh,
Every
you know what's
runner's
surviving?
worst nightmare.
Yeah, manages to survive it though.
Hmm.
Can we get 07s in the chat for Simply? That was heartbreaking. The bully needs a raise as well.
The bully needs a raise. How much is it earning right now?
I believe it's earning 17 pixels per hour. But only when the stage is fully generated.
Oh my god. 17 pixels an hour. That's less than I earn. Yeah, that bully definitely does need a raise.
All right. As Simply finishes up Fire Sea, just to let everyone know, once this is, we're gonna see how this throw goes. Another reset from Rizzy.
On the topic of Fire Sea, I mentioned this before Mr. Wa and I came on to comms, but I found out yesterday that you can actually hit the fastest cycle, lava boost cycle, without pressing the Z button even once.
Yep, that is very true.
It's slower, of course, and it's significantly harder. But yeah, I found out yesterday that it is completely doable because I did it myself. With
That is
save
true.
states, though. I had
with
to do it with save states.
But with that, whilst chat lets that bit of information sink in, we are going to be taking a short break. We're going to go get ourselves all sorted out, and you guys are going to hear a couple of words about some of the fun stuff that we have with GSA. So until then, we will see you in a few minutes. Stay safe, everyone. Make sure you're stretching, and we'll see you soon.
Adios.
So the finale goes for the triple. Jump dive!
Unbelievable! Yes! Unbelievable! So clutch, so clutch. Held on to that first place time for over 2 days and able to clutch this time. First place time back from Liam.
Speedrun fans, welcome back. We are in the middle of some fantastic runs. We have Liam, we've got Punkay, we've got Aleph, we've got Chip Groove, we've got Simply, we've got Turkey, and we've got Smal as well. All on the screen for your entertainment. I'm still the Mr. War, and this is still Zeus.
Is it?
Like,
I hope so.
Brother, man, brother.
Oh. We gotta listen to Simply's wise words. Okay, he's not talking anymore. We're good to go.
Yeah, it was wise words, but only for the bros.
Every time Simply speaks, we are contractually obligated to stop talking and allow him to speak.
But I've never been one for the rules,
How
so...
does that guy not die when he's literally in my ass?
Wow. Wow!
Truly wise words from the man himself.
Yeah.
Okay, super stinky burps. I'll accept most things, but saying I got replaced by an Aussie is the highest form of disrespect.
Yeah, I mean, come on. You don't want to disrespect the Australians like that. Guys, if you like that joke, send a $2 donation in for Urban Arts.
Oh no.
Exclamation mark donate in the chat if you appreciated that joke.
Donate, but not for that reason, please.
Please, for that exact reason.
No. I appreciate English humor, but that was at my expense, not yours.
Yep, didn't die in the cave. That's pretty good. I'm happy with that. Very happy.
Also, you're not necessarily one to talk, given what Wales is known for.
Do you know what I'm just going to say to you in regards to that one? Watch the film... No, I'm going to message you, actually, because I don't want to say it out loud.
Yeah.
Yo, I remember I sent you a message on 23rd of September 2022 saying, Suiji's cam is frozen. He isn't just not moving.
Yo, Punkay, you about to say something?
No. I was like focusing on my run.
What's your pace, man?
Shit, fuck, ass pace, I think.
Oh, great.
I hear that's a really good pace, yeah.
It's a horror film.
Uh-huh. And it's set where you're from.
Oh, no.
Uh-huh.
No. Look, we're both known for it, let's be honest. But at least we're not a little island called Guernsey.
Wow, yeah. Punkay moment, 07s. Shocked faces.
Chip Groove rating, I guess that means he's done for the day.
Yep, Chip Groove, well done. Well done on your runs today. You've been doing really, really well.
I'm just THIing my shit. Just tying
Comms are cringe. I know that you're right, but still, you could have said that with a little more tact.
Ostracized from civilization after I do heinous, unspeakable things to my shit.
Simply is more entertaining than us combined, let's be honest.
I know, that's why I'm just not going to say anything for a while.
Yeah. Let's simply do our job for us.
I kind of forgot that there's like a mainstream going on, and I'm pretty sure that they can hear you if they're like focusing on your gameplay.
Are they focusing on my
The meta commentary from
I
Punkay.
don't think yours, but apparently something I said went through. I don't know.
What the fuck?
We hear you loud and clear, Simply.
But anyway, we've got Smal in Cloud Stage, coming up to the
Ooh.
end of their run.
Actually on a pretty good pace.
Damn, you're giving that Koopa the Gok 3000.
Koopa is quick.
You heard us, the Koopa is quick.
I don't know what to do.
They have your audio.
Simply
Yo,
and
what's up,
Punke
guys?
are too entertaining. It feels like if we do any actual comms, we're just detracting from the entertainment.
Hope everyone's having a good Saturday.
Oh, and Smell getting the
Shout out to
pole.
Green Chef Stickles.
So, guys, just so everyone is aware, we have 23 runners on the leaderboard.
If
At
you don't know, twitch.tv/Punkation. Check them out.
I'll wait for the shout out to finish, I guess.
If I'm lucky, I'll go up to 15 viewers.
Right, on that note, we've got 23 runners finishing now. Top time with a 1 hour 38:23. And then as we go down, we've got Space Miner managing to beat their PB, event PB, and get a 2 hour 8 minutes. And Electrand has a time of 2 hours 20. So there's still a lot of runs in here. Top 15 earn points. So, you know, there's still a lot of time left to go for resets. And yeah, that's pretty much it. All we can talk about at the moment whilst we watch these runs play out.
Nice. Hit it, Holy Brian.
No, we've got Terry in Cloud.
15th place at the moment is It's Beeve with a 1:44:38. Markinator is down in 16th. So I think did they finish for the day or are they still running? Let me have a look. I don't know, maybe they'll come back for the last resets. Because that's something else we might see, chat. We might see runners coming back, you know, in the last half hour going, do you know what? I've got one more run in me. They are, yeah. We've got Beast Assassin currently 1 minute 26 seconds ahead of their tournament PB, or is that against their actual PB? Let me double check for you guys.
Yeah, I'd say we're getting a pretty good treat from all of this. Like, people are playing really good today.
They are ahead of their PB.
By a minute.
Under a minute. They're losing time in CCM.
Far out. That's
So
still
we're gonna
insane.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at leaving
Until you
CCM.
missing the red star.
Who's missing the red star?
Till you missed the red star grab in TTC.
Oh.
Had to go back up.
Yeah, it looks like they're comparing to their PB. 1:42:10. They're 43 seconds ahead. So you know what? Beast Assassin on a bit of a pace.
I'm curious as to what the best possible time is there. It must be like 1:39.
1:39:18.
Far out. Possible 140 pause champ?
Possible 140. I'd say probably, if they keep on a decent pace like this, I'm going to say 141.
Yeah, potentially. It does depend a lot on DDD and Fire C. And then, of course, THI. Simply has been black screen. We've got him back. He's in Tall Mountain.
Oh, we keeping you up?
Hmm.
It sounded like you were yawning when you were saying that.
I did yawn. I did yawn, yeah. It's not late. It's 12 p.m. My room's just dark. Oh no, the Thwomp TTC 100 being rude.
Yeah, remember, guys, anyone can get a look at the standings by doing the run.gg/Qualifiers GSA. You can have a look at the standings. You can see who's running at the moment, what they're running for, probably a PB, and you know where they are in their runs as well.
Yes, 12 p.m. is known. It is 12:13 for me right now. Not Australia, New Zealand, big difference.
When does Pace end? Pace lives on in our hearts forever.
That is the correct answer. Arc Saber must be hardcore European then, like Central European.
Where do we go to the standings? You do either exclamation mark standings or you go to the run.gg/GSA.
Hardcore European to the bone. Very true.
All of these people
feel-
are running. Go on.
I was just gonna say, I feel like it would be easier. It'll be easier for me to function on Swedish time compared to EST, simply because it's a 12-hour difference.
Yeah. It makes sense. When you got a nice 12-hour difference, like time zones can be confusing because. So for those who aren't aware, like the countries change their clocks at different times. So currently, the United States, they changed their clocks last week. Here in the United Kingdom, however, oh, Smile taking a death in Rainbow Ride. You hate to see it. Oh, that's unfortunate. But yeah, so the time difference at the moment is a 4-hour time difference between where I am and EST, which is when the tournament is. In 2 weeks' time, it goes back to being a 5-hour difference.
Yeah, we have the clocks changing over on April 2nd.
But yours go the other way, so...
Yeah, we lose time.
Well, getting a nice kill there on the Lactu. Still went in for the ground pound. Probably didn't even need to at that point. I do like the BBH audio.
I just like BBH. Just as a quick reminder to everyone, Tiny Huge Island is the best stage in the game.
And to basically just quickly counter that, I'd just like to remind everybody here that we are raising money for Urban Arts. That's why we're all here. That's part of how the event is even able to take place, is because of our partnership with Urban Arts. If you'd like more information on that, exclamation mark UA in the chat. If you would like to donate money and help the cause that is Urban Arts, you can do so by doing exclamation mark donate. Every donation that is over $20, you have a chance to win a brand new Nintendo Switch. Yes, it is absolutely new. I haven't done a London effect on it and taken out one Joy-Con before selling it.
Don't trust him. Don't trust him. He took both Joy-Cons.
Exactly.
Spicy Mountain Dew ice cream. That is like I was sent the title of a horror film, but that sounds like real horror.
How much regular time is even left now? We have 43 minutes left that the runners are able to reset their runs. And if you want to talk about terrible ice cream flavors, Walmart in America for a while was selling pepperoni pizza flavored ice cream.
I beg your pardon?
Pepperoni pizza flavored ice cream. Like a tub of. Branded. It's like some other company. It was in Walmart last year. There was pepperoni pizza. There was tomato ketchup. There was green tea flavored, and I can't remember what the other one was.
What? I need to call my therapist.
Oh, hang on, my phone's ringing. Sounds more like no. It was definitely Walmart. My partner's never shopped in an Aldi. I found out.
What the heck? What's Aldi? I've never heard of that.
It's just another chain store. Turkey taking
Okay.
a death in Rainbow Ride. Hates it. Rainbow
Everyone's
Ride
favorite
being
place.
it's being a real killer of runs.
Bacon soda.
I can one up that one. Back in the days when I used to be a fan of drinking, shall we say? And that's pretty much exactly what it was. So I don't know why I said it as we said.
Consumption of beverages.
Yeah. There was bacon flavored vodka that used to get served at my nightclub.
What?
Yup.
I'm informing my friends of this because my English friend will probably be curious. So will my German friend, I imagine.
Once again, Cocom here, believing they have friends.
No, I'm not a believer. I'm a doomer.
We used to have my brain just shut down. I forgot what I was about to say. Back to the runs. Here we have Smart in Sky now, currently at 140. Is gonna need to clutch out Reds and Bowser throws in the next 2 minutes 40 seconds to have a chance for that top 7 place to have their name displayed in glory on the screen.
Hmm. Yeah, finishing in a top 7 position today is going to be really important for a lot of these runners because going into day 2 in the top 7 is such a massive, it's a huge, what's the word?
Ego
motivator.
boost.
Ego boost, motivator. It gives you that dopamine boost you needed and that confidence that you need going into the second day to go, I can do this.
Oh, S'mores taking it nice and easy there, not going for the long jump, taking the platform, taking the intended route for the final part of the stage. It's not a case of how many runners pass to the next round. There are 3 stages of this qualifier. You get points each weekend based on your positioning, and then the top 7 people in terms of points at the end of the 3rd one will get invited to pace. Oh, moving Reds. Hey, if I was Smart, I'd be mad nervous as well. That's throw number 1. Throw number 2.
I can't even blame him for going for 3 spins.
And throw number 3. That connects.
There we
go.
GG.
Not only is that a finishing, it is going to be not quite a sub. No, I think it's a sub 142 there. That is going to put
141.
them fifth place on that leaderboard.
Knocking Cheese out of the top 7 for day 1.
Yeah, get out of here, Cheese.
Yeah, you're I'm sorry, Cheese, but your time is up.
GG.
You fell off.
Wow. Anyone in S'mores chat, go tell them that we all say well done. Give them a GG as well.
Yeah, huge GGs to Smile.
Well, yeah, and in chat now, well done indeed. And now here we are with a lot of runs in basement and moment. In fact, everything in basement. We've got Beast Assassin currently ahead of their PB by 45 seconds in Fire Sea. And we've got Simply on a pace Currently going for sub 140. 2 seconds of time loss across these 3 splits to allow a sub 140, but should still be providing no drastic mistakes, should again be putting a top 7 leaderboard time.
Yeah, this run for Beast Assassin's pretty insane. 139 best possible time. Currently in Fire Sea. Uncertain if that will last going into upstairs, but still absolutely nothing to be trifled with. Now, if Liam goes for not Liam, if Simply goes for carpetless, he still can't get a 138, but Simply failing. Wait, where? Seems to be a big disparity between what I'm seeing versus the stream, so I don't know how far ahead we are. But yeah, Simply failing. Buttless, we'll call it.
Oh yeah, that happened a while ago. Yeah, so there we go. Still 45 seconds ahead for Beast Assassin. Absolutely insane. We've got Aleph here, our VC runner, currently in Fire Sea as well. Punkay going for hundreds in LLL. Was that a missed ring? Oh no.
Liam, being the absolute Giga Chad he is, getting through the wall without any air BLJs. And now going for Salt Bog. And nailing it perfectly.
Yeah, that's it, guys. Don't get attached. Oh, beautiful rings there from Beast Assassin. Oh, this is one of my favorite stars. Not the best star, just one of my favorites. You doing all right there, buddy?
Hmm?
You doing all right?
I am... shall we say, departing from this plane.
I see. That's it. Remember, everyone, the only way to counter Caster's Curse is to donate. And if I don't see any in the next minute or two, I will start doing comm curses for everyone.
Oh no, you don't want that.
Not just one person, but everyone.
That is not just a threat, that's a promise.
Or I'll make you all queue in a British queue.
Will you export them over to Wales?
No English. Yo.
So that's a 104.30 uptime for Beast Assassin. Best possible time 139.52 into Wet Drywalled. Absolutely stunning.
Yeah, like, I'm very impressed with the pace that I'm seeing right here from Beast Assassin. Seeing Simply finishing out hundreds and the castle.
It is very possible that we may see the end of today finishing out with all 140s and faster. It is possible.
Well, see, the thing is, you say that, but I'm pretty sure with Beast Assassin, nothing can go wrong, right? And so it begins.
If Beast Assassin and Simply can actually clean up, can take out this upstairs cleanly, then yeah, we could see a 140 from both of them. That would leave 7th place as Smal with a 141.
Stop cursing Beast. I told you guys what you needed to do to stop me cursing them.
You haven't met the demands.
I'm holding your runners hostage. Assless failed. Hey, it's okay. Assless doesn't make the world go round.
He should watch my tutorial for it. I'm very consistent at it. He should take a pointer from me.
Alright, we've got Liam starting up another run.
There we go. Finally pulling off Arseless. Taylor, you are absolutely correct. It is free. I've come to learn this. I made my own little tutorial for it. It was initially just so that I could help Benji get consistent at it again. But then I told Scythammer about it, and he said, make a proper tutorial and release it to the public, so I did. And basically, and I don't think anybody watched it, which is funny.
How much does it save?
About 2 seconds, though it can be more. That's over the glitchy wall kick version. Over regular cruiser, it's like 4 seconds. Or like regular Like-2 bounce rather.
Yo, production went to go get Chinese food, didn't offer any to the comms. I'm very disappointed right now.
Yeah, I am extremely heartbroken.
Yep.
If you don't donate to Urban Arts, you will no longer be getting any more Simply stream.
Whoa, that's a bit too harsh.
What do you mean a bit too harsh? It's true.
Who's that? Just...
Oh, and here we go. He's in throws.
Go, let's go.
That is 1 throw. He's not going to miss any others. That's 2. As I said, no misses. And that's 3. Simply going to be jumping up to 5th place.
Yep, knocking Cobra out of the top 7 spot.
Who just jumped into chat to say GG.
Yeah. Hey, well done either way, you know. We've got that going there.
I am indeed a prophet. And right back into runs. 140-23 for Simply. Kano now in danger of being eliminated from the top 7 for today.
But also remember, guys, even if someone gets eliminated from the top 7, it's not the end of the world. You know, there is top 15 get points. So.
And there's still tomorrow.
There is still tomorrow.
And then after tomorrow, there'll be a bit of a break between this event, this qualifier, and the next one, but there will be 3 total. So even if you don't perform as well as you were hoping this time, you'll have more opportunities in the future.
Fight, let's go.
I think Wiggler is the best boss fight, and I don't say that just because THI is the best stage. Or Aleph, almost having a bit of an oopsie there with the Goomba.
And just as a reminder to everyone, the top 15 runners of this weekend will be associated points based on their positioning. And then when we move into the next one, which is on the 15th and 16th of April, everyone's times are reset and we do it all again and again. The top 15 runners will be allocated points based on their standings. We do it again one more time in May. And then the top 15 runners are associated points, allocated points based on their position. And then the people with the top 7 highest scores are the ones that will get entry to pace, expenses paid entry to pace.
Yeah, so it's taking what it's looking at is the top 7 most consistently fast performers across the 3 qualifiers. So it's not just about being fast. You want to do it more than once.
Yep, it's one of those sort of things as well. Like, guys, if you're ever confused about how it is, the details are in the Discord, !Discord. If you ever have any questions, you can get them answered there. We're already in overtime. There is 25 minutes left of reset time available. After 25 minutes has passed, no more resets will be accepted. However, even though we hit the goal for the day, there is no reason why we still can't help raise money for Urban Arts. !Donate. All the money goes towards a fantastic cause. More information can be found out doing !UA as well. And yeah, we've raised $1,626.38. I would love to see that before the end of the resets, if we can get that to at least 1,700.
Absolutely. Let's aim for that goal, everyone. I was just saying before, I don't know if you caught that. I caught it, but Beast Assassin appears to have golded Wet Dry World.
Yep, a minute ahead of their time at the moment. Best possible time, 1:39.47. Absolutely insane.
So that was a 5-second golden, I believe, which is crazy at this level. I'm curious how close Beast Assassin is to their sum of best right now. Very solid. Very, very solid 100 coin. Which is, THI 100 is the best star in the game.
I really, really, really want to just disconnect you. Auto split messed up. Simply's time was 1:40.24.
Yeah, okay. So a 1 second change. Not too significant for the moment, but could make a difference down the line for the remainder of this qualifier. Getting an invisible there for Beast Assassin. But that's okay because at least he's in the best stage in the game. Although he's going to be leaving in a second, which is very sad. Can we get some sages in chat for Beast Assassin leaving THI?
No.
Oh.
Simple as that. Oh, we got Jaquarium on the screen. We got Zine here as well. Zine has been running quite a lot of the day. He's been on the leader. He's been on the list for a while. I think it's our first time. It's the first time I've seen him today on the big screen.
Yeah, Zine is a bit of a community legend when it comes to more, I guess you could say, how would you, I wouldn't say local, but like, yeah, community run tournaments. Zine is one of the more well-known and absolutely one of the most well-respected runners within that demographic.
Agree with you, Danny McFly. However, fortunately, do not worry. We are only here for another 20 minutes, and then we will be switching over. There will be a fantastic, and we won't tell you who it is just yet. There will be a fantastic set of comms coming up after us to sign out for the day.
With myself.
And do not worry, guys. I will be taking Zeus to the farm later.
The farm? Oh no.
He's gonna have lots of fields he gets to run around in all day, but you can't go visit because it's just a bit too far away.
Oh. Well, at least I'll be back tomorrow.
No,
Same
you'll be at the
time
farm.
as today.
Yeah, apparently Beast has a 138.02 sum of best. So to be on a 139.59, like 90 stars in. Whew.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane stuff. But having issues with the monkey, as you do.
Getting it though, and you know, it might not even be that much of a time loss. I mean, what, 4 stars left to go? Do it in 3 minutes? That's easily done. Unless one of them's 100 coins. Huh.
Usually people do 100 coins last.
Oh.
I'm curious as to what JQ's run is looking like. I might pull that up on a different tab.
What do you mean, how you meant to see any numbers? 133 behind with a 117.57 on A-lifts. Sorry, carry on.
Okay, so right now, Jaquarium has a best possible time of 140.29. Or 141.29, rather.
Oh.
In THI. But he's only 1 minute and 15 seconds off his sum of best. Which is insane. Minus 51 seconds on best split times.
Remember, guys, if you want a chance to be able to win a Nintendo Switch, a $20 donation enters you in for the prize draw to be able to win one. All you got to do, exclamation mark, donate in the chat, donate $20 or more. Make sure you select the reward for the entry.
It looks like Punkay is also on a bit of a run.
Mm-hmm. Nope.
Well, okay, maybe not anymore.
We
Yeah,
told you guys, the comms curse is going to happen.
Well, he's still on a pretty good run. 137.37 best possible time out of GDD 100. Would have been most likely 15, 20 seconds faster than that if not for sliding off the sub.
Oh, I was worried Beast Assassin had got too many coins then. I couldn't quite remember how many he needed on that final stretch. 1 coin from having that 100 coins.
Oh,
nope,
yep, here
didn't
we
want
go.
that coin. Understandable, that coin was kind of smelly.
Yeah. Best possible time officially in the 140.0x range now. It's going to be 140.10 coming out of TTM.
Apparently JQ is 1 minute 20 ahead of PB.
Yeah, I believe he's comparing against balanced, but if you he also has a comparison to his best ever pace, of which he is minus 51. Which is ridiculous. Again, only a minute 15 seconds off of his sum of best. Beast Assassin getting through the hardest star in the game with absolute finesse. Can we get some Drakes in the chat for Beast Assassin getting through Deep Freeze with such absolute brilliance?
Not being able to quite get up. Okay, so we've got Liam and Simply on their lobby section of the runs. We've got Zine finishing off Bowser in the Fire Sea. Zine's
What
best
a
possible time is
beautiful
currently
clip.
Oh, go on. What clip was that?
The Igloo clip from Beast Assassin. Not too long ago, it was given a consistent setup for it, and it saves a couple of seconds over what was previously done of going over the igloo and then running around and sliding into it, as opposed to now clipping it into the top.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about Zine for a minute here. Zine in DDD at the moment has apparently a best possible time of a 142.57, a PB of a 144.08. So, you know, we're still early in the run, so we know obviously we're going to be losing some time as the run progresses. But that's still a pretty decent run, to be honest, especially when you've got 14 minutes left on the reset. So, you know, runners, if you can hear me for whatever reason, you've got 14 minutes to make a really big mistake and need to reset. Otherwise, it's too late. If you're not happy with your runs, think about whether you want to keep them alive.
I think if Beast Assassin plays really well, yeah, if Beast Assassin can continue with this run, like at this pace, then yeah, they'll get one more chance after finishing this run to continue before resets are no longer allowed.
No, they won't be able to finish this run and get another reset in. There is not enough time.
I think they will, because
there is 13 minutes left. You are saying they're going to get a 138.
Right, yeah. My bad.
They're going to put out a 138 out of nowhere and then reset and go for another one.
Yeah, no, you're right. I don't have a brain. Kick me out. Kick me out of comms. Delete me from life. Replace me with an Android. Not an iPhone. iPhones are cringe.
Having to go for the snowman as the last one. A little bit of time lost there, but not too bad.
Hmm.
Oh, we're going for a simply frame walk. Not quite getting it. And that's going to be a reset from simply.
Mm-hmm. Take a quick peek at Jaquarium's run. 1:41.34 best possible time in TTM. So now 1 minute 20 off some of best. Truly an incredible run. Now over a minute ahead of his best split times. JQ is cooking. As is Beast Assassin.
Oh yeah, lost about 12 seconds from PB comparison. I think about 20 seconds total from some of best, but still, again, going into Tippy with a 1:40.33, a best possible time.
In fact, Beast Assassin's just about caught up to Aleph.
The thing is, Beast Assassin, I'm going to need you to finish in like the next 12 minutes anyway, because we need in 12 minutes time, we need to be taking a break, and we can't really take one if you're about to finish a PB run. So you're going to need to pick up the pace a little bit here, buddy.
Oh, missing the red coin.
I said pick up the pace, not lose it. I mean, that's not even that much of a time loss. It's about 4 seconds.
It's like 5, yeah. Yeah, 4 seconds. 140 still possible, though.
Oh, yeah, there's 23 seconds of time loss across Rainbow Ride and TTC. Definitely
And
still possible.
bets.
I didn't want to, I was trying to be optimistic here, buddy.
I mean, it's not that hard to play decently in Bowser in the Sky. At this
All right, the
level.
next time someone falls off, I'm going to say that is because you said it was that easy. And it wasn't difficult. Punkake's on a decent run as well, to be fair.
Yeah, so long as Beast Assassin doesn't have any like severe issues, this should still be enough to get them into the top 7.
Oh, easily. As long as, I mean, all they've got to do is play to their PB to get into the top 7.
Like, for them to not pull this off, we would have to see a TTC meltdown, and then potentially like a death at the end of Bowser in the Sky.
You mean a TTC meltdown, like missing on flippies and now having to do moving the long way up? Yeah, that as soon as you started talking about happened. Yeah. The only curious donation from these commentators, curse guys. Save our runners. Donate to Urban Arts.
I just want to bring some attention back to JQ. Now, for the first time, I'm seeing making some mistakes in Snowman's Land. Had an exceptionally nice Tall Mountain. Still 1:41.36 best possible time into Snowman's Land. Absolutely insane. Though I'm not sure if the 1:41 best possible time is going to stick past SL, but we'll see. There is potential for Jaquarium to get to the top 7 as well. Wait, we missed. Wait, Aleph, did we miss moving bars?
Oh, you missed it. I was watching intently.
You didn't call it out.
I didn't need to call it out. Everyone should know something. You should have known to call it out if you wanted to call it out.
I was watching Jaquarium. and Beast Assassin.
Yeah.
Cheese is an 8th. I'm pretty sure he's 9th. Cobra's an 8th.
Hey, do you know what one of the most disappointing things ever is?
Hmm?
Is
What
knowing
is
that
it?
these guys only have 7 minutes left to reset.
Yeah. Oh. That was odd. Didn't get the ledge grab. Oh, and Beast Assassin taking death!
Taking a fall, that is going to cost quite a bit of time. That was on hundreds as well. Like, that is a big time loss there. Gonna have to re-wait for the clock. You hate to see it. Don't worry though, guys. How much time is that going to lose? 40, 45 seconds? Trying to be optimistic here.
I think 141 is on the ropes now. Which, by proxy, means that personal best is also going to be on the ropes.
Hey, if we can still get a PB, like if Beast Assassin can clutch out a PB here with a death on TTC hundreds, it will be one of the most craziest things we've seen today.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. I think it's fair to say that the cake for that goes to Marlene's opening run of 138.38.
Now that's an impressive thing we've seen today. This would be the craziest.
I don't know. I would say Marlene's the first completed run of the day, was it not? The 138 from them?
Yeah, that's what I say. That would take the cake for the most impressive.
I would have considered that pretty crazy as well, because you would not see that in any other situation.
Oh my goodness, Beast is still green on their PB with a death
No
on
way.
TTC hundreds.
My God.
All they've got to do is just do Rainbow Ride without losing, and Bowser in the Sky without losing 25 seconds, and they can PB.
With a clean Rainbow Ride and Bowser in the Sky, we could still potentially see a top 7 and also 141 performance.
It's absolutely crazy. Reminder, if runners can hear me, you've got 4 minutes left to reset.
And we've got 4 minutes left on comms.
I don't want to go. I want to see this run play out. Please don't take me away from this. Zine is also doing some insane movement. You guys can't see, but there is some nice movement from Zine at the moment.
Yeah, it was so insane that Twitch decided to take a commercial break. Because it was too powerful.
So if they can put, I mean, to be fair, a 6-minute 34 time in Rainbow Ride, like, there might be gold potential here for Beast Assassin as well. Punch, 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 punch.
Musical Mario over here with Beast Assassin.
Yep, that's right. Runners have tomorrow to put time on the boards as well, which means if anyone wasn't able to participate today, they've still got tomorrow. They still have a chance to do it. Well, we're going to be doing this all over again tomorrow at the exact same time. But just to let everyone know, we've got 2 minutes left on the resets.
Musical carpet is scary after Parsi. What happened with Parsi? Bro is fighting his inner demons right now. So real. We got Jaquarium going into TikTok clock, best possible time, 1:42.12.
Okay, let's see how Beast Assassin finishes this up. Oh, doesn't quite grab the star straight away, but that's fine. Only loses like a few frames. Oh. 5 stars left in Rainbow Ride. And less than 60 seconds left on the clock for resets.
Oh, on the final. Oh, no. What was the pace of that run?
For whom?
Parsi. In this situation that chat's talking about. Low 138, damn.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the final minute. We're not even in the final minute. That is it. Any runs from these runners that get reset, that is the end. No more resets for our runners. Whatever runs are currently running are the last runs of the day. Wow. And with that, yeah.
And as you say that, we've got a huge Liam raid of 1.7k viewers. Welcome, Liam Stans. How does it feel to see your second favorite runner in the first place position?
All right, guys. Very shortly, we'll be taking another quick break, and we'll be letting 2 other commentators come in. We're just waiting for confirmation of when that will be. But for now, we're going to keep enjoying Beast Assassin's run with 2 more stars in Rainbow Ride, and then Bowser in the Sky. It's going to be exciting. Oh, didn't quite grab the star. They've got 1 star left to go in Rainbow Ride. Just casually typing, don't mind me, guys. Is that 13 seconds ahead of PB going in to Bowser in the Sky?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. And Aleph finishing up as well. Going to be going into Froze.
I just want to call out as well, Punkay right now, best possible time, 1:37.56 in TTM.
Okay.
Oh. And Jaquarium, 1:42.29 going into Rainbow Ride.
Oh. And we'll get back to those runners in just a moment, but for now, let us focus on Beast, Assassin, and Aleph Aleph finishing up throws, Beast Assassin trying to do Bowser in the sky, the fastest they've ever done it. Not only will this be for a PB, but it is a chance to put themselves in the top 7 on the leaderboard. This is very, very exciting stuff.
Aleph missing the throw. The final one.
Nice pole grab there from Beast Assassin. 7th
Not
red
getting
coin
the
grab.
Cali treatment.
Oh my goodness, it's so close. Oh!
This is going to be very tight.
Aleph did almost get the Cano bot. That is correct. Aleph is going to be finishing with a 142.40x. But I'm sorry, guys. My attention is purely devoted now to Beast Assassin 67 going into throws. We've got the first grab. We've got the first throw.
I'm pointing this out now. If he misses a single throw, he
It's
will
on me,
not
I know,
bop
okay.
Smell.
Oh, he won't bop Smell. Okay. There's 2. There's 3. That's got to connect.
3.
That's
3. That's a 141 and a personal best for Beast Assassin.
Let's
Gonna be moving them
go.
into 6th.
That is going into 6th place. Cano's being bopped from that leaderboard. Smell's going to be moved down to 7th. Beast Assassin not only is golding Spy, let's get those GGs in the chat. 22 seconds. Well, it's more like 22 point something seconds of a PB in this very event. We can't believe it. It's absolutely amazing. Let's give it just a moment to sink in. Let that sink in for just a moment. That is amazing.
GGs. Huge GGs.
And with that, mine and your Zeus, unfortunately, our time's coming to an end.
Yeah.
Yep, the runs will now be finished out with Mida and Wesdog. And we'll be taking a short break. So thank you very much for being here, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed watching these runs so far. They're great. Be nice to Mida and Wesdog. Until next time, we'll see you soon.
Back to the commentary dungeon with us.
Yep, off you go. Do your hot takes.
Urban Arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban Arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
Are we hot? Is the mic good? It sounds like we're good. All right, guys, we had to come back early from a caster's break because this is very, very important. Look at the bottom left section of your screen. Jaquarium is on a PB pace right now. No, this is not what we're looking for. Let's go. We need to see some hype in the chat for Jaquarium. He might be looking at his first 142 ever. His PB was a 143.57 coming into the day today, and he's looking to close this baby out strong. He's only got one more throw to go.
Jaquarium is an absolute legend. The grind is real, and he's putting it down right now.
Yeah, the pop-off is real, JQ.
Yeah. Jaquarium with a big PB. He has to be happy about that. I hope the tears flow because he has earned it.
Boom.
Heck yeah. Look at him. Yeah. Get those GGs in chat, folks.
Jaquarium, the 70-star specialist who's only been on the 120 grind as of recently, has shocked the world and especially himself here with an astounding 142.41 here in the pace qualifier, putting him well in contention to come out to pace. You could see the excitement in that room. Absolutely incredible work by Mr. JQ.
And on that, see it.
And on that note, we'd like to welcome you in here to the final stretch of day one of the pace qualifiers here. This is West Dog joined alongside the Zero Suit Meter. My goodness, the hype has been too much to contain in here. How have you been feeling throughout the course of the day?
Man, I've been so jazzed about this. We have seen some great runners. We've seen some that I haven't heard of before. There's so many amazing runners in this community. And right here, seeing one that I have followed for a while with Jaquarium coming up with a big PB here in 120. I couldn't be happier for him. What a great guy to get it to. We have a lot of big names up on the board right now, too. And I know Zine and Punke both coming in.
Are we both? It sounds like we're hearing that. He's hyperventilating right now.
Yeah, I think we are. And you know what? It's well earned.
Oh my god, I actually can't believe that. No,
we can't believe it either, Jaquarium. GG's, good sir.
Over a minute PB. That is just exceptional. What a top tier talent.
Speaking of top tier talent, as you were saying, we got plenty of good names on the board right now. We've got Zine, who's also flirting with a 1 minute comparison to their latest run. Turia also rocking it. Punke still rocking a 138 best possible time, with, of course, appearances from Badronis, Avatar, and Afro-Dafro, excuse me.
Yeah, a lot of really good names here, and all of them having some really solid runs. I love this format. I know you and I were talking in between jumping in here and just saying how much we love this format and the ability to showcase different talents than we normally get to see.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I hope it's okay to make this this kind of an opinion here in the booth, considering this is all reflecting on our technical employers, or technically our employers. Instead of seeing the same 7 names, we get to see a lot of people in the Mario 64 communities, new and old faces, probably those lost in the void that may not necessarily have as big of a presence as some of the big names we're seeing here, like Punke. Just make a chance to really shine, get a moment to shine in the limelight here and really show us what they're made of. We've seen a couple of PBs. We've seen incredibly hype runs. Commentator got a little spoiled earlier today with the very first run of the day being the 138.38 by Marlene. So kind of hoping there'd be a perfect bookend in here somewhere with another fantastic run.
You know, I think we've also been very spoiled by having commentator of the year for Super Mario, West Dog, here in the booth, and I feel very honored to be here, brother.
Oh my gosh, the compliments.
I mean, well earned. I think everybody in chat can agree. Very, very happy to have you on the mic.
I guess we'll leave that up to the chat here to decide. Oh, but what I'm glad is that Zine did not fall farther down the clock and has still got the run intact. If they took a spill after that, after this progress in 100 so far, that would be devastating.
It would indeed. We have a lot of solid runs here to watch as Punke heads on in to Rainbow Ride. I know how are we pronouncing that? Terji?
So I've heard Terya, Terji. Some people even say Terry. So I've been and even Tershi. So I've been saying Terya, Terry, Tershi.
Fair enough. Right now, 16th in the world, sub 140, 139.57. So huge name in the community, and third in emulator too, with a 140.35. So really excited to see what they do as they head into the end of day one here, and then tomorrow in day two.
Badronis, don't you have a run to focus on, buddy? But thank you for the clarification on pronunciation.
Terya.
Terya.
I love it. Fair enough.
Terya. Terya.
And that's you've been playing a little too much. What's the fight one that you got world records in?
Oh, Smash Bros.
Yeah, there it is. You sounded like you were doing
Oh. Terror! Yeah!
I love it. Yeah, he's from the Faroe Islands, which is just, it's so cool to see the large amount of representation of the world as a whole that we have here in SM64, and how it just kind of transcends any physical land borders.
Absolutely. One of the other things I give big props for having this type of a format here is being able to have the opportunity to get runners from all corners of the world to potentially all come together at pace. Commentator probably going to stroke their own ego a little bit. Is Zine? Oh no, has to go back and get a backup coin here. I hosted a 16-star tournament with the focus of trying to get as many runners in the world as possible together, but with the chance now to see all these runners actually come together in person, possibly at pace as competitors, that would be extremely hype here. I myself, with a little bit of bias, am looking forward to the possibility of an appearance from either Marlene or Kano, so we can really bring all the corners of the world together.
I couldn't agree more. I can't see Marlene not making it in. They are such a huge runner and been doing this for so long. And Kano as well. I would love to see Kano in something like this for long term. Oh, nice triple jump. That was cool.
Yeah, Zine unfortunately taking a little bit of a spill here in Rainbow Ride. I'm honestly surprised he even was able to get high enough for that firsty wall kick. Both he and Punke. Well, Punke now concluding the carpet design. Okay.
Oh.
Wait, what? What? What did we just watch?
Oh my goodness. That was next level.
Oh my. Okay.
How?
Oh
my god.
Oh my god.
Well,
there is no way that just happened.
All right.
My professionalism is gone straight out the window. I cannot contain it right now. That was probably the funniest thing I've ever seen happen in a 120-star run. I can literally feel a vein popping out of my neck right now.
I'm so sorry for the runner losing, but my goodness, was that amazing.
I'm glad Zine was at least able to pop into the chat and give us a fun little lol GG's, y'all. Thank you, Zine, for showing up today and putting on one heck of a performance. Hopefully we look forward to seeing more of you tomorrow.
I don't think there was an accidental BLJ there. They were definitely going for that.
Yeah, but I think they were trying to stop probably before they got shot off the carpet.
Glad I didn't have a meltdown and Lockadoo bounce, because I really do think
looks like we're getting a double feature of Punke here on both the left and the right. We're getting Punke in stereo action.
I love it. It's such a good player to have in stereo too. Arguably in contention for GOAT title. I said arguably. Don't yell at me.
Zine, so the point system works on a weekend by weekend basis. If you get a better run tomorrow, then it absolutely will matter. You'll move up. Well, as long as you're within the top 15, you do accumulate points. So just I guess a little tip for anybody who has joined us later is not too familiar with how this format's working. This is an open qualifier. Anybody, including you at home, is free to participate in any of the PACE qualifier rounds that are taking place today and tomorrow. The second round on April 16th and April 17th, and the third one taking place on May 13th and May 14th. Points are awarded to people who finish with the top 15 best times over those respective weekends. And after the third qualifier, whoever finishes in the top 7 of total points accumulated over all of the qualifiers will win an all expenses paid trip to compete in the 120-star LTA Grand Finals at PACE for between July 2nd and July 8th. Which I believe the Mario tournament specifically will probably be just a smaller segment of time, not over the whole week, but still, they get an expenses paid trip to PACE, which is pretty poggers.
That is extremely sick. I'm excited to see who lands that spot as the weeks continue
I'm
here
so
and
nervous
this
because I
hype
know that
Mario
I'm on
weekend.
138 pace right now.
So we hear the nerves getting to him.
Mm-hmm. Honestly,
Like, I don't
hard to
know if it's
believe
like-
that
I don't
for
know
a
if it's
runner
like
as high
low
caliber as
138, I know it's
Punky can still experience nerves, but frankly, I shouldn't be too surprised. We saw probably nerves overcome Liam when he was on his world record pacer just earlier within the last week. So honestly, just goes to show nerves get the best of us all, regardless of skill level.
It's true. It's true. And sometimes it's not even when you're on a deep pacer you can get the nerves. But yeah, it's really cool that somebody who's had as many world records as Punky, more than anybody else in history, you can still feel nervous about things.
Oh, that is true. So Punky hasn't held the world record for the longest, but he's had it the most in this category?
He's had it the most in overall between all 5 main categories.
Hmm. And he's still potentially on the move to get a 137, maybe even world record. We saw Punky get a 138.15, if I'm not mistaken, just last year. So he's still got the schmoves in him as he is schmoving along here in bits with a very good reds so far.
Yeah, it's extremely exciting to see what he's going to do here. Big opportunity to at least better that 139.
All right, so with perfect throws, Punky might just be able to squeeze out a 138. I hope he's not listening to commentary right now.
Great tail grab. Hear him spinning with ferocity.
Bullseye for number 1. Oh, a little left, but should hit for number 2. Third throw on the way,
There
and
it
it's gonna be.
I have no idea.
It is a hit.
What time I'm getting. I just know it's a 138.
I don't know if this is going to 138 or not. This is going to be close. This is either a 138.59 or a 139 flat. He's close to the star, so
Oh, I was
so close. Even
but
still,
whatever,
moves him up a
whatever.
spot.
I
And
was
as we all know, as this
very
tournament
fucking
bears on,
close on
more
my
and more people are. Those times between first and
I was
seventh are going to
extremely
shrink
close, you
drastically.
could say.
absolutely.
Man, that sucks.
And you were even talking about it
didn't get a
earlier. Just looking at the
138.
gap between 4th and 5th alone right now is pretty major considering the
I was
pool of
almost-
competitors that we've
like I
got
said, I was
here
like nine-
today. But it is very refreshing to see some new names on the board. We see 4 of the 7 who have competed in the last pace, going to show they really are some of the top dogs out there. But with the appearance of Marlene, Beast Assassin, and Smough coming into today, it's very, very it's very different. But I also very much enjoy it.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And there are some names that I expect to see back up on the board. I fully expect to see Cheese back in it if he wants to be. If he wants to put in the grind, I don't have any doubt that he would be a top 7 up on that board. And I'm very hopeful that Kano, who's still doing his final run of the day, can do so. Though he has not put a lot of time into actual full runs. He's been spending the last few months, plural, just grinding practice.
Yeah, he has been grinding RTA like crazy. And something I'd like to know a little bit more about Smough, honestly. I don't. If I recall, I want to make sure I get this correctly. But SMAU was started the 120 grind sometime last year. Their first run, they got a 156 or a 157, and on the second run, they just shocked. I'm pretty sure the entire Mario community when they busted out a 142, a 14 to a 15-minute PB from the 157 to the low 14x range. So it's nice to see SMAU making some strides here and showing they still got that dog in them. Oh, 158 to 142. Excuse me, SMAU. Sorry. Even bigger, a 16-minute bump in PB. Jeez.
That's incredible. How much of that came from practice and how much of that came from straight just doing runs? Because I know a lot of people play a lot of different ways, but the best of the best put in the time on the practice, and that's where the real money is made. You watch someone like Squeegee, for example, in a tournament like this, will spend the first hour just practicing.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes longer. We got some good runs here. Is Rizzy 103 stars going for Wilco? Not this time. And Avatar heading into Snowman's Land, everybody's absolute favorite level.
Most definitely. I think I can speak for the entire community when we think of an absolute #1 banger of a level in Mario 64, Snowman's Head definitely takes the cake because nothing ever goes wrong, as clearly shown there by Avatar.
We got some Booze Big Hot, so I hope you got your rubber bands. HMC, another chilly level. And Fire Sea, kind of the opposite of Snowman's Land, if you think about it. Just don't think too hard.
And now we're getting a raid here from the Jaquarium. JQ, GG's on the massive PB, you absolute legend. I hope we get to see more of you in tomorrow. Glad we were able to just come into the commentary booth and catch the tail end of the run there. Absolutely fantastic job.
Could not agree more. Well earned time there.
Oh, his Avatar. It looks like he fell off of the snowman's head there, unfortunately, after getting a couple of errors bonking up there. So it looks like this is going to be GG's for Avatar. GG's and claps in the chat here. Avatar, my goodness, been on a major 120 grind. I know they've been doing 120, been lowering their PB. I didn't realize their sum of best has now gone down to a 138. Wow.
Yeah, really good job and great grind there. And I think a name we're going to start to see a lot more if they keep on the grind the way that they have been. Meanwhile, Afro Daffro heading into the same graveyard.
Oh, as Rizzy's getting a little bit of a struggle here in 100s in the clock. No catastrophic falls, but just having a hard time navigating up. So we do see now we've got Turya still on the screen. We've got Kano now showing off their final run. Widit in BBH and Ryan in LLL. Correct me if I'm wrong here, chat, but I believe the name is Ryan, R-I-A-N, Ryan.
That would make sense. But then again, I have gotten wrong every person's name in the entire community at some point, so.
That's true. At one point, even Meter called me East Dog, which was completely a butcher of my name here. I still haven't really forgiven him for it yet.
Well, at least it's not Shrek Dog.
True. Who wants to be named Shrek? That's got to be one of the worst names ever.
Oh no, Ryan taking the death, and that'll be it.
Just a reminder, guys, this is brought to you in part by the Urban Arts Foundation. We are looking to, of course, raise money for the children in the Urban Arts program. Exclamation point donate in the chat, or exclamation point UA if you'd like to learn more about the Urban Arts Foundation. And on that note, we've got a $20 donation from the Run GG themselves. with the phrase "Joey from the Run GG" here. Love this format and glad I could help accommodate for it with my site. Had a blast watching all the Pacers today and looking forward to doing the same tomorrow. Joey / the Run GG, thank you so much for all that you've done for the speedrunning community as a whole and the Global Speedrun Association. We really appreciate all the work you put into making these events become even better than what they already have been. Pog you, and thank you again for the $20 donation. Folks, if you donate $20 or more, by the way, throughout the PACE qualifiers, you get an entry for a chance to win a Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, really. Actually, let me just get in another little dono here to get that reward opportunity. Because that Switch, that's pretty sweet, not gonna lie.
Always gotta love a brand new Nintendo Switch. I know I would like one, that's for sure.
Exclamation mark donate will get you to the link you need if you're looking for that. As Rizzy continues in TTC, Afro with a reset, so they will be donezo for the day, but
yeah,
I'm surely back at it tomorrow.
Unfortunately, getting claimed in the Snowman's Land graveyard, as you called it, Meter. And yeah, it looks like they're. I saw them talking to the microphone. I don't know if they were just upset about the run or if they're just saying goodbye to their chat.
You can do both. You can upsettedly say goodbye to chat.
That run was absolutely terrible, but I love all of you guys. Thank you so much for watching the stream. God, this was bad.
Man, it's like watching a West Dog stream.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Why? You got that good energy. That was a good thing.
Oh, I thought you were saying I was talking about bad energy. I thought you were making a negative compliment, comment there.
No, it was a negative compliment. I love it. No, I mean, you're a world record holder. What are you talking about?
Oh my gosh.
You hate compliments.
Really.
Everyone in chat, quick, give West Dog your best, most sincere compliment.
Chat, please don't. Please don't.
Whether he likes it or not.
This is about the runners. This is all about the runners, not the commentators in the booth. This ego does not need to be stroked at the moment. Does need to be stroked though. Okay, I don't know how that was going to segue at all. Forgive me. As Rizzy runs is currently in Rainbow Ride. Let's see if they can close this one out.
A lot of green up there. PB potential, but we will hold on to those thoughts, not get attached quite yet, and give them a chance to get through one of the most dangerous courses in all of Mario 64. We got West Dog is the best commentator. We love you. West Dog, Snoop has nothing on you. You're the better dog. Your name is better than Shrek Dog. People love your name. Just love it.
Oh my god, Turya getting an invisible wall there in Wet Dry World. I think I've only ever seen that invisible wall hit once before. I don't even remember what it takes to... Oh no! Oh, Turya taking a devastating fall, not hitting the box to get the 5th secret and having to climb all the way back up. Oh no.
Oh boy. Well, made a quick climb there. Getting the good jump. Rizzy making quick work of these reds heading towards the hundo. The hundo.
Realizing Ryan is still going for runs right now, but I don't know if they should be on screen. And of course, even if this does PB, it won't count towards the qualifier because we have officially ended regulation and overtime. We're in no reset territory. So Ryan, good for you for being up to the grind. Unfortunately, this will not count towards the qualifiers here. Oh, I don't know if they're listening or... Okay, no, they're just resetting.
But it does count towards practice, and you can never have too much of that.
Exactly.
Kano right now the furthest back on the screen at the 37-minute mark. And I do believe that is an official run. And possibly the last one of the day.
Yeah, Kano 37 minutes into the run as we are 36 minutes past the top of the hour. So it looks like he probably got the final reset or one of the final resets in for the day. I don't know if we have any other active runners or if this is basically all we've got, in which case it may all come down to Kano. Oh my goodness, it may all come down to Kano. Is Kano about to bust out some Kano magic here to close out day one?
And Kano going to take Cheese's spot for clutch.
Okay, I need to figure out if I do end up going to Pace for commentary, we need to figure out how to get some sort of a jam band or some sort of a filler in here for the Magic Carpet Ride. Carpet tricks are fun and all, but I definitely feel like we're missing out on some good filler content here.
Yeah, it's a very good opportunity to bust out a band. I bet Cheese would play some music with you.
Oh hell yeah! I do know Cheese can sing, and he sings pretty well.
Can. He very much does. Rizzy with plenty of carpet tricks, well practiced.
Well done there from Rizzy. Honestly, Rizzy is a name I had never heard of until coming into today. So it was very nice to see. I guess I hope Rizzy is known to somebody, to people out there in the chat. But to this commentator here, good to see a previously unknown person making some strides here in the qualifiers as they are on a very solid 144 pace as the curse comes in with a Lakitu death.
Brutal. I mean, Rizzy top 100 in both 120 and 70 star, 60th in 120 with a 143.26, and 74th in 70 with a 49.06. So coming up on that sub 49 soon, and they got their 143.26 20 days ago, so they are on the real grind. Heading up those little wall kicks. Oh, nice dive coming out of that one. I think I see some gold on Kano's stream, which is insane, but granted, this is what, their 5th run ever?
I think so, yeah. I still can't remember. I could have sworn that Kano had done a 120 star run before competing in the qualifiers today, but I couldn't find any notes on their Twitter or speedrun.com page. So as far as I'm concerned, every run is basically the new run for him, or his first run.
I believe they had done one just like little proof of concept before today, but today was their first actual trying run versus just a general no reset to set your splits type of deal. But the grind of practice has been real, and that's again, that's where the magic is actually made. Still in the green, Rizzy trying to get out of here in the green as well. Great jump over for tricky triangles. They must have one more to get. Yes.
Mm-hmm. It's a good old-fashioned swinging in the breeze.
Ooh.
So now it looks like we are down to the final 4 here, as a commentator tries not to get traumatized from the extreme number of upsets going on in the NCAA tournament. We are seeing a good pacer here from Rizzy on 144, mid 144 pace going into Bowser in the Sky. Widit the strong man, about ready to get out of Dire Docks. Kano also getting ready to get out of Dire Docks, but I can never tell what their star count is. I'm going to need to go review their run before tomorrow, so I'm a little more educated. And of course, we've got Turya on the top right corner.
All right, Bits. Let's get some hype generating here. Trying to beat a 145.21, coming in with a 142. So good opportunity here to pull out a little bit of green here. I love how big of a swing THI had from Wet Dry World to THI. Over 50-second difference. Beautiful kicks. Very well done. I'm loving this run here. Good clean movement.
Oh, no. Oh!
Oh, nice little save bonk. Whether it was purposeful or not is irrelevant.
All right. Yeah,
Great
at least
recovery.
at least they stayed on the top platform, so the run is not in complete jeopardy.
That's true. If you were looking to have your comments read out by the amazing West Dog, now is your chance.
You know what? I want to make a very, very bold move here, Meter. I've been personally on the fence about attending Pacer. You know what? No. I'm gonna wait for the bold move until we're done with the run here. Forget that. We need to hype this up. That's one throw for Rizzy. Let's close this baby out.
Yeah, Rizzy. Let's get the hype. Give them your energy, folks. That's 2. On target with a dive. Beautiful
Boom!
release. That's it. Wow.
Let's go.
People rising to the occasion today. Making it happen on a big, big stage in a big, big way.
I could just feel the energy from that announcer's voice right there from Meter as Rizzy. I'm pretty sure that was a late split, but for funny's sake, we'll just say it's a palindrome, a 144.41. Amazing from Rizzy. I believe that is a 144.40, but I love palindromes. It is a weird quirk, but but regardless, a great time from Rizzy. GG's. We hopefully look forward to seeing more of you tomorrow, you legend in the making.
Absolutely. You better be back tomorrow because I want to call some more Rizzy runs.
Do you think they're called Rizzy because they've got the Riz?
Maybe. Maybe they're called Rizzy because they got the Riz, and maybe they're called Rizzy runs because they got the runs.
Oh, well, I hope they don't have the runs. That would be,
wait.
yeah. That would be very problematic. I don't think they'd be able to get runs going if they had the runs.
Oh, no. What did I say? Oh, boy.
Is Turia playing on the, okay, why is my mind blanking? But the version that has the BLJs patched out.
Oh, why do you say that?
Because the audio sounds very high-pitched right now.
Oh, there's a high-pitched difference?
Yeah, there is a pitch in Shindo. Thank you. It is the Shindo version that has the BLJs patched out. There is a distinctive pitch difference in Mario, but it's not just Mario, it's the game audio in general for Turia. So I don't know if they are on the Shindu version or if it's just the way their audio is coming through on their stream.
Fair enough. We'll have to find that out. Maybe do some exploratory research. Their pull grabs are normal. It's not Shindu.
Okay.
Probably a Steam glitch. You can check the VOD, but you don't think so. Fair enough. Thank you, chat. Chat is the ultimate when it comes to being a detective.
Turns out,
chat.
see, we can trust chat that this is not the Shindu version, but apparently earlier this morning, this commentator could not trust chat on the proper pronunciation of Turia's name. So I'm still a little on the fence there, but thank you guys for letting us know.
I think there's a donation to read.
Do you want to go ahead and read it?
No.
Is there a new dono? Because I'm only seeing the one from oh, there we go. Oh, oh, come on, Meter. Thank you for the $20 donation. I'm sure East Dog is very appreciative of your love towards them. And best of luck to you on the raffle for the Nintendo Switch.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, we got Tall Mountain and Wet Dry World and Kano heading into SSL. Oh, Nice, good save. Good save.
Oh, apparently, Callie saying, "Hey, GSA chat, if you see this, say hey," on the screen for Whitted. So I'm gonna go ahead and say hey.
Hey, Callie. Everyone in chat, give a good hey. Oh, you beat me to it.
Now, this is what comes into the biggest question mark for me here on Kano's run is he gets a very creative move around to the Dune of Death there in SSL, but the main reason we see a lot of 120 runners go the pretty much the normalized route is that basement presents a great number of challenges, a lot of them being in and shifting sandland, and yet Kano decides to save this for the middle of the run, and I've wondered how that really affects either the quality or their mentality. They've been practicing it this way since they've started the 120 grind, but I can't imagine that if they're on the grind for 120, if they're just on a really wicked good run and all of a sudden SSL just craps on them in 45 minutes in, it just seems devastating. I don't know. I'm too used to the norm. Perhaps Kano is the trailblazer we need.
Kano has historically been the trailblazer we need. And I think that their mentality is just different, and maybe they feel more comfortable with SSL than other levels. But I think that would be a great thing to ask Kano, and hopefully at pace we'll get to, because hopefully Kano's there at pace. I think there's just no bad option when it comes to who makes it to pace. I'm really excited about it. Kano's PB in 120 start. Couldn't find it on the speedrun list. I don't believe he has submitted anything. He's really never run the category until today. He's just been practicing for months and months and months.
Well, he hasn't submitted a PB, but we can tell you now that his PB currently stands at a 142.24, which is what he got earlier today in the qualifiers.
Fair enough.
So
Now
nothing.
Go ahead.
So nothing, quote, official, but I mean, I hope Kano isn't trying to deceive us all right now. As far as I'm concerned, it's basically official.
What's more official than a GSA run?
Exactly.
Oh man, the bird.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious me.
And that right there is what I'm talking about. Just taking a tragic death there in SSL. Middle of the run. You can see him. It looks like he's not too upset, but I did see the fist moving in the air. He's just like, oh, God, flab it.
That's probably exactly what he said.
Definitely. I definitely believe that's the main expression used to express frustration in Japan. Now, the bold move I wanted to say earlier, Meter, and this is only going to happen as long as these 3 runs are active here. I've been personally on the fence about wanting to go to pace. I'm still not 100% sure. Pando has done some good job convincing that perhaps we should calm together as the Mario Brothers in the booth. But I will make it an absolute guarantee to show up to pace if we reach our donation goal of $2,000 right now, but only for the rest of this stream.
Oh, wow. That is huge. Chat has a chance to influence pace in a huge way.
And, of course, influence the kids at the Urban Arts Foundation.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, very good point. Man, a Pando West Dog in costume at pace live. That is the perfect booth.
Not only that, I've pretty much kept my face clean shaven since I last shaved off my Mario mustache at last pace, so I will regrow the mustache back out for pace. I don't know how my co-workers at the office will feel about it, but I'll tell them it's for something special.
Yeah, it's for charity.
There we go, it's for charity.
All right. Flying through the graveyard. Made up so much time in TTM. Holy cow. From a plus 44 to a plus 2.
Meter, I don't know how big of a fan you are on sports, but I am frankly so glad we have Mario both today and tomorrow because my bracket has been incredible. I think it's been more busted than than I was when I got into a near fatal car accident. Frankly, my bracket is just as broken as several bones. It is absolutely terrible. I'm sick and tired of all these upsets, so I'm glad I can get my mind distracted with some good old-fashioned Mario.
Is upsets not kind of the whole thing behind college basketball?
Yeah, but not when you're trying to make a good bracket.
That's fair. I think John Boyce did a good bit on the loser machine. I don't remember what he called it, but explaining how it's kind of designed for upsets, that whole tournament.
Yeah. Which is what the people want. There's a reason why it is called March Madness.
That's fair.
But we are currently experiencing Mario Madness.
How exciting would it be for March Sanity?
I mean, there's just no ring to that whatsoever.
March, exactly what you expect.
Oh, Whitted taking a couple of hits from Wiggler, just avoiding a third hit there as he tried to long jump away. Fortunately, that is the final hit, so he's gonna just escape out of there with 2 HP. That was almost a bad way to end off that run.
Oh no, some Terry having issue getting up into that little ice sculpture, that ice house. What would you call that? Ice maze?
I thought it was just called the ice block.
Mad Marchness. I like that. And last 3 runners here for the day, and then we will be back tomorrow.
As I'll be commentating both now and early morning shift tomorrow, and I will not be allowed to leave the booth until the end of my shift. So I'm going to be trapped in the booth all night long.
That is very exciting for everybody but you. I mean, I'll tell you what, nobody I'd rather be trapped in the booth with, bud.
Oh yeah, that's right. I guess I guess it's the end of your shift, unless you're doing tomorrow more. Oh my gosh, Turia with a slide rollout there. I've never seen anybody go for the front-facing slide into the rollout. Unfortunately, not crushing the spin drift. So, yep, having to go for a quick ground pound.
Fair enough. No, I have a 1 o'clock shift, and then back here to close it out at 8. But Kano working the early morning hours. It must be in Japan right now. But they are used to streaming absurd amounts of hours, so not completely surprised by that.
Yeah, Kano has been here since the beginning of the day, about, I want to say, 10 hours ago, and it was midnight when it started in Japan, and now it is closing in on 10 a.m. So Kano really showing us the Kano grind.
It's true. Kano, one of the most dedicated players, and they have the world records to prove it. I do think they put everybody on watch as soon as they picked up 120 and started grinding for it. Everyone's going to be on notice and ready for Kano to walk away with another 2-letter title.
Not gonna lie, I would like to see Kano perhaps make a brief return to 1-star, since Green Suigi just shattered his world record in 1-star by 9 seconds. But frankly, I don't know from personal experience, but just from watching many other runners, once you're into the 120 grind, it's very hard to just put it to rest, go back to one category, and then come back to 120. Once you're in the grind, you're not done until you've reached your goal.
Yeah.
And I mean, for Kano, oh, sorry, go for it.
No, please.
I think his ultimate goal is a 139 when it's all said and done, at least just for this round of pace.
I believe you're correct, and I know he did comment on Green Suigi, his tweet saying that he had just broken that record, and Kano said, "Yeah, you did an amazing job, and it's too much for me to chase right now. So, you did too well. I can't keep up. So at least for the time being, sticking 120 is from the looks of it."
Kano truly one of the most humble people I've personally interacted with here. Seems like a good guy. Honestly, I don't even know if he's got a bad bone in his body.
I cannot speak to that, but I have not seen anything negative about him, and I'm not going to be the one to say it.
Oh, Turia! Oh, just making it on that platform. That cannon strategy in Cloud Stage really makes me Monka S.
Whew. This Cloud Stage in general sketches me out. Great grabs though. With it. Grabbing the monkey star.
It looks like we are seeing the Space Miner coming, Space Miner 321, excuse me, I will say the name fully correctly here, who I did know was competing earlier today. It looks like they're calling it a day here. Thanks for hosting today, sub 2 tomorrow maybe. Miner, thank you so much for showing up to the qualifier round. It looks like your PB is currently listed at a 208. I don't know how accurate that is, but regardless, we'll be rooting for you to get that sub 2 tomorrow. GG's, and speaking of GG's to the legend Punkation closing out their day one with an astounding 139 flat. Punkay, great showing today for day one. You've surely put the pressure on for a lot of these other runners, and hopefully we see more of you tomorrow as well.
Could not agree more, Punkay. In the running for GOAT of SM64, and we're talking combined world records, is #1. No questions asked. 22 world records. Even if you include VC and MU, he's got 23 world records in the 5 main categories. So exceptional. The guy is an absolute living legend.
Looks like we do have another dono coming in from Nikki Picky with a $20 donation saying, please come to Pace West. Thank you, Nikki, for getting that started off. I did already forget to mention that I said if we reached our donation goal of $2,000, I will make a guaranteed appearance at Pace in full Mario costume with the mustache growing out. So, Nikki, thank you for donating to the cause, the urban arts cause, of course, ignoring myself.
There is a $300 more, and we will have Wes with a beautiful mustache. I mean, that is a beautiful incentive. That's a big one.
I'm trying to think of what other incentives could be huge that commentary could bring into the booth. Not just myself, but other commentators. I'm going to put all of us on the spot now. Turia going for the triple jump setup in TikTok clock for 100 coins. And just fortunately, they were trying to get the rollout, I think, across to the platforms there, but fortunately they held back on the jump, realized they had a little too much lag and it would not have worked out. So fortunately still looking good for them. And speaking of looking good, Widit is finishing up a clean 100 plus red coins here in Tall Mountain, already minus 38.5 seconds ahead of their event personal best.
Yeah, doing really well with these green splits here. So really exciting. Looks like Kano Dunzo from the looks of it.
No, HMC.
HMC, another of those graveyards.
And yep, here comes the raid from Kano. Guys, throw the GGs up in the chat right now for Kano. Honestly, for somebody who's basically making their debut in the 120-star category today in the qualifier rounds, they've been on the grind for a long time, but making their RTA run debut here in the Pace qualifier, they put on one heck of a show here with their trailblazing revolution of a route, and of course the 142 time they posted on the leaderboards. GG's, Kano. I hope you rest well, you absolute legend.
Not much more I can add to that other than Kano, I love you, buddy. You're an exceptional runner. Very glad to see you on the screen and get to call out some Kano stats. And yeah, we get more of it tomorrow, and that is extremely exciting. So thank you for bringing that up, Iris.
Ooh, Callie perhaps expecting a 140 or better tomorrow?
I love it. That's another thing in this Mario community that I just love so much is runners pushing each other to be better and genuinely wanting each other to be better, not being mad when somebody beats your world record, being happy for them instead of sad for yourself. It's such a selfless mentality. Seeing the Kano cools in chat. What do you technically call them? Kano easy, Is the Kano Wicked? Of course, 140.
I'm personally a fan of Kano Pound.
There's no bad Kano emote. Let's be real.
So true.
Right. We're heading into the last stage proper. On one and on the other into the graveyard. I don't know if I'm the only one who thinks SL's a run graveyard for 120 star, but at least today in this last hour or so, it has been the case. There it is, Kano Pound.
Yeah, Kano Pound.
Wait, Punkay stole third back from Cali. They did indeed. Right here at the end, was able to pick up the 139. It was almost a sub 139, but barely inching out the 139 flat.
All right, Callie, we're going to need some clarification on that statement there. Are you talking about an event PB or are you talking about an actual PB? Either way, it's going to be hype as heck seeing a 139 or better, but we need to know what kind of a PB we might be experiencing courtesy of the script.
That's true.
Oh, wow. Getting very specific and going bold to the 138.39 from Callie there. I'm going to be very excited to see that. Is what a backup from Turya to get back to the top of the maze there.
I expect to see you on 138 flat pace and to wait around for 39 seconds. Callie, very possible to get that time. That is not a random number. It's very much a random number, but they're also very possible.
Mm-hmm.
You see the auto scroller on one and some turtle shell movement on the other.
Turya is kneeling before the Mario gods, praying the rest of this run can go well so they can get a brand new event PB. They've got a lot of time to save here in Rainbow Ride. It looks like they got 22 seconds off of their gold split. I'm hoping their bits is currently clocking at a 3 minute and 48 seconds, so plenty of time to save in bits as well. Turya, hopefully short of any major catastrophe, should be looking at a new event PB.
Oh my. A dangerous statement.
I said should be looking. I didn't say they will. Now, if I said they will, that would be the ultimate commentator's curse.
That's fair. That is fair. With two more needed in Snowman's Land, and there's one of them right now. Well done.
Meter, I don't know if you're a fan of classic rock or not, but I think also the reason I suggest the jam band thing is because pretty much since I did 120 last year, I can't get the song Magic Carpet right out of my head whenever I see a carpet show up on screen.
Oh man, is that Steve Miller Band?
Steppenwolf.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. Then I don't know what I'm talking about.
There was a Jet Airliner by the Steve Miller Band, but Magic Carpet Ride is Steppenwolf.
I don't know.
Oh.
Steppenwolf.
Do I hear some doubts in the booth?
Yeah, I mean...
Oh no, Turya! They got the Lakitu bounce, but they bonked off of one of the blue platforms going for the wall kick approach to the cruiser, so now they got to back it up with reds. Oh!
Oh boy. At least there is a backup here, though. Oh,
yeah.
Man. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely Steppenwolf. You're 100% right.
Yeah, considering I've played Magic Carpet Ride on my stream whenever I get on the carpet, I would sure hope I know what I'm talking about.
You would hope you know who you're giving royalties to.
Yes. Oh no, no royalties. The VOD can't hear it. The stream can hear it, but the VOD can't hear it. So as much as I love Steppenwolf, I'm not giving them any royalties. But you know who I will give royalties to is the royal acknowledgement to, of course, the women of the Mario 64 community. Meter, I don't know if you know this, but concurrently, completely separate of GSA, but we've had one of the members of the Mario 64 community, Amanda NBD, hosting a all-women's 16-star tournament as well throughout the month of March. And it has been amazing to see women make a huge step in the game, at least just since I've been on the scene back in mid-2020. We're now seeing a whole bunch of women coming out with amazing PBs across all major categories. And of course, Taki VT showing up and showing out for the women today in 120, flirting with a 138, 139 pace a good portion earlier today. I don't know how they all did, but shout outs to the women.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like they have Skyla up on the big screen over on that side right now. And somebody, I follow both Amanda and Skyla, and amazing things they're doing over there. So awesome shout out. I love that.
Turia, unfortunately, not connecting on Lakitu bounce again, so they got to go back this one up with tricky triangles. So only one more backup left. Let's hope they can get Lakitu bounce this go around. They are going to be losing some time in Rainbow Ride, no doubt, but with a 3.5 or 3 minute 48 second pace, bits, I have no doubt they can still be able to dazzle us with a thrilling conclusion.
Wow, Witt had a really cool travel over to that blue the blue coins. I hadn't seen that before. That was pretty sweet. I don't know if that's just if that was a backup, if that was a front up. Is that the is that the antonym there?
Front runner? I don't know. I don't know what the antonym for a backup would be that involves the word front. If it's a strict antonym, then wouldn't it be the front down?
Yes. But it was a great front down either way.
Almost sounds like a football formation.
Oh boy. When it's still in the green after Cloud, but has bled a bit of time here and there. Still, these late stages leave a lot of room for growth. Turia swinging in the breeze. And there it is, 119.
Let's see how much time they've got to work with here. 142.45 best possible time. 1 minute and 28 seconds of time save here in bits in order to get that brand new event PB. So let's... Oh, Witt taking a quick death there, unfortunately, in the clock. Fortunately, at the beginning, so all still looking okay for Witt. It looks like they might be our final run of the day. But right now, focus will shift to Turia as they now head into Bowser in the Sky for one final showdown with Bowser.
All right.
No!
Oh boy. Well, right back in. I'm not sure. Go ahead.
Fortunately, a quick death, not too late into the stage, but unfortunate time loss. I want to say at least 20 seconds or so of time loss there for Turia. I still think they just might be able to squeeze this one out if the rest of this goes clean.
They're definitely going to try. We know that. And we're going to be rooting them on every step of the way. You just need to keep their nerve and keep going. It's so easy once you're out of your groove to stay out of that groove. But to be able to get back in it is some really exceptional play.
I was really hoping you were going to say to get back into it would be very groovy.
That too. What the heck was that? That was awesome. I had to watch that on the restream because I thought that was so cool. It's groovy, baby.
Groovy, baby. All right. Oh, if Turia, I think they're just going to miss out on event PB, unfortunately, unless they have the fastest throws we have ever seen in Mario 64 history. Event PB is no longer a possibility, but this is still going to be a solid 143 from Turia. Commentator apparently still has the curse.
It's all right. If there was ever one to curse, this one I think Turia would forgive more than any.
At least it wasn't a world record run.
Exactly. Even still, what an amazing run.
Oh, that's going to be just wide right, unfortunately.
When you have so many amazing runners, it's wild that a 143 is disappointing in any way.
GG's to Turia. Let's get some GG's out there in the chat for Turia. 143.33. Thank you, Turia, for sticking this run out, even though it's basically been in the red, or I guess in this case in the blue for a good portion of it, but very, very strong run to close out on.
I fully agreed. The graveyard dinged a little bit and started the mad descent, but overall, 143.5 is fantastic. So exceptional work, and very, very much looking forward to getting to continue to call Turia runs.
And now there's only one run left to call here, and that is Whittet, who is in Rainbow Ride, now doing work on 100 plus I can't remember what the star is called. Like, it's 100 plus carpet, but I can't remember the formal name of the star. Commentator really needs to brush up on their star name knowledge.
I think it's Magic Carpet Ride by Steppenwolf.
I really wish it was. I really wish it was, but I don't think Nintendo is probably trying to give Steppenwolf credit for a star name, unfortunately.
Why not? Come on. Shigeru, you know you want to.
Maybe we can get some aspiring ROM hack developers out there to make a carpet-themed star and call it Steppenwolf.
All right. Let's see if they go for a BLJ. Clip into the block. What do you think that block's made out of? Glass?
You know, considering that it's pretty much transparent, I would think it's glass, or at the very least, shoot, what's like that high grade plastic that's used?
Well, I mean, it could be ice, right?
Polyurethane? I don't know.
That sounds like a thing.
Yeah.
What about ice? Sky ice?
Then, I mean, it would make sense because despite it being very sunny, the higher in elevation you go, the colder the temperature does get. So, honestly, ice probably could survive up there.
It's true.
Oh, Whittet taking a little bit of a burn from the fireplace.
We got some suggestions. Cardboard. Clear cardboard? Rainbow prisms. I mean, yeah, it does make sense. Because the rainbow light goes... But the rainbow light goes through them. Yeah. That's not how Pink Floyd did it.
Nah.
It's cool. It's one of those things where if you put a rainbow in one side, you get a rainbow out the other side.
You don't know what we can find. Why don't you come with me, Meter Man, on a magic carpet ride?
I'll come with you anywhere, Shrek Dog.
Who's Shrek Dog?
An ogre, silly.
Oh my god. Did you just updog me with Shrek Dog?
You updogged yourself.
Oh my god. I feel so ashamed.
Why? You did a Mike Myers impression in Austin Powers earlier, and then you did a Shrek.
I have not done a Shrek impression.
But you could.
I mean, the closest thing that could possibly be to a Shrek impression is doing the other Austin Powers impersonation from the character that's particularly obese, because he's basically got the same accent as Shrek as Whittet. Fortunately stays on the platform, but has to avoid a very rare blue flame death. Or not blue flame death, but blue flame scorching.
I understand your hesitance on naming that one. What's your favorite level? Is the ask in chat.
Do you have an answer?
I mean, it depends whether it's to watch or to actually run or to play casually. I think those are all very different. TTC is my favorite to watch. I think it has the coolest movement.
I mean, let's get real though for a moment here, Meter. Is there even such a thing as casually playing a game once you've speedrun it? You can you can casually speedrun it, but I mean, I think once you've done a speedrun of it, casual playing kind of goes out the window.
Yeah, me and my girlfriend were playing the other day. And we're like, well, we'll just play casual. And like, I still grabbed a timer and was like, yeah, but I still want to time it, even if it's casual timing. It's brutal.
Yeah. I think one of the biggest flaws about becoming a speedrunner is it really changes how you approach video games. Even when I was playing Kirby, the new Kirby game with my good buddy Jalarin last year, I even though we were playing through the game casually, I can't help, I kept going back and thinking, you know, that didn't seem quite fast enough. I wonder if there's a way we can make this go just a little bit faster. As Wit it, he's not going to connect on the ledge grab to the collapsing platform, so I wonder if he's going to back this up with swinging in the breeze. Oh, no!
Tricky triangles? Is that not, that's already gone?
I don't know. 117 stars in. We're seeing a little bit of the rage coming in with the Mario cam there. Well, he was going for tricky triangles.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Another thing I've never seen before. Oh, goodness. So what was your favorite level?
I did not say my favorite level yet. What I can tell you is it's definitely not Rainbow Ride, just based on all the errors that we've seen occur from Witted. Oh my god!
Ooh, still alive.
He's going for the box backup.
I love this.
Ah.
Yeah, get it. Do it till you get it. Okay.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay,
tricked us out.
He still wants to close it out.
Tricked us out. I love that. The stream got extended by 1 hour. The stream got extended by when they could reset by 1 hour. But the stream continues until the last run that was reset at the extended hour finishes.
Exactly.
So in theory, we could be here forever if they just never finish their run.
I think they would probably cut feet off before that happens. But
don't cut my feet off.
I think, I think fortunately Witted is going to ultimately decide to power through and give us one final run to end out here on.
I love it. Going for right side this time. This always has really nice, clean-looking movement when it's done properly like that.
There's another thing I'm worried about. If I have to go back to pace meter, there is an arcade not too far away from the venue that has a boxing machine, one of those machines where you punch the bag, and the harder you punch, the higher the score you get.
Yeah.
And Widit, Blue Bob, and I finished with the highest scores on the machine, but I'm kind of worried that Widit might secretly be training to see if he can get the crown back. So now I worry if I got to work out.
Yeah, I think that's true. Can you speedrun that game?
The boxing game? I don't think so.
Who can hit it the fastest and get the highest score?
That would be incredible.
How much time took you to beat Super Mario the first time? That's a very good question.
I do have an answer for this question. In one sitting, it took 6.5 hours with no practice on all the 120 stars beforehand. But the first time I ever beat it was across 3 sittings when I was a young lad watching a YouTube video, a YouTube guide on how to collect all the 120 stars from a user, I believe that was called... oh, no, I can't remember. I did at one point, but now that memory's gone. Oh, no, the memories are fleeting.
no.
I hate getting old. Win it!
Oh, no. Nice save.
All right. So he's going to probably, back this up with left side. No!
Ooh, letting himself drift. Oh, man. Picking up a couple extra coins here. Well done.
See if he, I was really hoping he was going to somehow go for moving right side. I don't know if he knows that. So it looks like he's just going to back this up with left side again, but does fortunately
wow.
connect.
Well done. Angry Kermit taught me the trick on that one.
Wait, is he going? He went for the wall kick approach off the pole for some swag points and unfortunately taking a spill to the bottom of bits. And he's just deciding to slide kick off.
Wow. Exceptional work, though, all the way through so far. And still beating this much faster than I could. I have yet to do a 120-star run myself.
Have you beaten the game yet?
I mean,
even casually?
Star a lot.
Even casually, all 120 stars.
Oh, you mean like 100% of it?
Yeah.
Probably at some point. But that was a long time ago. Not in recent memory, no. I will enter this tournament one of these weeks and start at the beginning of the tournament, start a fresh run, and that will be the only run I do. And maybe I'll finish before the end everyone else does.
You know, if I didn't have to try to be a responsible adult tomorrow and catch up on work at my job, I was very tempted to run 120 for the qualifier tomorrow. I just got a capture card for my console, so I'm highly contemplating wanting to do Mario 64 runs on console and finally get away from emulator. But I don't think I have it in me for tomorrow. So maybe in April or May.
It's very exciting. If you're not following West Dog, you should be.
Oh, gosh.
Big things coming to stream.
More importantly, you guys should be following the Speedrun channel if you're not already. And of course, donate to the Urban Arts Foundation. Really trying to see if I can squeeze in some last-second donations there for the Urban Arts Foundation. But speaking of last second, we're now coming down to the last seconds of this run here, as Woodit just now is 3 throws away from ending day 1 of the qualifiers.
Nice. That is a classic West Dog transition. There's 2. 1 more to go. Beautiful. Well done by Weddit to finish this one out. It can be very hard to do that when you are both on the big screen and not hitting a PB, but good on them for finishing, and big hats off. Let's get those GGs in. Very well done and great clean throws. Well stated, Fiona. Another Shrek reference.
All right, and now the day 1 is here to a close, folks. I'll quickly run through the leaderboard of what we got. Oh, as we see, the man, the myth, the Widdit live on screen here. Guys, going from, we've got 25 runners with times listed on the standings right now. We've got Space Miner with a 208, Low Appeal with a 151, Genix with a 146.51, Super Viper with a 146.35, Markinator, Rizzy, Beeve, Widdit, Cryptic, and D Whatever all with 144s. Taki, Avatar, Turia with 143s. Afro, Jaquarium, and Cheese. Oh, my bad. And Cobra and Kano with 142s. And now coming into the top 7, we have the 141 from Smough, the 141.47 from Beast, 140.24 from Simply, the 139s from Callie and Punke, and the 138s from Marlene and Liam. 142 looks to be the time to beat to get your name featured on the leaderboard on stream, but the top 15 do get awarded points throughout the qualifiers. We do have a day 2 tomorrow for people to improve their positions, and even if they don't do well this weekend, we've got 2 more qualifiers in April and May for people to have their chance to come out to Summer Pace 2023.
And I am very excited for Pace 2023 and potentially getting to see West Dog there in a big way. We didn't get there tonight, but what about tomorrow? Will you extend the 2,000 for tomorrow if we hit it?
Nope, I said today only.
Wow. We missed our shot, folks, unless someone's got a big dono. But hats off and exceptional work. And thank you so much as well to the production team for putting on such an amazing event here today. And I look forward to tomorrow.
Absolutely. For all of us here at the Global Speed Run Association, you just heard Zero Suit Meter and West Dog, well, along with all of our production crew. Thank you guys for an amazing day one. GG's to all the runners. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Take care.